Milman Mike. Do you know what a Mr. Bungle is?
Why, no.
A Mr. Bungle is somebody who has terrible manners. You know what time it is right now?
Oh, yeah, it's time for my next break.
It's time for the film about having bad manners.
Miss Brown said it was time for the children who ate in the cafeteria to go to lunch. She hoped there weren't any Mr. Bungles in this room. Phil almost walked past the boys' room, but he stopped and thought. Were his hands clean? No, they were a little dirty. Phil remembered that Mr. Bungle didn't wash his hands. Mr. Bungle's hair was messy, too. Phil didn't want to be like Mr. Bungle.
It's a beautiful day in this neighborhood, a beautiful day for a neighbor. Would you be mine? Could you be mine? It's a neighborly day in this beauty. Would a neighborly day for a beauty? Would you be mine? Could you be mine? I have always wanted to have a neighbor just like you. I've always wanted to live in a neighborhood with you, so let's make the most of this beautiful day. Since we're together, we might as well say, would you be mine? Could you be mine? Won't you be my neighbor? the curtains hanging in the window on the evening on a Friday night. A little light shining through the window. press my asshole up against the window, then I spread my cheeks and smile. Stick my dick right out the fucking window, and I take a piss on mankind. Summer breeze makes me feel fine, holding to the jasmine in my mind. Summer breeze makes me feel fine, blowing to the jasmine in my sweet days of summer, the jasmine's in bloom. July is dressed up and singing a tune.
You just heard Won't You Be My Neighbor and Hell Awaits in Summer Breeze from Mr. Bungle's The Night They Came Home from 2021. This is the Requiem Metal Podcast. I am Mark.
I'm Jason. And yeah, it's been a minute. As the esteemed Aaron Lewis once said, it's been a while, but we did it. We did it. We're here. We were a little bit on summer break. We're our own summer breeze, if you will. And it's been a little bit chaotic and busy for both of us. We tried to sneak in a recording before I left for Europe for 2 weeks, but something came up. We couldn't quite lock it down in early June. And then it was like you guys were in Chicago, with your son going to the zoo, and then 4th of July, and I was, so it's been a minute.
MDF, and we went to Florida, and then I'm contracting
school year.
a house, and it's insane. I'm getting married this year, and we're planning it all ourselves against everybody else's advice, but we can handle it.
And I am, as I told some of our people on Discord, I am currently unemployed for the first time in my life in 23
Jason's
years.
Such a lousy teacher. They finally figured out that he was just doing Requiem Metal Podcast notes, and they canned him.
Yeah, it's very complicated, but our superintendent misplaced $2.8 million, and we're a pretty small district, and so there was some kind of crazy budget cut kind of stuff. So if you guys want to set up
it's very unfortunate.
If you guys want to set up a GoFund for metal purchases, I haven't really been purchasing much lately because I'm trying to.
Luckily, you got a very good backlog.
I got a pretty good library to go through. Yep. So I'll live. But it's been really frustrating. So we'll hopefully there's better updates in the next episode, because obviously I'm looking and all that kind of stuff. So it's been crazy. And this episode, what you just heard there, The Night They Came Home, is a live kind of concert or a live recording they did. They put out a DVD of it and a CD of it. And it was kind of inspired, and we'll talk more about this later in the episode, by this kind of reunion, if you will, of Mr. Bungle, centered around a re-recording of their very first demo called The Raging Wrath of the Easter Bunny. And they added Dave Lombardo on drums there, and Scotty Ian as a second guitar player, and you can kind of hear it and all that. And it's cool to hear Dave Lombardo playing Hell Awaits again, and obviously Summer Breeze there. But as I kind of wrote down, those three tracks are pretty much the metaphorical epitome of everything that the band is, whether it be the sort of early era juvenile sort of, humor mixed with sort of crazy wackadoodle kind of ideas and genre mashing. And then this kind of, Pee-wee clip that you heard at the beginning from the 81 special that gave birth to the band's moniker, Mr. Bungle. And we'll talk more about that. This evil rendition of Mr. Rogers, that's definitely a Mike Patton kind of thought process, and we'll unpack him a bit.
It's a very Dr. Demento vibe.
Yeah, there's a lot of that kind of happening on here. They even do Dr. Demento kind of covers at times in their career and stuff. And then mid-'80s Slayer melded it seamlessly with an AM radio staple from Seals and Croft. I mean, it's that's kind of the vision of the band, is this sort of chaotic genre amalgamation mixed with humor and, like you said, Dr. Demento and all these kind of other different things kind of happening there. And it's
a novelty. In my opinion.
Yeah, it's definitely that. But I think like one of the things that people who have seen Mr. Bungle live have talked about, and I heard Wagner talk about it, Jeff Wagner from Radical Research, and he says like when you see Mr. Bungle live, like you kind of get it. It's like and they're kind of famous for doing these covers and sometimes melding two different genres together in the same cover, almost like a mashup, and that's kind of what you get there.
Yeah.
And so there's the novelty of it's there, but like Mike Patton, like some of the things that he's trying to like work through with Mr. Bungle is, whether it works, and that's going to be a big debate, obviously, between Mark and I and other people, as we'll kind of hear through here, is like they don't always probably stick the landing for everyone, and they're a pretty divisive band, I think, for some people, but they're also like very talked about as well. This is a band that Jason Walton, who's going to be, you'll hear him all throughout the episode. He reached out to me right after COVID, I think, somewhere in the midst of all that. And I think he and I had met up at MDF, and we were kind of hanging out and talking. He's like, dude, I love Requiem, and he was starting a podcast at the time. And he's like,
we're talking to him under the bridge,
under the pavilion, that bridge thing. Yeah. Getting some shade and stuff like that. And he was kind of like, let's, he's like, I'd love to do, the Requiem treatment with like Faith No More and Mr. Bungle. And we actually originally, I was telling Mark, my show notes are from like 3 or 4 years ago, I feel like. And so there's probably some hiccups in here, or some things that have changed as we kind of tweak the lineup of the set and stuff. But we were originally going to try and do it the way we did with Blake and with others, where, we tried to record at the exact same time type thing. And something came up with Jason's family, I think something with his mother or something like that. And so we had to cancel. And then we just kind of kicked the can down the road, and he got busy doing whatever, and we got busy, and we just went in other directions. And so it's been
moved
long
3.5 hours north and had a kid.
Yeah, exactly that. And, a bunch of other things. And we just, got busy with other projects and stuff. And so finally, I knew like, dude, I've got like notes, I've got all this, like, put a lot of time and effort. I was like, let's just fucking pull a trigger. And so I reached out to Jason and got an interview with him. Talked to him about both Bungle and, down the road in the future, Faith No More, which might be a more palatable band for some people, or they might be more Bungle people. I know when I put out,
we'll see. It won't be for a while. I'll put it that we're not going to go back to back.
Yeah, that's fine. This is Mark kind of told me at times, he's like, this might be a struggle for me. I said, that's fine. I
can say right now, this is the first episode we have ever done where I came away with no added appreciation for the band.
Really?
Okay. None. Actually, I think I came away with more disdain for the band.
You know what? I think as an avant-garde project, that's probably what they are going for. They're probably. Like, yeah.
But like at this point in my life, like I've listened to this stuff before. I've listened to this stuff 20 years ago, and I get it. And for some people, that what they elicit really like blows their mind away. And for me, it seems arbitrary, juvenile, which is probably the intention, but it does nothing for
certainly on the first
my soul. When I'm listening to this, I feel nothing.
I think you've never really struck me, and I'm not really much of one either. But like, think of like Frank Zappa, for example.
I watched a Zappa documentary
recently
about this. This reminds me of Frank Zappa. And Frank Zappa's a great guitar player. These guys are great musicians. But Frank Zappa's humor does nothing for me. Yep. It's the kind of like so clever, but you don't like, but it's like Weird Al clever. But he was able to jump that kind of bridge of being a modern Dr. Demento guy. He figured out a way to do it. But the absurdity, there's just something that just rubs me. It does absolutely nothing for me at all.
Yeah.
And I've tried. I've listened to this stuff quite a bit. I've done a lot of research, a lot of watching other stuff.
Yeah.
And it's like, it was the Zappa thing. Like, I do not, nothing about Zappa gets me excited at all.
Never
Nothing.
been a Zappa guy either, so you don't have to, don't
Yeah. But I like
B-Fart
avant-garde
guy.
music. I
love
difficult
B-Fart.
music.
I love some of that stuff, yeah.
You know, it's not that I can't understand it, but it just does nothing for me.
It does nothing, yeah, and that's fair.
Yeah.
And
it's a taste thing. You know, it's not that they're shit. The guys are obviously really good musicians. I like Phantomas quite a bit. I think I was just listening to Director's Cut a couple days ago. And it's like, this seems to make more sense to me of his talents. You know, these weird vocal things, like he can just go nuts. But the arbitrary changing of genre, and if it like reinforced the mood more, it would do something. But I had a difficult time coming away with any ideas about this outside of nihilism, honestly.
Well, I do know, to quote the Jeff, it's not a direct quote, but
I don't know how to like this.
Jeff Wagner, yeah, well, that too. But Jeff Wagner was kind of talking to Hunter, and Hunter again might join us for this
on Radical
episode.
Research podcast. If you haven't heard
from Radical Research, yep, great, friend Jeff Wagner, who just recently did the Voivod book, and we've had him on multiple episodes through the years. Good friend and all that stuff. But he kind of they were having an argument about California, the a band album we'll talk about later, and
their third record.
Hunter was kind of talking about the idea that, he's like, this is like a top 5 all-time record for me. And Wagner's like, oh, I really like this record a lot. There's songs that really do it for me. He says, I think what my issue has been, and I'm not putting words in your mouth, but perhaps you can relate to this. He says, Hunter, you're more interested in different genres of music than I am sometimes, is what Wagner was kind of saying. He says, I don't really have much interest in calypso. I don't really have much interest in, and he listed off like 4 or 5 of the genre mashes
lounge,
that happen. And Hunter was like, yeah, that makes sense. So he goes, and it's not that I love those things, but I'm maybe more open to like that chaos of that. Jeff's like, I still like Bungle, and I still love certain songs and certain records more than others. He says, but as they drifted further away from some of the foundational things for me, I could appreciate the art form of it, but it maybe some of the genres they were mashing were not things that were like hitting me still. And I was like, okay, that seems like a pretty fair take. And again, this is definitely a band that is not for everyone. They're really intellectually important. They have a cult following. They were a major label band, which is incredible. And we kind of talk about that and unpack that. I can't imagine
a lot of based off of the success of Faith No More.
Faith No More, yeah. But the fact that this was on Warner Brothers is really kind of incredible. And Mike Patton, good for him for leveraging all that he could to do this other project that he wanted to do. But it's it's like I what did I write? I said this is a band I've always loved, but I've always felt confounded by them in terms of unpacking them, in terms of especially for a Requiem setting. So like Jason Walton will kind of be like a little bit of a guide through some of that. He'll offer kind of his perspective. Mark will have his, I'll have mine, whatever. And
also I want to say right off the bat, I'm opinionated, and I am stubborn, and I don't understand everything the way everybody does. And I think, and Jason is a really diplomatic guy, and he wants to understand things. And sometimes things hold me back from it, but that's fine. We've got different views on it. You take a teacher point of view where you're like, what is all this about? And I'm just like, I don't care. I fucking hate it. It drives me nuts. Like, what are people hearing here? And you're digging down more in a academic sense of like, well, there's got to be something to it because other people that I respect like it. And I'm just mad about it.
Sure.
So I just want to start the show that way and give you a little bit of props for always being open-minded about things.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. I did come away. I was kind of searching around a little bit. I know obviously like bands like Dillinger Escape Plan and
which I like. I think they did what their chaos is what I can get behind. Yeah.
And that's the thing. I think a lot of people were influenced by Bungle, some in bad ways, and we'll get to those, and some in really good ways, like a Dillinger. Yeah. Corn. Things like that. But But I do think there's some really intriguing bands that like definitely like I think at the very least what Mr. Bungle maybe allowed as they were a major label band, and maybe we're putting the cart in front of the horse here because we're not to their debut yet for a little bit, but this idea that, because they were on a major label and because they had some Faith No More people and some other people that like were discovering them by accident simply because they just had major label resources, that it's kind of like one of those things like it's like what I talk about with like Revolution Number 9 with the Beatles, when I talk about the idea that 98% of Beatles fans hated that fucking song, like hated it. But what's interesting is the 2% that did like it, that went on to do something with those ideas. That's cool because they inspired this other like weird thing that's maybe not my thing, but like it's a thing, And I think Bungle's maybe not a band that, I'm not a musician, so I can't really relate to the complexity of I know they're good musicians, I can tell that, but like I don't know what the fuck they're doing a lot of the times, and sometimes it's like watching like an avant-garde or surrealist film. Like sometimes I'm annoyed, sometimes I'm into it, sometimes I'm just like I appreciate what they're trying to do, but I'm like I never have to watch this again. And I think that's how some people maybe get Bungle, and that's probably closer to where you're at. Like you can appreciate it from afar. It's just not anything that you want to engage with anymore. It doesn't really
it reminds
inspire
me of
you,
performance art.
Yeah,
because most performance art that I've seen personally or in other aspects of in movies in life, it always turns into somebody being annoying or nude, is what performance art seems to be.
Yeah.
So it's like, I get it. I get what you're trying to do here. But I wish there was other ideas attached to it that came through outside of just being like genre mashing or being like, obtuse or like making fun of Mr. Rogers, which, that it's very juvenile is what I find a lot of this to be.
Yeah. It is. And even Walton, who loves this band, he said sometimes the juvenile stuff in the early years doesn't hold up. And I agree. I think, I think it's a bunch of 18, 19, 20-year-olds that have access to all of the resources of Warner Brothers and are like living out all of their ideas in a weird way, right? They're like, oh my God, we could do this and we could do this and we could do this. And I think by the time they get to California, they do edit themselves and they've put together something that feels more listenable and more cohesive. And for whatever that is, like that may
fairly
work for
far
you,
away from
not,
metal.
They did. They're just doing kind of their own thing. I think Faith No More kind of did something similar. I think like Faith No More, as they like evolved, like had metallic moments, but like they just distanced themselves from any genre and just did what they're going to do. And that's cool.
That's fine with me if it works. If it's different, if it does, I don't know. It's tough to, because I'm thinking of like if metal bands, for instance, like if you could completely, like when PL was completely not a metal band and they were more of like a Depeche Mode kind of thing. I'm fine with people doing that, but it made sense. It made some sort of sense of why they did that. Like what is the lounge thing? What does that add to the picture to me?
I just think it's something Mike Patton was into. You know what I mean? And
that's the thing. It's honestly, a lot of this seems like where's one of my first thing I put down was where are we? Novelty, blah blah blah. It's like turning an international radio knob and landing on random shit.
Yeah.
And then you throw a blast beat in here. Like it's just like, okay. It was like stuff we were doing in high school on we would take comic books and we would read onto a tape player and we would dramatically reenact them but make them ridiculous. Like, that's what it feels like.
I think we could win with that idea, Mark. I don't know why we're not doing that on TikTok. I think we should create a whole TikTok page where we're just doing shit like that. Just see if it'll stick, No, I think these are all, I knew coming in that, you were probably going to offer up what I agree with almost all of your points. I just can see the other side of it too. I guess
I can, but I if I can't feel it, if I don't,
you're
I can intellectually understand.
Yeah.
all this shit. I can, same with movies. If it's like, okay, I understand what they're trying to do, but was it successful?
And you've always been more of a feel guy, and that's awesome.
That's the only way I can live my life, honestly.
That's why this works too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you take like an artist standpoint, and I take more like the teacher, whatever, the intellectual. But
you can
not
see
that.
other sides more than I see stuff through my lens, and that's what it is. And you're able to, I think, be a little bit more. I can see stuff from other people's perspective, but as far as touting something, if 5 people that I respect say they love it and I don't, I'm still not gonna say I like it.
Yeah. Well, and I think too, like there's other things like that they're drawing from, and I think like everybody's got like your avant-garde interests, we share a lot of them, I think in some ways, musically, like you got into free jazz a little bit later, but you got into it and you kind of like appreciate it. I don't know how much you pull that stuff out. I don't pull that stuff out very much, but I think there were
pull out Eiler and Sun Ra and some Coltrane here and there, and that's about it.
But Cecil Taylor and some of the other stuff, Pharoah Sanders, it's great, and I don't. I've
got a pretty extensive jazz collection, but it's like what really draws, what's pulling me in.
And so I think like there's that creates some level of tolerance, but I think also like I got into, and I don't think you really delved into it too much. Mike kind of turned me on to it. Our former record store manager, Mike Johnston. I got into some like avant-garde classical music for a while that Mike was kind of turning me on to, like
Takemitsu stuff, and
there's Morton Feldman and some of that, and I think you liked it, but I don't think you really invested much in it or bought it or whatever. You would hear it and dig it, but like there's some of that, and then I think Trevor Nod too got me into like a lot of noise stuff for a while, like AMM and some of that stuff. I don't listen to it much anymore, but I don't know. I feel like maybe there was like weird avenues that like set me up to like tolerate Bungle more or something. I don't know. And it's not like
it comes down to personal taste, honestly. It's
and I don't think it's like an endurance test. I just think it's like, I think there's like there's something kind of there. And again,
it's like if you had a more of a connection than I did initially in your teen years.
Yeah, Disco Volante was a really important record.
So, and I think Disco has some interesting songs that it doesn't fit as an album to me. I think there's like when they do stuff that's less, that's more moody, like the Techno Allah thing. Like that song seemed like I would prefer an album more like that.
Yeah, where it's like they just fully commit to an idea. Yeah, I can kind of get it. That's what California is for me, where it feels more seamless. It feels a little bit more, not the same, because it's not, but it's just like I can put California on around other people and not have them hate me. Whereas I could not put the first record on. I could not put Disco Volante on. People are going to be fucking angry, and it's going to annoy people, and it's going to like upset them. And maybe that's the point, but like it's, I don't know. So,
well, the first record reminds me of you've seen the Rocky Erickson documentary?
Long time ago. Yeah. Yep.
Where they go into his house and he's like, this is what my brain sounds like. And he turns on like the TV, the radio, 3 fans, all this other shit. And it's just all this dissonant stuff happening at the same time. And I feel like Patton has some type of like that it sounds it's like it's peaceful to him to hear this cacophony.
The cacophony. Yeah. And and here's the thing. I bet there are people on the Bungle side, diehards, who if we played like a Harriet record for would be like, fuck you. You know what I mean? Like there's like caustic black metal shit that we probably have just attuned ourselves to that again. And it is interesting, like where your tolerance comes from and what your background is and like what angle.
I mean, I could listen to an hour and a half of Abruptum. It's like, no problem.
Well, it's really interesting about the newer stuff, and just because we heard those last 2 songs there,
it's the most palatable thing they've done.
It's very palatable. It's very simplistic, and one of the things I was sort of thinking about, and I was mowing the front of the lawn before we did this episode, and I was kind of just thinking about some just thoughts were kind of rolling through, and I was like, this might be the most talented group of musicians playing the simplest music that I've ever heard on like the Raging Wrath of the Easter Bunny and this night they came home, because it's, you know, it's Trace Bruance, the good guitar player. It's Trevor Dunn, this incredible bass player. Mike Patton, this just versatile, you got Dave Lombardo, one of the greatest drummers, like Scotty Ian, one of the greatest rhythm guitarists.
Yeah.
And yet they're playing this 1986 demo kind of, and we'll hear more of this coming up. You might not have heard it with the Won't You Be My Neighbor and Hell Awaits Summer Breeze there, but that's the super group. It's this super group of amazing musicians. And what they've decided to do is re-record and play a lot of live versions of their very first demo when they were like 15. And they were just writing like simple, like thrash, death metal, 1985, 1986 riffs. And it's like the talent level of doing, it's almost like Queens of the Stone Age, where like Queens of the Stone Age whole theory on their first record was, can we write the dumbest, most simple songs with the most talent? And they did it. You know what I mean? It's a really interesting intellectual exercise. And again, I don't think I would want to hear them do another album like this, but like it'd be interesting to see it live and to see like these musicians who are at the top of their form doing like this really simple art. I don't know.
I think for Patton too, like all the guys, honestly, like that's probably what they imagined it sounding like.
Yeah,
they were kids, and they were like, if we get, let's make this sound like Lombardo. Let's have this fucking rhythm guitar, sound like Ian. Like this would be fucking incredible. Like it's a cool postmodern exercise.
Yeah,
to do this. But it seems pretty far away from.
Yeah, it's way far.
What their trajectory was.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're still technically
don't think
a recording band, but they still do shows. But
yeah, I think they're just it's like friends coming together on occasion to do something.
And I get it. It's fun. I mean, I would any reason to hang out and play music with Scott Ian or Lombardo. Like,
oh my God,
I'd go watch Lombardo change his oil. Like I don't like he's like in my top 2 drummers.
Yep. Yeah, him and probably like Pert or something like that.
And like the stuff that he was doing with Phantomas and some of Patton's other shit. Like honestly, his other stuff outside of the 2 core bands, I think I enjoy more at this point in my life.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I always thought you were a bigger Faith No More guy, but I'm
a Jim Martin guy.
Okay. So the first few, yeah, got it.
Because I was thinking about that today. Like, why does some of the early Faith No More shit still hold up? Is because it was all these people doing disparate things and somehow it worked.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like they were like he was just like, I'm gonna play thrash riffs, and then Roddy Bottom's like, I'm just gonna do whatever the fuck I want. Yeah. And like Gould was doing the same. Like it was just all over the place, but it worked somehow.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. And I think that's probably, maybe how people, the diehards for Bungle probably feel about Bungle is they kind of love the sort of disparate ideas of all these kind of like really talented guys coming together. And,
but all of them were disparate.
What's that?
All of those guys are disparate. They didn't stick to any one thing.
Yeah.
Either. And like, it seemed like they were all on the same wavelength as far as like whatever happens. It wasn't like, okay, I'm holding this part down, and then we're going to make these songs like it or not kind of thing.
Yeah. Yeah. So my first experience was seeing Kerry King singing Squeeze Me Macaroni on the Live Intrusion VHS that I had from Slayer. And I remember I was really young when Faith No More came out. I didn't buy the real thing when it came out because I was still in elementary school. So I liked the Epic video, but I wasn't one of those that went out and bought it. And I certainly was not clever enough to have paid attention to the t-shirt that Mike Patton was wearing in that video. I hadn't bought a Metallica record yet. Right. Like I was still very, buying, hair metal and whatever stuff. So it didn't really synthesize in my brain. I'm sure maybe I saw the cover of Mr. Bungle when I went to buying cassette tapes and all that sort of stuff. But it was essentially a blind buy from Columbia House. It was the album of the month, and Columbia House was Disco Volante.
Or if you didn't send it back, you had to pay for it.
But I think like I bought into it because like they just sold me on it. They made it sound really interesting, and they were like, oh, there's some like death metal parts and this and that. And I was just starting by 95 to like, tap my foot in. And by then I think I had Angel Dust. I had gotten that in cassette tape and went back and got Real Thing. And I was like, oh, this seems interesting. And it was pretty visceral for my 10th grade brain, but we did spend a lot of time trying to figure that record out. Like me and Grindcore Coon, who old Requiem people will know, being on some of our early episodes, my Chris Dick growing up, like he was in the same grade as me, and my kind of metal friend who we went through a lot of discoveries the way Mark and Chris did. Yeah. And, another one of my buddies, Tweed, we would like sit and try and figure that record out. And it was sort of like this intellectual exercise. Like I think we were spreading our wings the way you guys were with like, oh, black metal, death metal. Like this was like a record like that for us to be like, I don't understand it, but like there's something here. We like certain parts of it. There were certain songs we kind of like. So I don't know. It was just really kind of an interesting gateway in. I don't know if I had bought the first one. I don't know what I would have thought, like I don't know if that would have made me more of a long-term fan or like I would have checked out and maybe not checked out Disco Volante afterwards. I have no idea. So what was your kind of background? Like, how did you encounter them? Were there people you were hanging out with that were more into Bungle and that sort of stuff as you were coming up?
Well, Faith No More, I got in '89, and I still have, my parents gave me all this crap back from like school related stuff, and I actually we had a poetry project in 89. I was
it 10th grade? Because that's when I did my
poetry. I was probably
project.
9th.
Okay. We had a poetry project in 10th grade English.
So yeah. So I did like, what the hell song? I gotta look at the track listing real quick. I think it was where are we at? Zombie Eaters.
Yeah, great
no,
song.
I did Surprise You're Dead.
Oh, okay. There you go.
As a poetry project that I did in calligraphy.
Nice.
I'll have to find it again, scan it in, put it out there. But I was a big, like, Living Color, and, this is like right before, at this point I was listening to, Metallica and Megadeth and Queensryche a little bit with, shit that was on the radio. Guns N' Roses. This is like the year before, like, or maybe months before getting into death metal.
Yeah.
So I remember Faith No More was that was, definitely the entry point. And then Bungle was probably, I remember seeing it quite a bit. I don't think I checked it out until, early 2000s.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So I didn't really, or not early, no, late 90s probably, not early 2000s. And I was just like, yeah, it's fine, whatever, it's cool. I'm not, I get it, This is like the less palatable version of what this might be. But there was never a whole lot of, I didn't spend much time with it. It just it never really kind of did much for me. The Faith No More stuff was always, I think it was easier for me to, I connected to it, I think, better just because like
it's easier to connect with.
It's easier to connect with, but also, just like, the Bungle stuff just seemed like noise in the background. Mm-hmm. It didn't seem like anything that pulled me in. It didn't interest me. It didn't make me feel, I don't know, like wanting to delve in more. And I guess I get later on, I kind of, I get what's going on, but it's never been it's always been a real periphery thing for me.
Sure. Yeah. No, that's a fair take,
Yeah.
So let's get into it. A little bit of background. So the band was basically formed out of the ashes of two other bands, a really horrible gothic metal band where the guitarist was Trey Spruance and the original drummer Jed Watts came from Bungle, and then a Metallica cover band with Mike Patton as vocalist and bassist Trevor Dunn. They almost called the band Summer Breeze, but they opted for the main character from the 1959 educational film Beginning Responsibility, Lunchroom Manners, which you heard a clip from their kind of Pee-wee kind of making reference to. And
yeah,
actually
you can find it on YouTube if you want to watch the full thing.
There's actually there'll be some clips in the first record, I believe. Yeah, it will be on I think the end of Love Is a Fist and maybe My Ass Is on Fire. Both have little bits from the actual PSA. They started as a death metal band and then started to add like other influences. They were really into like Madness, like Our House and some of that early ska kind of stuff that was sort of going on. And Trevor Dunn basically said, he goes, yeah, after about a year, we got tired of playing speed metal and wanted to do something a little more creative. So we just stopped and started writing our own style of music, which was influenced by bands like Camper Van Beethoven, Oingo Boingo, Bad Manners, and kind of funky ska-oriented stuff. Trey goes on, he says, half the audience hated us, but there was definitely a joy in confronting that wall between styles. And he even talked about how Patton basically had to teach the ska stroke, the skanking upstroke, to Trey on guitar. So it was Patton that sort of brought that in a little bit.
That's another reason why I'm not really a fan, is I'm not a huge ska. I'm not.
For sure.
I detest
I'm not either. Yeah,
ska.
I'm not either. Yes, trust me.
I'm much more open to like reggae music. But ska music is just like, oh my God, I just can't go there.
Yep. We're actually, we're on the right path with all that. Don't worry. So I was going to share this. This was really cool. I found an interview, I think with Trey, and I'm trying to remember where the interview actually came from. It was from like 2016. So it was about Halloween. They were kind of talking about horror movies and kind of like other stuff in it. And I thought this was pretty cool because they sort of talked about the background a little bit. And the interviewer basically says, I always imagine, because they're from Eureka, California, all right, is where all these guys kind of grew up. And he says, I always imagine Eureka to be like the setting of Stephen King's It and Mr. Bungle to be the kids battling their own demon clown. Can you understand the analogy? And so Trey says, I don't know the It material, but I think I sort of know what you mean. The thing is, every now and then, while we were driving around aimlessly as teenagers, blasting Sodoms obsessed by cruelty at 3 a.m., Patton and I would run across these redneck carnivals popping up overnight on the periphery of town in the middle of nowhere. We called them satanic carnivals due to their unexplained phantasmic arrival and their pointless neon lights no one was around to appreciate as they sparkled up against the dreary fog. The next night when they'd be open, we'd actually go to these goddamn things. There was certainly a malice to the toothless meth heads running the barely functioning rides, and the fights that would break out among drunken loggers and various shades of hashers could get pretty dark, but it was all pretty standard fare, no evil clowns. The other thing is that Mike and Trevor were pretty well adjusted and well liked by their peers. Prior to high school, I had a really different experience than them. I went to a different junior high school, the worst imaginable, really, where I was regularly stuffed into garbage cans, humiliated, beat up, all that shit. My older brother and I spoke with good grammar, so in the backwoods post-pioneer California of failed enterprise, Indian massacres, domestic abuse, Calvinism, good old boy white supremacist networks, and lots of meth, my brother and I, with our standard American English, Devo, Beach Boys, and velour shirts, were surely in for some kind of reckoning. And yes, it came. My brother actually ditched half a year at that fucked up school. It got so bad. You wouldn't even call it bullying. It was a bit more colorful than that. Kids were hanging cats from ropes and cutting their bellies open and flinging them around like a helicopter so their guts would fly out all over the basketball area. Hijinks like that were pretty everyday there, and that was really just a reflection of the neighborhood. Like all economically depressed places, the ghetto madness sometimes emerges in surprisingly macabre forms. A block from the school in front of early bass player John Law's house, a guy got macheted with both his hands cut off and the skin of his face pulled right off his skull. I mean, if I was going to tell you gruesome Eureka stories from those days, we'd be here for 100 pages. But to wrap it up for relevance, the school was condemned while I was there and I had to transfer. Thank God. And things improved for me. And that's when I met Mike and Trevor a few years later under very different circumstances at Eureka High School, a comparative paradise. So I think he kind of gets into us. He says, I think the curious should understand that the long death of the pulp logging industry in Eureka was, in terms of economic impact, a lot like the death of the steel and car industries in Detroit in the greater Rust Belt. socially, it wasn't as much about a bunch of dumb hicks bullying people as much as the whole thing was about the bottom dropping out of an economy, leaving people desperate. Some of them faced with zero prospects and a pretty dreary and hard-ass landscape were definitely fucking losing it. Not everyone. And half of the crazy people around ended up being very, very benevolent characters in our personal stories, including the character we'd privately dubbed Mr. Bungle before we had a band name. And he just kind of talks a little bit about this idea that the sort of environment of Eureka sort of shaped them a little bit. And he says, I guess none of us in Mr. Bungle can deny the debt we owe to that hellhole and the few extraordinary mentors we found there. One thing is for sure, jokey hyperbole about evil clowns isn't the way anyone should think about Eureka. He says, by the way, in terms of cinema, the late mid-'80s high school era culture we all come from is pretty well represented in the film River's Edge. He says, it's the closest I've seen. I really feel like that movie actually, and you and I watched River's Edge at my house one time, remember?
Yeah.
And it's pretty fucking bleak if you've never seen River's Edge. Has Slayer and Hallows Eve on the soundtrack. Pretty cool soundtrack. But I thought that narrative into the sort of like mindset was unique. I came across that interview on like I think a Faith No More website or something. And I just, you and I can't relate because Mount Pleasant was definitely better than that. But that idea of being in kind of like a middle of nowhere kind of town and finding each other and finding other people like you to avoid all of that, the sort of energy of that. And it probably shaped some of the weird fucking ideas that these guys kind of came up with in a strange way. And like all these disparate interests coming together. And I don't know. I don't know if it really.
I think it's a pretty, I guess I was mercilessly bullied in junior high as well.
Yeah, same.
And like, I think junior high is the worst possible time for, like, high school was a different story because I figured things out.
Yeah.
But like, that was just, it was awful. But I can see a band like Korn taking and like romanticizing what Bungle was trying to do or was trying to express. They romanticized it more as this kind of knuckle dragging dummy thing to me, where Bungle tried to turn it into something that was trying to actually express the feelings they were probably trying to work through.
Well, it's really interesting to hear the evolution that these guys had, because I don't think I know Patton will talk a little bit about it. We've got some clips with him talking to the comedian Eric Andre, who hosted the Eric Andre show on Comedy Central and Cartoon Network, and he's a huge metal guy. He's into Napalm and all this other stuff, but I don't think these guys had a lot of training. I think one of the guys might have been in band, like in high school, but I think a lot of this is kind of somewhat self-taught, which makes the genre mashing and musicianship, because these guys are in a certain realm are progressive, right? Like they are doing a certain type of like maybe obnoxious prog rock, but Zappa, for whatever you want to say about him, had some progressive elements to him, or Beefheart or some of these other guys, because they're so avant-garde and abstract. And it's really interesting. They're self-taught, I think, a lot of it. And I might be wrong on that. So, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure as I came across this, like when they first worked with Zorn on the first Bungle record, he's like running them through how to like improvise. And he's really like, it was really hard. I'll read from some interviews with Zorn and some of the guys, because I think that's a really fascinating insight into the influence that such a weird musician like Zorn had on like this group of like young, immature teenagers, right? Who clearly had talent and had ideas, but he's like pushing them to like do, like to up their game, because like where they go from the Raging Wrath to the first Bungle is pretty extraordinary from a musical standpoint. It's like, whoa, I didn't know that.
They're probably in their mid-20s when they did that first Bungle record with Zorn, weren't they?
I'll have to look it up when we go to break or whatever, because I can't remember how young they were. Because I know Patton, when he was recruited on
the first record is 93. I think he was 20 on the first Faith No More record.
91. And I think he was like 18 or 19 when he was recruited to Faith No More. So I think they're like 15, 16, 14 when they're doing these demos in like 86, 87. I think he's
that's pre-Zorn, isn't it?
Yeah. They meet Zorn in 90. And so I think, but they meet Zorn right after Real Thing, so like that's like all happening when they're like 21, like pretty young, pretty influential. So Yeah, I think if they're in their mid-20s, it's maybe different, but I think he had a pretty big influence on them because they were so impressionable and so inexperienced in what they were doing,
Yeah, because
So,
Patton's almost 60 now.
okay.
He's 58.
Yeah, I think he was very young when he did Real Thing, like 18, 19 years old or something like that. I remember reading that. So, so once they start to delve into this, what starts to influence them? And I think one of the bands that I think, and I definitely hear in them, and this is kind of what they listed as some of their influences, but I hear a ton of Dead Kennedys. And so like that kind of weird, I don't want to say, juvenile, but like definitely that sick, twisted sort of sense of humor of mixing some of that things. They're definitely doing that. And I think the genre mashing, right? Especially those later day Kennedy's records had like all kinds of weird surf and other, kind of
doing
different
versions
things.
Of Rawhide and shit. And,
yeah, just doing stuff like that. Bad Brains, the Fishbone, clearly another kind of funky ish band. Devo, which I've been really into Devo a lot lately, and I can kind of hear that with, especially like what Trey and Trevor are kind of doing. They love Rush, Masha Vishnu Orchestra, especially when we get to California. But I think it's there in a lot of their production choices, and some of that is they love like mid '60s Beach Boys. That's like a huge kind of part. Burt Bacharach, Tom Jones, they love crooners.
The Turtles at all?
I'm sure, because that's got some crooning kind of aspects. They love film scores. I mean, that's been a big part of Mike Patton's thing. John Barry, Ennio Morricone, Bernard Herrmann, Nino Rota, who did the Godfather films, Carpenter. They love Funkadelic. They love Voivod. They love Sodom. They love Swans. A big band for them was Cardiacs. Do you know those guys? Kind of? Yeah. They're a band I kind of got into 10 years ago or whatever. But I think Napalm would shout them out and stuff.
That's right. Shane's always wearing a Cardiac shirt.
Yeah, they're kind of like a Chameleons kind of band or something.
Yeah, friend Sean Knight, who's in Child Bite and a handful of other things, he actually worked on a book, like an art book about them
the Cardiacs
in the last handful of years. Yeah,
that's sweet. Yeah, Beef Art, obviously. Scott Walker, Zappa, tons of free jazz, John Zorn, the Melvins, Birthday Party, stuff like that. So like those were like all the influences that they kind of listed as being like core. And I can kind of, when you mix all that together, you kind of get it. But it doesn't necessarily, as you will say, like not all that stuff maybe should be mixed together. That's probably the line in the sand for people. Like, some of that stuff belongs in its own camp for a reason, perhaps.
Well, I don't know how genre mashing, I don't know how often it works successfully for me.
Yeah.
It's a novelty that you can, make 4 different types of music, work together. But scientifically, if it's in the same, if it's in 4/4, you can figure out, or in the same key, you could figure out how to make the stuff work. Like, with the, what the fuck's the guy's name now? That we did an episode last year or 2 years ago.
The
mashup guy.
Yeah, Bill McClintock, my boy.
McClintock, was explaining some of that stuff. Like, it's in a certain key, it's in a certain time signature. You can make this stuff work together.
Yeah, and these guys do a lot more of like the stuff that Velvets do with some of like the atonal things at times, or microtonal things, or they're bending things to make it work, and it doesn't always work. I mean, there's definitely, they play in the realm of sour notes. Fit. Yeah. No, I think that's
work is a language. That's a term that's on everybody on their own.
Yeah, I agree. So Bungle started playing their first shows. They brought in a guy named Theo Lengel on saxophone and keyboards in November of '85, and they released their first demo, "The Raging Wrath of the Easter Bunny." It was recorded Easter of '86. And you'll hear some stuff from that here in a moment, but I'll kind of just go through the rest of this. Let's see. The original, they recorded at Jed Watt's parents' house with one mic in the middle of the room. Trey basically said, he goes, "I remember Jed messed up one part in Raping Your Mind towards the end of the song, and instead of fixing it or doing the song again, we just overdubbed Patton screaming over that part with the thought that I could mix his scream super loud and no one would notice." And no one ever complained. So again, very, very primitive.
That's classic. That's, Repulsion did that multiple times on Horrified. Dave would miss a cue, and Scott would just put a scream in there, and nobody knows the difference.
That's it. That's it. Fix some mistakes. Let's see. Next couple demos, 87. They do Bowl of Chile. That's got more ska and jazz and swing and funk. Allmusic.com, a guy I used to write for AllMusic, Brad Torreno. He basically said essentially the sound of some very talented teenagers trying to make their love of jazz and ska come together in whatever way they can, and that's probably the easiest way of describing it. In 88, they record the demo "God Damn It, I Love America," but before their fourth demo, that's when Patton gets recruited to sing for Faith No More, based off the Bungle demos. And that's when they put out.
He was 20 in 88.
20? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So pretty young. Yep. So he gets recruited in 88 and joins the band. And they put out, obviously, Real Thing in 89. And that's also when they put out the fourth demo from Bungle. And that's the OU 818. And that's where they've got a tenor sax player named Clinton McKinnon. And that's when they bring in their drummer, Danny Heifetz, who will be on all the studio records, minus the newer stuff with Lombardo or whatever. So yeah, that's kind of gets us sort of to this sort of era. So basically what we're going to hear is they re-record this Raging Wrath of Easter Bunny. They put it out in 2020. They brought in, like you said, Scotty Ian.
God, was that long ago?
Yeah, it's kind of wild.
6 years ago?
Yep.
Jesus.
And then that live album came out a year later, and that's the last thing they've really done. But
okay.
Yeah,
man, years go by quickly, don't they?
Dude, I know. Like I said, I'm trying to remember when I put these show notes together. I feel it was like 2021 or something like that. You know, it was like right after that live.
I've been talking about it for a while. I've been holding this thing back for a while.
That's okay. Hey, just happy to pull the trigger, man, and have some good combo. But yeah, so we're going to hear Raping Your Mind, and this is a re-recording. Originally, I was going to play the demo version, but I was like, fuck it, who cares? It's just the demo. No one cares. And this sounds, as I think Mark said,
sounds a lot better.
The way the band wanted it to sound, you know, in their brains and stuff like that.
I think that's a cool intellectual exercise to be able, if I had the option for, you know, musicians I really respected that were at their peak when I did my demo, and I could get those guys to play, why would you not?
Oh yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yep. And so we'll hear the Raping Your Mind, and then we'll hear just one other actual official demo track, because I think it shows their progress. And it's from the OU 818 from 89, and it's Mr. Nice Guy. And this kind of feels like the beginning of the Bungle we're going to hear on the debut evolving here. It's got some kind of weird thrashisms that appear in spots, and it's a little more tame than what we've heard on some of this other stuff. And Trey's solo, speaking of Living Color, really reminds me of Vernon Reid. It's got kind of that realm. And I think Faith No More and Living Color had a lot in common. And I'm sure they were, those bands of that late 80s, and King's X and some of those other bands. Yeah, we're kind of doing some different stuff there. So, and we'll hear from Jason Walton for the first time. And Jason Walton, of course, those of you who maybe don't know, is from the band Agalloch. He's also was in Sculptured and Karada, and he also hosts his own podcast that he'll introduce and talk about all those things. But he's kind of a Bungle expert and a Mike Patton expert. So he was the impetus for doing all this. So we kind of reached out to him a little bit. And then, like I said, we'll hear from a brief clip from the Eric Andre, Mike Patton kind of conversation that's kind of happening. And then we'll come back and talk about some more. So we're going to hear Raping Your Mind from the Raging Wrath of the Easter Bunny from 2020 version. And then Mr. Nice Guy from the OU 818 demo from 1989. Awesome. Well, we are currently joined by yet another Jason. So 2-for-1 special this episode. And this is Jason Walton from many bands, Agalloch, Moonbladder. Why don't you just kind of give a basic introduction perhaps for people who maybe are just arriving because of Mr. Bungle and have no idea about some of the things that you're involved in, I suppose.
Sure. Yeah. Like you said, I'm Jason Walton, best known for being the bass player for Agalloch, but also in the dark electronic project Moonbladder. I am a podcaster. I am a composer.
Podcasts for people.
Yeah.
There's probably a crossover here,
Yeah, for sure. My podcast is called I Hate Music. I think we're in our 9th year. It is me and my co-host Nick Woos, and we have interviews. We discuss going to shows. We discuss different topics around music. We talk about our lives. It's just kind of a casual thing, but it's a lot of fun. You can hear that anywhere where podcasts are. Nice. But I'm in a ton of different projects, from metal to ambient to noise to doom, all that stuff. And I've been doing it for a very long time, and super stoked to be here.
Yeah, and kind of that diversity of project choices, I think, is like the perfect reason why, this is an episode you and I have been kind of talking about for quite a few years, since we talked to MDF. Sure. And you reached out to me and you're like, I'd love to kind of sit in and do this with you. And we initially were actually going to pull the trigger a few years ago, and then some like kind of things were like crossfires and all kinds of stuff sort of happened. And then we sort of put it on the back burner. So I'm really happy for you to be here and to join us and stuff. So we appreciate it indeed.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm honored to be thought of for this topic.
Yeah, no. So when did you discover Mr. Bungle, and what were your initial thoughts, I guess, and impressions, as we kind of introduce ourselves into this?
Sure. Well, I can't talk about my introduction to Mr. Bungle without mentioning Faith No More.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I'll briefly touch on Faith No More, but I discovered them kind of when most people my age did, with the Epic video. I believe that was, don't fact check me on this shit, but I feel like I think the Epic video, dropped a year or so after the album was actually released, maybe even 2, I can't remember. So it was their newest album, but it wasn't like new. It was just like they were finally getting the exposure they deserved. And in retrospect, Epic is not my favorite song, but it was this moment that was so different than what I was used to. Mm-hmm. And I don't want to get into the rap metal thing because I feel like that's inappropriate and it doesn't really apply. But like that song, it was a different statement at that time. Mm-hmm. And so I had to check out the Real Thing record, and it changed my life in so many ways. So getting to Bungle, then, there again, I want to say the first Bungle record was released maybe a year or so after the Real Thing, if I remember correctly.
It's 91, 92. No.
Is it? Yes. Okay. Yeah. Thanks for the facts. I'm not good at worries.
True brain,
Yeah, for sure. But I vividly remember it, actually. I was a huge Faith No More fan, and I'm like, I got to check out this Mr. Bungle band that Patton is in. And so when that record was released, a self-titled record, my friend Ladd and I, we drove to the only record store in town in Bozeman, Montana, and I got the cassette. And I remember opening it up, and it had like the clown on the cover and all this. And I'm like, this is weird. And I'm looking at the song titles. I'm like, this is weird. And I remember putting it in his car. And if you remember, there's a huge silent gap before quote unquote. And we were like messing with the volume. We're like, fuck, the tape is fucked up. Like, what's going on? And my friend Ladd is driving, and we're driving out of the parking lot of Hastings. And then it's just the shattering glass, and it scared the fuck out of both of us. I think we both like screamed a little bit because by this point, we're just like fucking with the volume so much. And actually, that was the least scary part of that record. I mean, the harmonies and the melodies on quote unquote Travolta, whatever you want to call it, like the keyboard lines, like all the weird, like kind of like staccato ska moments there, the lyrics. I mean, in my opinion, that's some of Patton's like best lyrical work. Like, yeah, sure, it's super immature, but just like the rhyming schemes, just like otherworldly. And that was, I think, the first record I ever really purchased where I just felt like I didn't know what the fuck was going on. And it took me multiple listens to ingest. And honestly, I got a reissue of that record on vinyl 2 years ago. And on the vinyl copy, I heard stuff on there that I've never heard before. And we're talking, 2.5 decades after it's released, I'm still hearing new stuff. Absolutely revolutionary record for me. I think for a lot of people, still stands the test of time. The songwriting, the composition is just unmatched. And Mr. Bungle has been like a North Star for me ever since.
Have you had experienced much like avant or experimental music prior to the encounter? Like, was there anything in your wheelhouse that could prepare you for it, or was that like a gateway for you, perhaps?
It was definitely a gateway. I was familiar with some avant-garde stuff, but it wasn't really anything that I latched onto. I can't recall anything that I was super into before that was experimental. But now I'm kind of known as being the experimental guy, and it really is. It's that moment. It was, the first record, and then of course Disco Volante it blew my world open in so many ways. But not really. It was like I was almost always looking for that, and I could never find it done the way I wanted it to be done. I grew up listening to hard rock and pop, and then moved into metal. Then I got into punk. Then I got into thrash. Then I got into death metal. I skipped over trad metal completely. But the whole Bungle Faith No More thing was like so out of left field for me. I was into alternative. I was into grunge. I was into all this stuff, but like that was so different for me. And I'd never heard anybody do that, like stop on a dime, genre hopping type shit. And it's what I needed. Like I was already getting sick of verse, chorus, solo, bridge, verse, chorus, all that. And I'm still sick of it. It's like, I need something. I don't have ADHD. I don't have a short attention span. I always crave things that are new and challenging. And I really believe that first Bungle record was the first record that truly challenged me as a listener.
So it's sort of almost like reprogrammed you a little bit and kind of gave you like a new template to sort of think about. Yeah.
100%. And Disco Volante even more so. Disco Volante is a blueprint for me. I've made records where I'm like, I want this record to not sound like it, obviously, but like I want it to be as impactful as Disco Volante. I want it to challenge me and the listener as much as Disco Volante. Of course, I've failed every time, but it's a blueprint for me. I can't even tell you how many times I've listened to that record, how I've tried to dissect it, understand it. It still gives and it takes. All the Bungle records, they take my sanity, they take my sleep. They're all consuming for me.
We're re-recording shit, from our teenage years that never really saw the light of day.
Right.
And so that's why we decided, like, let's call it a demo.
I love that.
Which it is.
Yeah.
No, like this is not something that was a real record.
Did you guys did you pass it out as a demo? Did you send it to metal labels? Did you send it to
yes.
You did?
Yeah. But nobody liked it. Nobody liked it.
Yeah.
Because it was a little goofy, it was definitely it had thrash metal, death metal, whatever, in it, but it was still a little bit goofy.
Yeah.
And metal labels were not into that. Like,
right.
They just we had no there were no outlets for us. Like none.
Right.
I sat around and thought about the things we used to do. It really meant a lot to me. You mean a lot to me.
I really mean that much to you?
Yeah.
Smiling. Hey, fuck, quit
Mr. Bungle, or would you rather I put it on your bill?
Oh, that's fine. Thank you, Carl. Well, I must say, though, I have to go now. Yes, but I must say, honey,
And you will give me the account for my new agency, Mr. Bungle.
I can't say it hasn't been fun.
Son of a bitch.
I want to look at you. I sit around and thought about the things we used to do. God fucking damn it. I'm closing my eyes, man. I sat around and thought about the things we used to do. It really meant a lot to me. You mean a lot to me.
I really mean that much to you.
I'll just do that now. Close your eyes, it helps. Again? The whole fucking thing? Shit.
I sat
How did you meet? Did you guys all meet each other? How did Mr. Bungle meet? Did you guys all meet in high school? Were you guys like in math class together?
Yeah, well, more or less, yeah. Trevor and Trey were in like jazz band, and I was fascinated with them because they knew more about music than I did. Like, I'm not a studied guy. You are a studied guy. You went to fucking Berkeley, right?
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, but you did.
Berkeley College of Waste Your Money Music. I sure did.
Well, but you did, and I didn't do that. I didn't go down that path, and I was the one in the band that was like the unstudied, crazy one. Band reunions suck. Okay.
Yeah.
They do. All right. We know that. And we were like, how can we do it different? And this was our way of doing it, meaning we're going to re-record and put out shit and tour shit that nobody's ever heard.
Yeah.
So it was very...
Is this the shit you guys wrote in high school?
Yes. Yeah.
This is the high school...
Yes. Yeah.
Writings reported today.
1986, I would say. Like right around the time we were graduating from high school. And that's the music we wrote then. And
Where'd you go to high school?
Humboldt County, baby.
So you were just smoking weed, listening to Napalm Death.
I wish. I mean, I was listening to Napalm Death, but I wasn't smoking weed. Like, we were straight
You
edge.
still got.
You are a bold and courageous person, afraid of nothing. High on hilltop near your home, there stands a dilapidated old mansion. Some say the place is haunted, but you don't believe in such myths. One dark and stormy night, a light appears in
Because we are going to play a couple of those songs just as a historical documentation. But do you have any thoughts on like those kind of demos and the quality, or if any songs kind of hold up to you, or is it just more of a, hey, every band's got demos and you just kind of
yeah, that's a good question too. So first off, like I do enjoy the demos for the most part. I think the demos do show the Mr. Bungle that is to come. I think that Mr. Nice Guy is one of the best Mr. Bungle songs ever written. I think it was meant to be on the debut and it just didn't make the cut, but it's a great song. And if there are Bungle fans out there that haven't heard it, I'm sure it's on YouTube or, something like that. But I want to say that was on OU818, if I remember correctly, but I could be wrong. Balachiley and OU818, I mean, they're great. They have their moments. They're not fully formed Bungle, but that's the purpose of a demo. Raging Wrath is interesting. It's a great thrash record. I mean, you can tell that Trey is going to be a hell of a composer later on. They're not something I listen to. I haven't listened to those demos in a really long time. But as a Mr. Bungle fanatic, they are a great document to see what's going to happen with Bungle. And of course, later on, they do the re-recording of Raging Wrath, which is, I've got mixed opinions and mixed feelings about that whole thing, but it really does showcase what a well-written demo that was. I mean, those guitar riffs are pretty crazy.
Some metallic gems there for sure.
Yeah, definitely. So I definitely appreciate it. And I would have loved to have heard Mr. Bungle circa 91 do a version of Mr. Nice Guy. That'd be really cool.
So we're going to hear, as we go to the set, Jason Walton and Eric Andre are going to introduce us. Then we're going to hear from the Raging Wrath of the Easter Bunny, Raping Your Mind. Then from the OU818 demo, Mr. Nice Guy. We hear a couple of more clips from Eric Andre and Mike Patton chatting. Then we'll finish with two more songs from that early era, from the Raging Wrath of Easter Bunny. But instead, we'll hear the live versions from the night they came home, which I think sound better live than actual on there. So we'll hear Anarchy, Up Your Anus, and Bungle Grind. And then we'll hear from Walton one more time.
Boom. We can just go right back into it because the way they've been doing, they set up the recording on this. Instead of stopping it and making individual ones, I just download one huge thing, and then I look at the waveform and see where the dead stops are, and I just cut it apart again, so we can just start up whenever.
Okay. You just heard Bungle Grind, Anarchy Up Your Anus, both from the Night They Came Home live record from 2021. Then we heard Mr. Nice Guy from the OU 818 demo. And we started things off with Raping Your Mind from the Raging Wrath of the Easter Bunny. And so not a whole lot.
OU 818 obviously is a Van Halen reference.
Van Halen reference. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Exactly.
Just wanted to make sure.
Yes. OU 818. There's probably some pun there. OU8. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, so the Anarchy Up Your Anus, just like kind of a
happens sometimes,
Yeah, it happens. Yeah. And again, you can kind of see that the juvenile stuff is right there. These, when they wrote this demo in 86, they're like 18, 17, something like that. Yeah. And so, but you get all these guys re-recording these, and I think some of the riffs on like Bungle Grind are pretty cool. Like I would have loved to have heard this back in like 86, 87. It would have been cool, right? They would have been kind of like seen as more progenitors of that scene, I think, a little bit, the sort of in between thrash and death metal thing that was kind of starting to happen with Possessed and some of the Slayer and some of those
Here's the thing. This is something when I was doing the notes for this, is there any bands that you're really into that are comedic, that lean on that comedic edge? Because I can't really think of a whole lot outside of like wordplay, like Melvins can, but they're overall like musically, they're not like Calliope, stuff. Like I can't think of a whole lot of bands that I take seriously that have a comedic edge to them.
Yeah, I think you're onto something.
And I think that's a lot of my problem with it. Even if you're, like fucking immortal, like it's cartoon bullshit, but they're serious about it.
Yeah,
they don't come across as like it's Dr. Demento. Like Weird Al, I loved as a kid. I get
grow with Weird Al,
the comedy, but like with heavier music, it always seemed kind of like anachronistic to the whole thing. Like. So it probably it makes a lot of sense why they did it. But it didn't catch for me.
You and I were never like really into like AC or that kind of stuff. I think there was
I liked Morbid Florist, but that was also just purely, I think it was just a novelty. Yeah. Anal Cunt was a novelty.
People really took it seriously though. There was some like diehard AC fans, I guess I thought like things like Mortician were kind of funny at the time, but I think,
but they played it serious. They didn't play it for fun, for laughs. Like when you play it for laughs, I can't think of a band that I know that does that really like I'm drawn to. Like I think Monty Python when I was a kid, but like what bands are doing that? It's like it's not a real common thing.
I don't know. I think maybe on the first record they might say that there is definitely a comedic aspect that's there.
It's like absurdist.
I don't know if they would paint themselves that way. You know what I mean? Like there's a song called like Stub a Dub on the first record that's like about the family dog dying and how to deal with that grief. And it's like buried in that record. You know what I mean? It's like it's like they're doing things that are serious in like a cocoon of things that maybe don't come across that way, and maybe that's the art form. Maybe that works.
It's couched, couched in humor.
Yeah,
because they can't handle if you're going to do a song, like trying to do something that's trying to emotionally understand or deal with losing somebody, and you do it in a comedic way, that's a very specific choice to make. And I don't think I would make if I was mourning my grandmother, I don't think I would do a goofy song or a tongue-in-cheek song about it. It's like a really specific choice they made.
I guess it would be the question of whether they saw it as tongue-in-cheek. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like they might have been deadly serious about what they were trying to do.
Lyrics and song titles and things like, it's like, it's absurdist.
Sure.
Up and down, but.
Yeah. like Squeeze Me Macaroni, for example, you know, it's like
it sounds like a Weird Al polka.
Sure, and they're putting it like in the context of double entendres of like food and sex, you know. But like I don't know. I think in their eyes, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they were setting out to do. I don't know. I think I know by the time they get to California, and we have a lot to talk about when we get to California, especially the lyrics, because I think the lyrics are the sneaky MVP of that record. It's a really dark, fucked up record, and I'll talk about it when we get there. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, Disco Volante, they've got songs about being bullied in school, and they've got like there's stuff there. I just don't know if it's like every other, you know, it's like is every other song like serious and every other song is just like they're having fun or they're just doing some exercise, some intellectual exercise. And I think that's like
it seems like they're trying to work through some fucking mental shit.
And maybe, yeah. Maybe it's the sound of like, you know, mentally unhinged people, you know, like, and that's like the brain waves of like you said, that Roxy Erickson quote, you know, like that's a really, really interesting insight. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know. You know, Mike Patton is a really interesting guy. I think he's a guy that thinks a lot about stuff, but I also think he's somebody that just goes with a lot of his instincts and whatever he's into at the time.
Yeah.
I know that like, you know, Hunter and Jeff, you know, talked about it. I think they did their episode on California back in like 2019. So it was a long time ago. And I don't know.
I didn't check that one out because it's not my go-to, but
I don't know if their feelings are like the same now. But one of the things they said, and I tend to agree with it. They said, you know, like they, as much as they love Mr. Bungle and as much as they love Faith No More, they said they probably tend to not like more of the projects that Patton and the other guys do than like. And I was like, okay, that's a good take because there are a lot of things Mike Patton has done through the years that I tried to like. It just wasn't, you know, I tried and I was like,
I mean, there's stuff like Tomahawk. I was like, I don't care.
Okay. Yeah. You know,
like
I love Fantomas, you know, but there's like Secret Chiefs, you know, and there's like all these like
that's also just stuff. Like it's okay, but yeah.
And it's okay. I just think they just are doing whatever they're doing. I don't know.
I mean, they're doing whatever they want, which you know that's what you should do. It's just not going to always hit with everybody.
The only thing I can maybe compare it to in a rock kind of way is like prog rock. Like it's almost like Emerson, Lake and Palmer or something. Like I'm pretty detached from that band. Like they're fine. They're really talented, and I like a couple of their songs.
I like some of their records. I've got a handful.
And that's fine, but like those could be seen as pretty like unemotional. They're serious for sure, but like they're kind of just like, to some people on the outside looking in of prog who can't really figure out a like emotional connection to penetrate that. I get it. I'm not saying I'm that way. I love King Crimson. I love I love a lot of that stuff, but it can be very like outsider music in a way, or it doesn't seem to be addressing modern issues, or you know what I mean, like maybe like people might see it as like serious musicians but doing like fantasy stuff, and like why would I want to listen to fantasy music, you know, or whatever. Like there's some people that are like want to be grounded in reality, or you could say the same about metal lyrics and things like that too, some ways, you know.
I think with I think you know, you can use a lot of metaphor. I think like with like a band that talks about a lot of fantasy stuff like Iron Maiden. I've been actually listening to X Factor quite a bit lately. And that record as being seen as like, oh my God, Bruce Dickinson left. Who the fuck is this guy? It is a record of Steve Harris mourning he's going through a divorce. It's a dark record talking about stuff that is not on its face, you know, what he's dealing with, losing the singer of the band that, you know, helped, you know, escalate them to this like crazy level. But he's taking all these feelings and putting it through fantasy to make, you know, to kind of give that, to workshop, get these feelings out and kind of deal with this stuff.
Yeah.
And with Bungle is so obtuse, and it's difficult to try to parse how this could possibly be coming back into their lives unless they their brain works on a level that is completely out there.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't get any emotional anything from it, honestly.
When we get to California, I'll throw my my 2 cents in. There you go. Yeah.
Yeah. So. I'm all about people being nuts, expressing themselves whatever way they possibly want to do.
Mm-hmm.
And if it works for me, I'm down. I'm down for you to do whatever you want to do. But if it's not hitting me, I can't get there.
I think that's fair. Yeah. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think it's completely normal. And again, this is not just probably a divisive episode, maybe between you and I don't think it's divisive, but like, it's probably an episode where like, there's probably some Requiem people I saw who were super fucking pumped that we were doing Bungle. Cause I think you either like, I don't think people are really medium on this band. You know what I mean? Like,
well, you're either all it's like Pyogenesis or something, you know, it's like, everybody could tell me all the reasons why this band sucks, but I have an emotional connection to this band. So it hits me in a different way. And that's totally fine. I'm just, that's just my, perspective.
I'm curious because, we've heard from Jason Walton a couple times, and you said like today you kind of listened to some of his kind of tidbits, and you said he had like a completely different point of view than maybe how you approach that. What was the thing that like sort of jumped out to you the most that you sort of heard?
Just as somebody I haven't heard a ton of his stuff, I'm more familiar with just what he did with Agalock. As far as like the more experimental stuff or what's the something bladder?
Oh yeah, Moonbladder. Yeah.
I haven't heard any of this stuff, so I can't speak to that at all, like what it is or anything. But the way it affected him, like the way like Dismember affected me as a kid or something. Like he was young, impressionable, that hit, and I don't hear it in his performance, but there's something in it that he is getting that I'm not. Yeah. That is working toward like, because just like with like he was saying like him and his wife were following him around and stuff, and I was like, okay. And like the Travolta thing, and like the first show he went to, it's just them playing the same song over and over and pissing people off, and I get that whole performance art being an a-hole thing, and pushing people what they expect this performance to be.
Rock, right? It's some Iggy Pop,
completely,
Sex
absolutely,
Pistols and some of that,
rubbing peanut butter on your chest and jumping in the crowd, and like I get it, I get all that stuff, but like I'm still curious what. I don't know if I still understand exactly what he gleaned from it, but it was just very impressionable to him and affected him in a lot of different, I guess with opening up his scope to what he could do to express himself musically. Yeah. Is probably the biggest thing.
Yeah, no. And I think we all have those like formative things. And I think what's really fascinating is like each of us is like bringing that in. Like, I know we get pushback from some like diehard Requiem fans who like hate Paradise Lost, and they're like, you guys are constantly obsessed with Paradise Lost. And I wonder, like, did they just never hear them at the right time? And like, maybe they heard them like in the mid 2000s and they were just like, or
it's a purely emotional thing, man. I think music's for me is super emotional. If I'm like, I've been, we were talking pre-show, I've been so anti Jeff Tate for so fucking many years. And I haven't listened to it since I was 12 years old. Operation Mindcrime. Yeah. All I've listened to for the last week, outside of research for the show. And I like to be to change my opinions and to come back and reevaluate stuff.
Sure.
And to see something from a different perspective instead of just being young and having a very strong opinion about something that's not based on anything outside of how I feel. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, I'm going to go back, and I went back and listened to a couple of songs, and I've just been completely gobsmacked on how good specifically that record and, choice things here and there are. But I want to be challenged. I want my, like, what I think about stuff to be, to shake me and make me want to like reevaluate it. Everything in every aspect of my life. I want that to be, I'm completely fine changing my mind on anything as long as it feels right to how I am, what the core of my being is. I am totally fine to change my opinion on anything. But this, I'm just kind of perplexed on.
You might hit a wall, and that's okay.
What people are like, it's just not my thing. It's fine. I don't have to like everything. I can understand why people are drawn to it, but I'm just. That's why I'm saying this. This is the first episode I've walked away with nothing has changed for me.
Yeah, it's interesting. I've been. I don't know if it's like chicken or the egg, but like the last. I've been listening to a lot of Ween lately. And I don't know if that's symptomatic of like listening to like Bungle and things like that, but I've been listening to some Beefheart and like, I don't know if like Bungle like unlocked that part of my brain where I'm kind of like, and Ween is.
You didn't go buy Hot Rats, did you?
I've already owned Hot Rats. That's the one zap I do. Yeah, because that's kind of the one. You know, it's got
it's if you got to get one, I guess that's the one. Yeah,
that's got a great duet with Beefheart, and I love Beefheart. You know, but like again, like
I've got Trout Mask, but that's about as far as I went with Beefheart.
Trout Mask is not an easy listen for people, and people are like, "I fucking hate this." I'm like, "Okay, I get it." Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't, but I get it. You know, Tom Waits, I get it. I get people that can't get over like Dylan's voice or something with his, you know, like I get all of that. You know, it's just so I don't know, but yeah, I've just been in like a weird mood lately with this, and I don't know if it's because like the osmosis of like doing this Bungle thing. I don't, So, but anyways, Ween, awesome, really, really great. Like a band I kind of only remember from Beavis and Butthead, kind of. But through the years, like cool people have told me like Ween's great, but I've never found their stuff used. And then Ween just put out like a box set of all their CDs for like $30, like slim lines. So it's called the Brown Box. It's awesome. So I got that, and I've been really not all.
There was a periphery thing for like the older people of the, you know, the mod people when I was in high school.
Yeah,
were Ween fans. So like. That was always kind of a periphery thing. I never really grabbed much myself, but it was always like something people would put on, you know.
They're way more they're not what I thought they would be, I guess. I don't know. It's hard to explain them, but they're way more a musician's band than I kind of like thought. Like I get like why musicians would be into like their ideas are pretty interesting. So, but anyways, not to get there. So I'm going to read a quote. And this was going to introduce like where we're kind of going. It says, "He would give me direction in the studio, like improvise this part." Patton recalls of his early John Zorn sessions. I'm like, improvise? What does that even mean? I'm a singer. I've got parts. He was like, no parts. So really, he broke down musical language to me into its elemental particles. The thing about John is he's asking a question, explains Joey Barron, the renowned jazz drummer who anchored a slew of Zorn projects, including Naked City and Masada. Like, what would this be like with this? He's asking that question, and then he envisions it, and then he hears it, and he sees it, and it makes it happen. Summing up Zorn's impact on himself and his peers, Patton simply says, he made the world bigger. So we kind of arrive at, you know, an opportunity for you know, and I've been a pretty big Zorn fan for a long time. I got Naked City when I was quite young in high school. I don't know how or why. It just kind of stumbled upon me. I think Mike kind of talked about, you know, I think maybe Napalm Death I heard and some other people talking about it. Like
Napalm definitely talked about it. Yeah.
Yep. And then when I started working at the record store and I was starting to get into jazz stuff, Mike would play Masada records. And I was like, oh, this is really cool. He's like, yeah, it's the same guy that did Naked City, John Zorn. I was like, oh, shit. Now, I never really got into Painkiller, but I definitely knew about Painkiller because Justin Broderick from Godflesh was part of it. And, you know, but like, when did you sort of encounter Painkiller? Like, you know, because you're older than me, so you were kind of amongst that group of that was probably old enough when that stuff was starting to kind of filter in. Like, did you guys
in the 90s?
Yeah, but like, did you guys play in that sandbox, or did people you knew get into Painkiller and Naked City and some of the noisy kind of chaotic stuff? Or
not really. I mean, I can appreciate what the aspect, but I don't know. It never really hit anything where I was like, I knew it by reputation. I think, but I wasn't I wasn't drawn enough to go out and get any of the records. Because when I started getting into jazz, I was going back to like the, where it kind of started from. So like, I think if I wouldn't have worked at the record store, I might have grabbed some Zorn thing just to check out like what this was all about. But because I like to, if I'm going to go into something different and like a different genre, I kind of like to figure out like where it kind of like where's the real origin story of this thing.
Yeah.
And kind of start there. And this was more, Napalm, and I'm trying to think of who else would have been talking about Zorn back then.
Boy, Melvin's probably Godflesh,
Yeah.
I'm sure Broderick was, and some of those kind of, like a lot of the earache bands, I feel like might have been more kind of intellectual about that stuff, the British kind of scene.
Well, I think I was just getting into, extreme metal. So like extreme, cause like I as working at Relapse in 96, I was like Merzbow was, we were putting on Merzbow records, and I was listening to some of that, and I was just like,
Yeah,
I know, I get it. I feel like it would have been a more visceral live performance to see that stuff. Sure. And just like by reputation, like the, I forget what the hell record it was, which Merzbow record, but it says like right away that it can like destroy your speakers and like all this, hyperbole.
I remember those. Yeah.
Of how this would happen. And I was like, oh, that, that's cool, but like, I'm not getting anything out of this, out of that type of noise. But yeah, I think I was so early into just like figuring out where all this shit came from that I don't think I wasn't looking outside of the genre too much. Like punk rock and stuff, I would check out, other hardcore that I hadn't heard, but like, yeah, as far as like that was going,
so you never got into
really listen to much of it.
Okay, so you never really got any of those Masada records that Mike was always playing at the store.
I listened to a little bit of it, but I never bought any of it. So I had some Naked City stuff, I think.
Yeah,
but I sold most of my CDs off years ago.
That had the cool John Barry and the Pink Panther Shot in the Dark on it that I used to put on people's like mixtapes and stuff because I thought it was kind of cool, or whatever. But so like a little bit about Zorn, because I think he's kind of like the spiritual sage for these guys and kind of their tent pole for their wild explorations that sort of like gave them permission to like just do this stuff for better or for worse, right? Obviously. But Zorn's an interesting character, and probably the only time we'll get a chance to talk about a guy like John Zorn on Requiem. But he basically says, this is a quote from him. He says, "I was into modern classical, starting with Bach and then moving on Charles Ives. And then through movies like 2001, like Ligeti and Kegel and Stockhausen, and it opened up things. But a lot of that music at that time was very much a conceptual experiment. It wasn't very intellectual, and it didn't grab me at a gut level. But I found the immediacy I was looking for in jazz, particularly with the work of Sun Ra, the Art Ensemble of Chicago, Cecil Taylor. He singles out a Taylor show that he saw at a tiny Soho restaurant in Manhattan in the early 70s as a turning point in his musical thinking. And I came in and I was sitting under the piano, underneath the piano on the floor, right next to everybody. And there was a cathartic experience because they started playing, and this is with the Akakila period. Okay, yeah. Sorry, I should have known that word. Where Cecil was playing for 2 hours straight, nonstop, full tilt. I was coming out of Webern, which is a composer, where every note had to have meaning. Every note as a student composer had to have a reason for being. And then I saw this, and it was a whole other world of power, emotional power that it had. It was overwhelming. So I guess I spent the rest of my life, and I'm still doing it, blending these two worlds of intensity and catharsis with very considered and well thought out formal plans. So it's kind of interesting, kind of philosophy, He says early album liner notes catalog Zorn's interests at the time. Included were shout-outs not only to Ornette Coleman, but also to CBGB and underground metal and punk outfits like England's Napalm Death, Seattle's The Accused, and Lip Cream, the chaotic group from Japan where Zorn lived part-time from the mid-'80s through the mid-'90s. The acknowledgments end it with an emphatic statement, "Fucking hardcore rules." So I think he there was something about Zorn that like endeared himself to like metalheads a little bit, or like gave permission for like our generation of metalheads and punk heads to like delve into his stuff, because it seemed like, I don't know, not that any of that other
look
stuff.
Look at who Japan likes, in extreme anything.
Yeah.
And they're always on to something.
Yeah. Yeah. No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. So yeah, I mean, I think that stuff was really interesting. But I think about the like philosophy of like changing notes and patterns is really super informative too, to like understanding the ideals of kind of Bungle and some of that stuff. This idea that it's got to be like constant change and evolution, which again is not my philosophy. Like I like a groove. I love fucking krautrock, right? Where it's just like, repetitive kind of like, almost like meditative, but it seems like Zorn's like in the opposite end of that extreme. And I don't know. I'm trying to think of metal bands that are like that. You know what I mean? Like maybe it's like tech metal sometimes, which again is not stuff that you get into very much, I think, because it's pretty like unemotional. I think that's probably.
Yeah, there's a lot of like, I mean, also like bands like in my outside of research mode I've been really delving into early power metal stuff, not like Halloween, and going back and doing like
early 80s power metal, whatever, or
like when it first started.
Yeah
Because exactly. I feel like power metal is one of those things, like gothic metal is the people that started it. It was great and groundbreaking, and then it quickly devolved into something that I really dislike. Just like Paradise Lost, again, take a drink, and then going to all this like gothic stuff, like Theater of Tragedy, and the stuff that's like very crematory, overdrawn, kind of just overly. I don't know. There's such a fine line with some of this stuff when you go beyond, like, this is the band that did it, and then all the people that are coming afterwards is just like, oh my god, it's just so cringe inducing almost.
Yeah.
But like Halloween was tough. The first two records, holy shit, or first three records. But even going after that, like just figuring out before like the break with turn into Gamma Ray and everything, like it all makes so much sense in retrospect, and like why I would like that. But then, of course, I don't like Rhapsody. I think I can't stand that shit. Like there's just this fine line between people that are super groundbreaking, and then the people that come afterwards, that what they take away from that can be completely different than what I took away from the original thing.
Yeah. No, I think you're, I think you're onto something there, but I guess, yeah. So like, I guess I'm trying to like intellectualize or figure out like Zorn, like just, he kind of talks about this idea, like he was really into like Igor Stravinsky and the Rites of Spring, which is like kind of one of the most famous classical pieces of the 20th century. There were riots in Paris when it happened and all kinds of stuff. Like it just freaked people out. And he kind of was like, throughout that whole piece, all that's happening is boom, boom, change, one thing to another. And he says, I think in blocks, in changing blocks of sound. And in that sense, one possible block is a genre of music: pop music, jazz music, classical music, blues music, hardcore music. They're all blocks that can be ordered and reordered the way 12 pitches in a chromatic scale can be ordered or reordered. And again, as like a non-musician, I find it like, I hear complex jazz or something like a Bungle or whatever, and I'm like, how do you put those like together? Like where does, what I mean? Like I don't even know where to start with it, because it's so far afield for me I'm not that type of a creative person. Right. And I'm sure as an artist, you probably have some better understanding of how you take a synthesis of ideas. I mean, I can think in like terms of lesson plans, how I'm like, well, I'm going to pull like these disparate things together and I'm going to stick the landing, or whatever.
Well, what you just said, that was Zorn's explanation.
Yeah, that was his
own. That sounds like Bungle took that as their edict.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I say. He's like their spiritual guru almost. You know what I mean?
So like, I don't even know if they originally understood what he even meant.
Yeah, it's hard to
say. Or if he even like expressed it in a way that could, like, they could understand like how that was supposed to be interpreted. But that makes a lot more sense. If you like, that is the quote that should be in front of all of the, the first, like, after Mr. Bungle, a band formed and blah, 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 that term, if that was put under there as a definition of what their ethic or their edict,
yeah,
it makes a lot more sense what they were trying to accomplish.
Yep.
By using genre. But I can see like using genre as a way to completely like to keep changing mood or whatever, but it didn't hit. If it hit, it would make me feel a little different. But hearing that quote, that's a really good. That makes a lot more. I think it helps understand where they're coming from, or trying to understand where they're coming from.
Key for this episode was, and again, I'm speaking 4 years ago, is when I stumbled across all this Zorn stuff. When I stumbled across it, like, again, as a guy who had been into Zorn and probably more into Zorn than I ever was into Bungle in a weird way, but that's a whole other thing. I kind of started, and we're about to share some quotes from the Bungle guys talking about Zorn and things like that. And it started like the puzzle pieces of things kind of started to make sense. So hopefully maybe after a little bit of this little talk set we're in, maybe you'll be like, okay, I see where they're coming from a little bit more, even if it's not your thing, But essentially the background on Naked City was Zorn's next project, after he did a project called Spy vs. Spy, focused on juxtaposing styles and other blocks of sound in breathless succession. Everything was fair game: slick funk, ambling country, chilled out reggae, nimble bebop, stylish surf rock, Muzi klezmer music, or assaultive bursts of noise metal madness, punctuated by Zorn's squalling alto sax and the unhinged yowl of Yamasuko Ai, vocalist of the Japanese avant-punk wildcards, The Boredoms. The result, heard in full flower on Naked City's self-titled 1990 debut, was a barrage of hyperactive, micro-detailed pieces that often exhausted themselves in less than a minute, leaving the listener dazed and exhilarated. Naked City's early records were simultaneously a celebration of eclecticism and an assault of staid genre hierarchy. Quote, "There's good music and great music and phony music in every genre, and all the genres are the fucking same," Zorn told an interviewer in the pre-Naked City days. And Rolling Stone's original Naked City review later described the group as hopping among idioms with the kind of grinning, methodical urgency you expect from a chainsaw murderer in a rush hour subway car, which is kind of an interesting way of thinking of it. The cherry on top was Zorn's unsparing visual aesthetic. Naked City's cover featured Corpse with Revolver, a grisly image by legendary New York street photographer Ouija, whose 1945 book, aimed at a tabloid audience, who Ouija once wrote, quote, "had to have their daily bloodbath and sex potion to go with their breakfast," gave the band its name. So that's kind of the background on this Naked City, and we're going to hear three pieces from Naked City in a moment. Did you ever you know that cover of Naked City, right, with the gunshot dude and all that? Yeah, that's kind of cool. I'm sure as a photographer, you kind of like appreciate the aesthetic of like noir kind of crime.
Oh yeah, I mean that's definitely what they were leaning into.
Yeah,
on that stuff. Which noir is a funny subgenre of film that has every 20 years it comes back and has some type of relevance. It seems like.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of noir on California, actually, and I'll get to that when we get there, because I think the whole album is really a noir movie in a weird way in terms of like the subject matter. It's really dark. It's about suicide, all these other like grim shit all like baked into it. And plus it's called California, and a lot of noir was very LA, right?
Well, and it's like the why should you like, it's a post-war thing, like everything's cool, everybody's got money, you got your house, but there's some vacuum left here, and what is that about?
Coming home with PTSD that couldn't like engage in conversations because you weren't allowed to talk about that stuff, so they drank or went to crime or something to sort of hide the horrors of World War II. And I think like the darkness of that was really appealing to people. Certainly the French, who really, really loved it,
Well, and imagine being somebody with a mission in your life, and then just like, okay, everything's fine.
Yeah.
Here you are. You can start your family, you can start your job, whatever you want.
Your son you had before you went to war, but you never saw, he's 5. Like what? Yeah. Like, good luck being a dad and settling in the suburbs.
But yeah, it's I mean it's noir is America. Mm-hmm. Is that we have all these ideals, but we like to just we throw them to the side all the time, and like they're there when we need them. We have all these ambitions, but we don't ever get to root problems. We don't ever be like, why did this happen? Why did the economic crash in 2018 happen? Why did this happen? Why does healthcare such a problem right now? Like, we never get to problems. We do little fixes that come across as like, okay, we still got it. We still, 250. Yeah, we're going to get back to where we are. Like, but we never get to our root problems.
Yeah.
And that's film noir right there.
Yep. That's it. It's like a existential nihilistic journey.
Yeah. Like, we have to, in order to survive, we have to believe in the dream that there's something better. Yeah. But when do we see it?
Yep. And hence coming back to the nihilism of Bungle that you felt. So there you go. Just trying to stick the landing. So before we kind of get into this set of music, I'll just kind of end with this. It says, for Mike Patton and the other members of Mr. Bungle, Naked City was an immediate revelation. He says, I was with all the Mr. Bungle guys, and we were in a record store in Santa Rosa, California, and I found Naked City, and it was in the jazz section, which for us was kind of like, why go there? Patton recalls. This was a long time ago, before my mind had opened, and there it was. On the cover was the famous Ouija photo, and I'm like, I got to have this based on the cover alone, and I bought it, and I remember us listening to it on our drive to San Francisco, and we all freaked out, like we flipped out, and it was a moment. There's a reason I remember that, because I think our world's changed, especially for the Mr. Bungle guys. It was like, this guy's doing what we want to do, or this guy's doing something that we're trying to do. Laughs. Listening to Naked City, to me, is just made every other band, every idea that we had sound lazy, Patton adds. Like, it sounded like it was on half speed. And Trey goes on, and then we'll get to the set of music. He says, it answered everything we were hoping for from music in a way, says guitarist Trey Spruance. We were putting on Song X by Ornette Coleman and then listening to Slayer and then putting on Stravinsky. That to us is like the collage that we sort of envisioned in a way, coming together in one piece. And we weren't really sure how to do it. We were sort of ambling our way towards that kind of thing. And all of a sudden, the first Naked City was out there. It seemed to us that this was just a natural place that music was going, and John was out there in front of it. And it reminds me too of like, I had an opportunity, and I've talked about this before. It's in hindsight, like kind of a cool moment that I'm not sure I appreciate it, but I got to interview Wayne Kramer when the MC5
brother Wayne Kramer,
brother Wayne. Yes. Brother Wayne. And I remember asking him, I said, when you guys were melding free jazz and this other stuff with like heavy rock guitar in the late 60s, did you guys see this like as the next evolution? And he kind of like thought about the question, and you could tell it kind of hit him in a weird way, like not in a good way. And I think he was like, yeah, but we were fucking wrong. And like, it's almost this idea that like they thought they could see the future, and the future to them was this merging of like radical black like music and like radical white music and rock music. Like, like he saw the utopia of it, and they fucking failed, right? Like, they were awesome and they had huge influence, but they didn't make it, and like the dream never really came together. And I don't know if Bungle achieved any dream, but they made it for a while longer than MC5. They made it for a decade, I suppose. But like, you almost wonder, like, this is what they wanted to do, but did they accomplish a mission? Or, they influenced some bands. MC5 certainly influenced some bands, but it's a pretty exhausting mission to do this thing that like most people aren't going to give a shit about, and again, for that, like, kudos, again.
I mean, that's kind of really what you gotta, I don't know. That's the kind of the only way I know how to live my life.
Sure.
If I love what I'm doing, even though it's like I do caricatures of extreme metal bands, and then I do random covers of like, if on paper what I do is insane, and that's what the MC5 tried to do in a much larger way, and I respect the hell out of them for trying that kind of shit. And if that's what Bungle was trying to do, that's great. MC5 hit for me a little more than Bungle did.
Yeah.
But I think that's a great way to approach art, because who the fuck cares about, like, who wants to be the next Huey Lewis? Like, like you want to do something that stands out, that you really care about, not because it's going to be popular because it means something to you.
Sure.
So like these, I think they were the whole Zorn angle is probably more valid to their story than I gave it credit. I think he kind of set it up for them.
Yeah.
And he saw something in them that, down the, I don't know if he saw like what they were going to imagining down the road, but he seems like one of those guys that was just, he was on the cutting edge of extreme, going after, because he did stuff with Lombardo and stuff as well, didn't he?
Yeah. Well, there's even this. Oh, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
No, it's because like so he was seeing the validity of extreme music in a rock sense and how it could work into, the more jazz, free jazz sense of what he was doing.
Well, there's a great quote from Joey Barron, the drummer from Naked City and Masada and stuff. He said he had tapes of stuff like Napalm Death. He would play it for me, and I was just not in that scene at all. But John had definitely formed a picture, and he could clearly define it by what he chose as examples to play for me. And that really helped me focus in and kind of go for the essence of what he was looking for. And I'm not really a hardcore drummer. I wouldn't categorize myself at that, but I just tried to go for the essence rather than a robot copy of something. And I just tried to keep whatever I bring to the table and just add a sensibility that John was looking for. But John, I think he did illustrate that, and he would occasionally just tell people, "No, I want noise." So he wants the cacophony, in a weird way.
Yeah.
And that's fascinating to me. I don't know what to say about that. So
I'm not sure how many other people were, because it's one thing to do that stuff yourself, but to be somebody to cultivate that is kind of a different, like, I don't know a whole lot of people that, that they're like the guys like, oh my God, like picking out the talent, finding like these young people that are doing this stuff and then, putting it into your music. I guess that's more of a jazz thing. You're finding like this young guy, that young gal, whatever instrument they're playing, like, oh my God, this totally, like, I could foresee this being, part of what my larger vision is and pulling it into it. I don't see that as much in, in extreme metal or rock or even punk, really, outside of, unless you're a legacy band looking to get young people to come in and keep you going. Like Black Flag is doing or something right now. But
sure, yeah.
But I think that's totally a jazz thing.
Yeah.
Sun Ra pulling in people
Coltrane,
like,
yep,
yeah,
exactly.
that was
Coltrane
you were pulling in the
Pharrell
guys.
Sanders, Dolphy, yeah. No, it is. There's like a mentorship. I mean, you even see it like with what Mike, our manager's doing with Northwoods, pulling in two young guys on sax and just kind of like sitting back and letting them kind of go, and that's really cool.
He's got I think it's people that he figures out like what they're on the same quest. That he is, and he's pulled in like another bass player now too, and it's like whatever works for the greater good. It's a very kind of egalitarian idea. Like it's not about egos at all. It's about the music. It's always about the music.
Yeah, trying to bring out the best or these hidden talents in like groups of people, to
be able to keep doing it because. Yeah.
It regenerates itself more than just like, hey, we're gonna play our same fucking 5 songs that like the one hits wonders or what,
And like as you get older, people drop out of this stuff. Like some people can't play still. They other commitments take over. Like you got to find people that have the same commitment level, and that's the real thing. And like the Zorn coming in and finding these young guys that are just they're raring to go.
Yeah,
like makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. So, well, let's hear from Zorn. Just kind of short tunes here, just a trio of tunes, not to go too deep into it, but I think it gives you, these 3 should hopefully give you a good sense of what Naked City and Zorn's kind of all about. We'll start with Lonely Woman, which is a Ornette Coleman cover from one of the first jazz records I ever bought when I was in high school that Mike recommended to me, which is Shape of Jazz to Come, which kind of ushered in free jazz in a lot of ways.
Playing a plastic saxophone.
Yeah, so it's like a nice ode here, and it's kind of the calm before the storm before you get to Snaggletooth.
Snagglepuss.
Snagglepuss, you're right.
Even...
I wrote Snaggletooth. I was thinking of the cartoon, the pink guy. if you can't hear Bungle influence in this cacophony of sounds and genres, like this is kind of, you can hear like the impetus of that, the musicianship and intensities in full swing. Joey Barron, the drummer we just heard the quote from, I mean, he's doing like grind blasts here. It's pretty impressive for a guy that doesn't know metal, or in any kind of way. And then you get to Blood Duster, 16 seconds of grind jazz fury. And Mark,
that's
now
the first
you can finally
LP.
tell your Blood Duster story on Requiem Metal Podcast. We finally have the relevancy. Do it.
I don't know if there's an anecdote outside of I think that's the first LP or the first CD I designed for Relapse.
I don't remember Blood Duster. Man, how bad?
They're an Australian grindcore band.
Okay.
They were, I guess, Carcass adjacent as far as being they gave me a bunch of gross pictures of, penises with all kinds of diseases. That was the cover blown up.
Yeah.
I don't know how long they lasted or what their impact in the scene, but at the time they were they were seen as like, okay, this is going to be the next thing in grind. And in 96, grind was, already kind of like, I guess it was something that was starting to get kind of tedious. And this was like another version of it. I have not gone back, and I still have my copy of it. I can't think what the hell the record is even called.
Yeah, I don't remember.
But it has a bumpy, infected penis as the cover.
Nice.
Yeah. I found out like the reason I did that one was because the other guy, Eric Horst, who was the art director at Relapse at the time when I was working there. We were working also on Through Silver and Blood, which I did some ad campaign stuff. I did some of the handwriting in that, and the sticker that I still have inside my vinyl copy of Through Silver and Blood. But I was given like the bullshit, 8-Tracks Morgue, this Italian, grind band, like all this kind of stuff that like, who gives a shit?
You were like the intern at that point, or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I was 21 years old. I just turned 21 years old, and I was doing all this shit. But so Blood Duster, maybe that's
that's where they got
their name.
They did,
it's gotta
for
be.
Sure. I did know that. Yeah. So yeah. Anyways, there we go. Memories. All right, so let's get into it. We'll hear from Eric Andre and Mike Patton again at the start here. Then we got Lonely Woman, Snagglepuss, and Blood Duster, and then we'll hear from the esteemed Pee Wee Herman.
You're a bass player, correct?
I was an upright bass player, yeah.
Unbelievable. So you must love my man Trevor Dunn.
He's one of the best of all time. I mean, he has surpassed Jaco Pastorius. He's the 21st century Jaco. That's what I'm like. That's the crazy thing. I'm like, how do all these guys? How are they all so good at their instruments? Yet they met organically, like in high school. What was this high school? What was in the water at this high school that these guys were like all a band of virtuosos? Because like,
all I can tell you is basically. Okay, you were Boca. We were Eureka. These are very small towns. They're not cities. They're towns. Okay, so you get really fucking bored.
Right.
And that's, I think, boredom was one of the, or lack of, I don't know, options, things to do. Like we would just like drive around like 2 a.m. and drink coffee for no reason, and talk about like, what about Sodom? This death metal band. I mean, Sodom's really great. I mean, that's the way it is. Like when you're growing up in a small town, man, you figure shit out, and you either have a thirst for other stuff or you don't. And we did.
Right. I think that boredom is the key to inspiration. And I'm so addicted to my iPhone and Instagram that it's actually ruining my imagination and it's ruining my creativity because there's no room for boredom. Every little pocket of boredom is just zapped with stimulus from Instagram, and it's toxic. It's toxic.
Let me tell you something. Put down your phone.
Yeah.
He always enjoyed looking at the good food in the cafeteria. It tasted good and was good for him, too. Instead of having a sandwich today, Phil decided to take the hot lunch. Phil took some bread and butter, too. And he knew what else he wanted: milk. But Alice took the last carton on the tray. Maybe there was more milk. So he said, "May I please have some milk?" Phil remembered to say, "May I?" and "please." That was very polite. Yes, there was more milk. Phil remembered to say, "Thank you," when he took the carton of milk. Phil had good manners. He didn't want to be like Mr. Bungle in the lunchroom. Phil didn't want to forget his dessert. The cake looked delicious. At the end of the line, the lunchroom supervisor said she had noticed how polite Phil was, and she smiled at him. She wouldn't smile at a Mr. Bungle.
That was Blood Duster, Snagglepuss, and Lonely Woman from John Zorn's Naked City from 1990. We were originally, when I put this together, I was going to play some Painkiller tunes just because it was like, well, we're talking about John Zorn and Painkiller's like metal adjacent. But I just thought we're not going to. It's pretty hard listens, honestly. If you're into noise stuff, check it out. But I thought it was interesting, some like context a bit, because basically like Painkiller was John Zorn, Bill Laswell, and Mick Harris from Napalm Death. And they even brought in Justin Broderick and GZ Green from Godflesh to do some guitar and drum machine and bass and things like that. So some of it's cool, you know, but like they had really like crazy album covers that got them in a lot of trouble, like Guts of a Virgin and stuff. So it was like pretty extreme, you know, if you're like a purveyor of like whatever the word extreme means, and then like Painkiller definitely played in that realm, even if it wasn't traditional metal. But it was, I found some kind of interesting stuff in some of these interviews and things like that. But it said, for Zorn, Painkiller was a chance to commune directly with the kind of raw, punk-minded aggression he'd originally savored at CBGB. The guy was a maniac. The guy was amazing, Zorn says of Mick Harris. One of the most original drummers ever in the history of the world. It was incredible. He may not have been a school drummer, but he did his thing, and it was so intense, and he meant it with 1,000% of his being. He's not someone that would ever phone anything in. Not one note was insincere. What are your thoughts on that? Because I think we're both, you know, big old Napalm guys. Like, would you say, is that a pretty good like assessment of Mick Harris? That he wasn't.
I think so. I mean, for better or for worse, like he does what he believes in, and he left Napalm, or I guess I don't know exactly the how you know the stories kind of go all over the place, but I feel like he was the North Star of the band until Harmony Corruption, or I guess after Harmony Corruption, like that was the era where it was kind of like, okay, he was the last man standing, kind of holding the ethic of Napalm to where it was up to that point.
The old version, yeah.
The old version, and now it's, you know, it's kind of a, I guess a lot more all over the place. But, and he's been, you know, in recent years, he's been a little, he's been critical of the other guys, and where Napalm has gone, and like, you know, people when Shane doesn't play and has a substitute base, like he's got a lot of opinions. And I appreciate that, but I think when he was at his peak, the manic nature of his drumming was unparalleled. Nobody was doing it like what he was doing. And he wasn't a technical drummer, but he was, I like the quote from Zorn makes nothing but sense to me.
When he said, like,
agree with it.
Harris says, with Napalm, there was a style, and in the end, something I really hated. And the reason I moved on, I felt sort of trapped in a box. And he says, I was lucky getting the opportunity to work with John and Bill. And he says, John knew how much I had a real self-hate for my drumming, that I felt like I was trapped in something. But John said, you've got to embrace it, Mick. You've got something there. And, you know, Mick, you have a fire. There's people out there not as technical as anything. You're not technical. So like it almost sounds like he had to coach Mick into like doing it again, like out of retirement or something, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
You know, so, but then we get into kind of like how, you know, John's alliances beyond Painkiller, John's alliances in the grindcore world had a broader impact. Earache's Digby Pearson, who prior to putting out Painkiller had released albums by Zorn favorites like Carcass and The Accused, along with Napalm, remembers being bewildered by Zorn at first when Harris and Martin Nesbitt started singing the composer's praises. He says, I never actually signed the guy or even wanted to work with him, Pearson recalls with a laugh. He kind of wormed his way in. But on the strength of his colleagues' recommendations, Earache licensed Naked City's Torture Garden for a UK vinyl release in 1991. Pearson says, my problem is I'm a bit of a Philistine. I don't mind admitting it. I'm just a meat and potatoes, hardcore punk thrash grind. And I was on a mission to just do that. And Zorn's avant-garde leanings and all that were not my cup of tea. But eventually Pearson grew to appreciate Naked City's ultra charms. When I finally heard it, I got it. I'm like, okay, this is amazing. It's like 40 tracks in, like 20 minutes or something. When you listen back to it now, it's 30 years ago and it's so contemporary. It almost pre-told the whole idea of Instagram or Vines or whatever of 6-second attention spans, which is kind of interesting when you think about that, right? We live in the world of TikTok and this kind of like instantaneous, like crazy, like I watch my students like skip songs after like 10 seconds and I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? But that's just how their brains work, man. It's really weird. So maybe Zorn was tapped into this future zeitgeist of like attention deficit listening or whatever. So, but Pearson also credits Zorn with helping to lend Earache and the developing grindcore scene an air of legitimacy. There was actually loads of fans of Earache now that came on board at that period because of John Zorn, and it struck with me and went on to follow the journey since then because he was an established artist. Looking back in hindsight, it was a perfect little collision between the worlds of avant-garde that he was involved in and the purist, if you like, grindcore, and I was trying to develop. Back in New York, Kevin Sharp, a vocalist whose intimidating roar played a central role in the New York grindcore band Brutal Truth, had become Zorn's did I flip the wrong page? Had become a Zorn secret weapon of sorts. At various times he joined Naked City on stage, sharing vocal duties with I, and he guested it with Painkiller and participated in the all vocal edition of Cobra. John, he was like the essential educated musician. He was like the John Peel of America, Sharp says. He knew all music. Sharp credits Zorn with turning him on to the revelatory albums by Captain Beefheart and Funkadelic, but more important, with pointing the way towards a broader musical aesthetic. Brutal Truth's first LP, Extreme Conditions Demand Extreme Responses, was an intense but straightforward grindcore record, like a more refined version of what their UK predecessors had churned out in the late 80s. But on their second record, Need to Control, the band came gloriously unglued, embracing a more chaotic and experimental sound that included noise interludes, more varied tempos, and even some guest didgeridoo played by Andy Haas, a musician whom Sharp recalls meeting through Zorn's orbit. And from that point on, the band and Sharp and various other projects would fly its freak flag with pride. His insanely expansive taste in music just forced everyone to up the game, so to speak. We could have easily done our first record subsequently 10 times over. I would say he encouraged me to really diversify instrumentation sounds, and he also taught me to follow the love of music and try not to focus on the business. And I kind of made a life out of that. But hey, thanks, dude. It was a huge impact on me. So I thought that was really cool. I didn't know any of that stuff. And I was like, oh, shit. Yeah. Researching Zorn for Bungle, I kind of found this whole subplot of like grindcore and Earache. I was like, it's worth sharing, I suppose, even if we're not playing Painkiller. But
Earache's had some pretty good, between Zorn and Peel, some pretty good,
really good press.
Cultural touchstones to keep to push what they were doing forward.
Yep, absolutely. So now we get to Faith No More. All right, just kidding. Well, Patton joins Faith No More, and he kind of describes it, in one of the Eric Andre clips we'll play in a little bit, and he sort of uses that leverage from Faith No More and the epic success and video to get Bungle signed with Warner Brothers, and that's how we get to the debut album produced by John Zorn, I suppose.
Did you look into what else Zorn had produced at that point outside of his own stuff?
I didn't. Yeah, I don't know. Did you find anything?
No, I didn't. I just thought of that right now. I was like, I'm wondering how much of a lift that was for him to say, we want to have John Zorn produce this record.
Or did anybody at that record label like give a shit about John Zorn? They're probably like, oh, this guy? Oh, fuck. You know,
they probably had no idea who he was.
They probably heard Naked City and were like, oh, Jesus, you know, but they probably just saw dollar signs from Faith No More. And they're like, well, if we got 2 of these,
well, you know how executives are in film and in music. They're all a bunch of opportunistic turds that don't really have a whole lot of vision.
Yeah.
At least in modern context, they don't. But
so Trey recalls that as producer, Zorn helped them clean up some of their mess. One of the things that he had done on that first record was he objected to the dirty guitar tones because we're just these idiots from Eureka. We don't really have real equipment, Spruance recalls, really just crappy amps, crappy instruments. So he hired out a Marshall half stack, and I retracted all of the dirty guitar sounds on the records because they were just not satisfactory. We had no idea what the fuck we were doing in the studio. For Patton, the period was a key turning point. In the fall of 91, when he recorded Elegy, he was just a year removed from a top 10 hit with Faith No More, a band in which he played more or less a conventional rock frontman. Earlier that year, he'd been out on the road with Naked City, taking I's place. Well, that's interesting. I didn't know that. And responding to Zorn's live cueing. And now he found himself being called on to improvise in the studio, an experience that caught him totally off guard. I didn't know that shit at the time, Patton says. I was really ingrained into being a singer, which to me was a whole different chapter than I was aware of. And John was like, do whatever you want. I'm like, whatever I want? What? You know, so you have like a lot of that kind of chaos in there. And then Spruance goes on, he goes, he knows how to inspire people and how to frighten people. I mean, he's really good at frightening people in the right way. He's super fucking good at it without being a bully. Here's your chance, go. But it's not like if you fuck up, you're done. It's more like you can do it. I know you can do it. We both know you can do it. So fucking do it. That kind of thing. It was a real encouragement, actually. This is kind of cool. So he's also the guy who told Patton to go do a solo vocal record. He says, you got the pipes, you can do it. So like, it just seems like he was kind of this weird kind of mentor to a lot of these guys, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, Patton says, I wouldn't have Fantomas without Zorn. And without Zorn being a close friend and a family member, he gave me somehow the courage to go do something like that. And he says, musicians, man, some of us get really caught up in what we're doing and where we fit. And he always gave me the weird sense of confidence that maybe I shouldn't have had, but he gave it to me to try shit. How do you define that? That's a teacher or a seeker, an inventor. Sorry, I'm flipping pages here. And someone with a level of focus that at least at a time I did not have. So pretty inspirational. So, all right, let's get into it. This first record. So, you know, originally I had more songs here, but then I kind of started to strip things back a little because I was like, this, you know, it's too much. And, you know, if this is obnoxious to Mark, it's probably obnoxious to some people. So I tried to go with the 2 most metallic songs, which is Love is a Fist and My Ass is on Fire. Both great titles, depending on your, what your, you know, your age. Yeah. And then Egg. And so, you know, Love is a Fist, you know, Zorn like free jazz horn squeals. They did bring in some sax players for this record. I love the hardcore chants, the Love is a Fist, you know, kind of, it has some of that kind of energy. And then, of course, they bring in the PSA at certain times, you know, and Patton's got some really good screams that are pretty killer if you're into kind of more extreme kind of vocal sort of performances. He definitely has them throughout the first record. I think they come a little bit later in his career, more refined versions of that, but you can hear hints of it throughout that sort of debut record. Then Egg, this next tune, I saw someone say once that Mr. Bungle's self-titled album is the musical equivalent of Ren and Stimpy. I don't know. That almost makes sense.
Not a terrible take.
Yeah, like whatever that means, it made sense to me. And you know, again, this comes back to our conversation earlier about like how much music do you and I listen to with humor in it, or like with those kind of like not a lot.
That type of absurdism.
Yeah.
Too. Like that's the thing, like the absurd aspect. I can't, that's another thing I don't really it's not in my wheelhouse of, I don't listen to stuff that's completely, I mean, most death metal is pretty absurd, but not to the point where it's just, you know, comical.
You gotta take it serious for the most part, you know?
Yeah. There's some level of, you know, a surface level of believing what you're doing. It's not completely over the top ridiculous.
But it's weird because like Egg also has these moments in it too where like they're quoting from Wizard of Oz and mixing it with like some like weird lyrics from Grease, and then also like the Blue Velvet samples, right? Like there's a lot of like weird.
Well, there's also a polka beat.
Yeah, you've got funk stuff, polka beat, but you've got this like intersection of like, like in the next song, Stub, which we're not playing, but like they feature a sample of like Jeffrey from Blue Velvet, like screaming and crying. It's pretty unsettling. And you're like, what, what are they trying to do here? Like, what emotion do they want, or do they not care? Are they just like trying to spit out these like forms of different genres stacked on each other, like what we kind of talked about before, that Zorn quote. And I just don't know. I'm not
with what like Walton was talking in the interviews about it being unsettling. And it's never occurred to me that it's unsettling.
I think Disco Volante is unsettling to me in certain ways. This one, not so much. I agree with you there. Other than the samples, maybe if you like, no one was really sampling from Blue Velvet back in '91. It's probably more common now, but like, that might have been unsettling to like all of a sudden hear like, Isabella Rossellini screaming Jeffrey and like,
yeah, but
things like
like
that.
Unsettling with humor, I think is a harder pill to swallow for me.
100%. Yeah.
It doesn't come across to me personally as unsettling, but that was like part of the appeal of like the new metal stuff with Korn. With this, it's got to be like a generational thing.
It's like a detached irony thing too.
Yeah, to where like nothing that they have ever done sounds unsettling to me. Like Acid Bath is more unsettling to me than any of this stuff.
Yeah, the stuff Dax was doing. Yeah, no, you're 100% right.
But because it was like based on real stuff.
Yeah,
it's really hard to be able to kind of place this in any kind of thing where I'm I don't like not that I'm not understanding it, but I'm not feeling it.
Yeah, the
like what they're doing. Like I don't feel unsettled. It feels like zany to me.
Yeah,
which I put down in my notes is like, I hate that term, zany, but there's like a zaniness to it. And I guess if you push that far enough, that could, to some people, seem unsettling.
Well, it's like a Looney Tune cartoon or something like that. There's some aspect of that to it.
Yeah. They're totally.
Like I've talked to like my stepdad. There's a really fine line. He's a big horror fan, but he hates like the Evil Dead movies. Because the humor part,
horror comedy, it's a tough pill to swallow.
Really tough. Yeah, he can't do anything that is like that, and I get that. Like I get it on some level. I
think it's a generational thing too.
Yeah, it could be. Which is funny because he loves like cheesy like 50s like sci-fi movies, and I'm like, dude, like
Same
what I
thing.
mean? Like I don't know, but it's like kind of his
aesthetic. Does he like the Three Stooges?
Well, yeah, that's the big influence.
If you don't like the Three Stooges, you're not going to like Evil Dead movies.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what his opinion is on that. But like, I do think there are people who, man, I was going to say something about that before the Evil Dead, and I lost it. But I do think like, yeah, how people are, absorb certain things. There's people that find it inappropriate to like tell jokes at a funeral, but that's also how some people like process that. And I feel like this is like a group of juveniles trying to work through more serious things. They're working through serious musical ideas. I don't know what else they're working through. Again, I didn't really like delve.
That's kind of where I'm at with like lyrics too. Lyrics, contexts, references are not they're not really thrown up anything where I'm catching on what they're trying to do if there's a thematic.
Well, I'll get to that, like I said, when we get to California, because there's lyrical connections all throughout that record.
But that's a less arbitrary record, I think.
Sure. Yeah. That's a more and it's
a
less
more
like
intentional, although not metal really in any context. But
yeah, yep. Yeah, no, it's interesting. So, yeah, I think the Ren and Stimpy thing almost like made sense to me too. It's like whatever.
because I mean, Ren and Stimpy was obnoxious,
yeah,
and over the top, but also had there's like an artfulness. There's an underground vibe to it.
yeah. There's some kind of clever. And
there was nothing mainstream about Ren and Stimpy whatsoever. But somehow, but they were right at that spot where it could get into, it could be on, on a channel that people could watch.
Yeah.
And somehow, somebody tricked somebody to get this on, and it's like the world's better for it,
Yeah. And then, so then we're gonna end with My Ass Is on Fire, and you get some sludge, you get some jazz. The synths are really well used, I think, in this song. There's all the band members.
Is Patton doing the synths in this?
They're all doing keyboards, which is interesting. Okay. Each member does keyboards at different times. I
didn't look at the credits outside of the who's in the band, but
yeah, the songwriting credits are usually like almost everyone on a lot of songs. I mean, there's some that are Dunn songs or some that are Trey songs and things, but yeah, it's pretty interesting. So, again, you get Blue Velvet Frank in this. Break Down the Middle is pretty chaotically heavy, so it's probably one of the heavier, more metallic songs on the record for our metal listeners, I suppose. Whether it's, whether it's for you or not, we'll decide. So this is all from the debut. John Zorn produced 1991's self-titled Mr. Bungle. We've
Warner
got
Brothers Records.
Warner Brothers, mainstream. Yeah, again, imagine that these next couple records are going to be on Warner Brothers Records with $1 million budgets, I'm sure. Love is a Fist, Egg, and My Ass Is on Fire. And then we'll hear from Jason Walton again.
Those guys were more studied than me. So I took their lead. You know what I mean? Like, I was like the crazy guy who
yeah.
I mean, I couldn't even really sing. You know what I mean? Like I was learning how to do what I ended up doing. But those guys were like super disciplined, and they knew that. And man, like we had rehearsal spaces that you wouldn't believe. The best one was a chicken coop. Okay, the fucking chicken coop. I'm not kidding. It's for real.
Why?
Yeah.
Why?
Because there was nothing else, man. Like, we grew up in a small town. I'm not kidding you. And like, so we got this chicken coop, and this dude who would collect our rent. And I hate to like say this, but he's a little slow.
Oh yeah, slow adult.
Okay. And he would come to we'd be playing like brrr, like doing this crazy metal shit, and he'd come go, "You got the went money? Went money. Went, not rent.
Oh,
went
like Elmer,
money.
like Elmer Fudd.
Total.
Whoa.
He's like, "You got the win money? You got the win money?" And we were like, so we'd like, pay him. But went money was like one of our heroes, actually. Went money.
So you met Trevor and Trey in high school, and Bungle was first. Bungle's pre-Faith No More.
Of course, yeah.
A lot of people think Faith No More was first.
No.
So was there heartache when you joined, or were you just like, I'm joining another band, but we could still have our band?
No,
it was all peaches and cream?
Yeah, it was totally cool. And
was Faith No More in Humboldt County too?
No. They were San Francisco. They were like big city, cool band.
So was Bungle just like on the scene and crossing paths with?
Not really.
Crossing chicken coops with the.
No, but like when that happened, and when they asked me to try out for the band, in Faith No More, right?
What year is that?
Oh God, 88, 89, something like that.
So you're a young buck.
Yeah, completely. I was like 21.
Whoa.
Like that. And I didn't know nothing about the music industry, so to speak. And but what I did was like, okay, I'll drive down, I'll try out for this shit. And I asked the Bungle guys to come with me. Just for me to be more like, I don't know, comfortable. And so I did it. And look, it came out great. It came out great. Like, they loved me and la la la, but I needed my guys there,
right?
To like do it. And they were cracking up. Like, you're not going to leave our band, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, yeah, you're right. And that, ended up being a little bit of a point of dissension.
Yeah.
Because the Faith No More guys are like, wait. You're joining our band, but you're not going to leave your other band? I'm like, hell no. I'm not doing it. So.
Emotions round my feet, feel my heart beats, open your head and feel strongly. Love is a fist! Love is a fist! Love is a fist! There's no effort to want it. Open face, no
Just before lunch one day, a puppet show was put on at school. It was called Mr. Bungle Goes to Lunch. It was fun to watch. In the puppet show, Mr. Bungle came to the boys' room on his way to lunch. He looked at his hands. His hands were dirty, and his hair was messy. But Mr. Bungle didn't stop to wash his hands or comb his hair. He went right to lunch. Then, instead of getting into line at the lunchroom, Mr. Bungle pushed everyone aside and went right to the front. Even though this made the children laugh, no one thought that was a fair thing to do. Then, in the lunchroom, Mr. Bungle was so clumsy and impolite that he knocked over everything, and no one wanted to sit next to him. And when he finally knocked his own tray off the table, that was the end of the puppet show. The children knew that even though Mr. Bungle was funny to watch, he wouldn't be much fun to eat with. Phil knew that a Mr. Bungle wouldn't have many friends.
Rotting from the inside over, incubated by the heat of fear and love, the self-coagulated. Hey! 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 At you if you weren't looking at me.
What's up? Fucking problem.
fucking look at me. Don't fucking look at me.
It's beyond my control. It's beyond my control. It's beyond. Oh, my God!
Excuse me, I am lost. Please help me.
对不起，我迷了路，请你帮忙。
Will there be anything else, Mr. Bungle?
No, that's fine, Carl. Thank you.
So you see, Mr. Bungle, Philip's fucking up your whole campaign. He's totally incompetent. Sleeper X commercials will be laughed off of television if you approve his campaign.
Well, that's very interesting. I never thought too much of Philip, now that you mention it.
And I'm starting my own agency, Mr. Bungle. I could do a 100% better job than that turkey.
I'll bet you could. What you say is very interesting. In fact, you're very interesting.
Oh, Mr. Bungle, I didn't know you were interested. And you will give me your account for my new agency?
Later, honey. We'll talk business later. Right now, I want to make love to your beautiful, beautiful body.
Let's unpack the debut for a moment. What are some of the highlights for you, or some of the things, like, as you go back, that you think have aged the best, or songs that really were, like, structurally important for the future of, like, the Bungle sound, or even to the metal community, or the experimental music, whatever you want to put Bungle into,
That's a great question. I think Love is a Fist is, just the main riff on Love is a Fist is almost like anthemic, like a metal anthem of some sort. I think that Slowly Growing Deaf really showcases how melodic that band can be, and I think you can see or hear a little bit of that, like maybe in California, maybe a little bit in Disco Volante. I think Travolta is kind of it's kind of a highlight for me, kind of because of what I was saying before about like the staccato keyboard work. I think for the most part in 2026 and my ears, I would say it definitely stands the test of time, but I do have to admit that the juvenile humor does wear on me a bit. I'm not so much of a fan of that anymore, and I actually wasn't a huge fan of it at the time either. But I feel like the mix of like ska and jazz and metal, I think they continued with that in certain ways, but they exhibited those features in different ways. And I think that, I know that record, for better or for worse, informed things like nu metal. I had to have some kind of impact on technical death metal too. I mean, it just had to have.
Some of the staccato stuff. Yeah.
And even like they had like the heavy distorted riffs and then the clean tone guitar, which is like it's a staple of death metal and black metal to an extent too. But I feel like a record like the debut Bungle is pulling from a lot of resources that the extreme metal scene was as well. And they were obviously all fans of extreme metal. I mean, they're wearing Godflesh and Carcass and Napalm Death shirts, as were Faith No More. But I think the record really stands the test of time for the most part. It's not something I pull out too much anymore, but Aesop once said to me something like, I never need to listen to Black Sabbath again. I've heard it enough. Yeah. And that's kind of how that record is for me. It's like, I can hear it in my head,
I mean, it's like Slayer, Rain and Blood, or, the records that like they're like there eternally, and exactly. I completely understand that. Speaking of like the jazz influence stuff, did you know, or did you ever pursue or just go towards like John Zorn stuff after realizing the role that he sort of played on that? Like, did you go and check out like Naked City and Painkiller and what are your thoughts on like the influence that Zorn had on like guiding the ship early on, or just being like such a presence in that avant scene that was extreme for the late 80s, early 90s?
Oh, for sure. I mean, Zorn was a name that I'd heard, but I wasn't really too familiar with. But after that record, I dove into Naked City, Painkiller, just all the different various projects that he was involved in. And then, later, a couple years later, Patton's collabing with Zorn and all sorts of weird things like Weird Little Boy and things like that. And so I went down some major Zorn rabbit holes for sure.
I remember discovering Naked City. I think I discovered it before I discovered his Masada stuff, because I was sort of getting into jazz in the mid to late 90s because of the record store that Mark and Chris and I all worked at. The guy that ran the record store was an improv jazz musician and still is. And so he was a big like Obi-Wan Kenobi for us. So, he'd be playing Ornette Coleman and Cecil Taylor and Sun Ra. And I think like somehow through that, he's like, oh, you guys like John Zorn? Have you checked out Masada? And I think I got Masada, then I got Naked City. But man, I love Naked City. I didn't understand it. I knew I didn't understand it, but I was like, whatever this is fucking sweet,
Yeah. Naked City. I mean, Torture Garden. That's it's like the archetype of the stop-start genre hopping. But like their album Radio is just like a really great jazz record. I love Masada as well. Like Masada for me it's so great. Zorn's one of those artists that I love to death, but I appreciate 100% of his work, but I enjoy maybe 10% of his work. So
I'm 100% with you there. Yeah. I get what he's trying to do, but it's maybe not always for me, but it's like cool that he's doing it. I'm glad somebody's doing that. It's like John Cage or something like that. Like, I'm glad you're out there doing that.
I think that sometimes people get caught up in the final product of something, and they're like, okay, here's this record. This should be something that I love. But I feel like there are certain artists out there like John Zorn, who it's just part of the process. Like, you may not want to hear that record. It may not be listenable, but that is a stepping stone, or that's part of the puzzle piece that goes on to the next record that you do love. Patton does that too. Patton has, in my opinion, a few missteps as well. But I'm glad that he has those missteps. Like, I'm not going to listen to those records that I don't like, but it's got to inform what he's doing and make him more well-rounded as an artist. So
I guess as somebody that does do a lot of experimental music, like, you know, there's going to be people who approach this episode or that are, you know, longtime Requiem listeners or traditional metalheads, and they're going to have a tough time with Bungle. So I guess, like, do you have like advice as somebody who was shaped by this record of the right way to start to kind of like try and approach this and understand something like the Bungle experience?
The debut specifically?
Yeah, and I mean, I guess just, yeah, and we can kind of approach that with each record, you know, how to, but certainly the debut, yeah.
That's a great question. Honestly, I'm not so sure that it will be so difficult for people. I think maybe parts of it. I think that, you know, when this record came out, it was kind of shocking in a way. Because of the horns, because of the stop and start. But, you know, now we have, you know, a couple decades under our belts of, you know, Human Remains and, you know, Obscura and Portal, and not the Bungle sounds like those bands, but you know what I mean? It's not, I don't think it's the anomaly that it once was. I think what might be a little bit hard for people are, for some reason, some people don't like Patton's vocals, which is just beyond me, but especially in those early days, they find them a little bit nasally and annoying.
Yeah.
I think the horns for some reason rub people the wrong way. And a song like Carnival, it's very like Carnival-esque, which turn people off too sometimes. But I think it's important to really focus on, number one, just how heavy this record is. It's a really heavy record. I mean, Love is a Fist is really, really heavy. Stub a Dub is really heavy. I would listen closely to the lyrics. They're insanely disturbing and strange. The production is immaculate, and the way that they weave the keyboards with the guitars are just, it's one of a kind. It's nobody's ever done anything like that before or since that I'm aware of. It's a record that you have to listen to with intent. It's not something you want to put on and do the dishes. It's not something that you want to be on your phone. If you do, you're going to miss stuff, and you're going to miss stuff anyway. It's so layered.
Yep.
If you're familiar with Faith No More, it's like an Angel Dust record. It's one where you have to really, really pay attention to get it, or else you're not going to get it. And it's a long record, and you sit through the samples, you know, sit through the interludes. Like, they're there for a reason. This was a carefully constructed record. There's no filler. It's all meant to be there, and just be patient.
It was My Ass is on Fire, Egg, Love is a Fist from Mr. Bungle's self-titled debut in 1991. Mark, I don't know how many times you'll ever hear me say my ass is on fire on Requiem Podcast again, but maybe if we need an extreme,
depends on where we eat, you know?
Yeah, it's extreme bathroom break. So kind of lots of heavy lifting and setup in the first parts of the show so far, but let's get into a kind of a short talk set real quick about their live shows and performances. They take a lot of cues from Devo, and they start wearing masks on stage. That was their inspiration for it, and this is well before Slipknot and any of that other kind of stuff. But obviously,
Slipknot did it the most, you know, junior high way you could possibly.
Yeah.
This mask represents how I feel on the inside. Okay. All right, junior high art class.
This is kind of where we get into the discussion of that. Like, they will obviously have a huge influence, you know, on bands like Slipknot and Korn and some of those kind of things, you know, just like Faith No More is kind of given both the credit and the blame for having some massive influence on new metal and some of that kind of stuff. But again, from what I've been told, all the people that have seen them live is quite extraordinary. Actually, I don't know if you remember. I know you went to. Did you go to the Gathering show with us where I interviewed the Gathering and the Shelter? Were you at that show, or was it
No.
just Brian?
No,
Okay, I think it was just Brian. Well, the Shelter in Detroit is a concert venue, and then St. Andrews is upstairs. And upstairs, playing that same night, was Mr. Bungle and Dillinger Escape Plan. And you know, in hindsight, that would have been both. I mean, that would have been a really kind of Bungle at the peak of their powers in like '99. You know, like that would have been probably the time to see them. That's when I know people said they were like at their best. They were like kind of these almost like jazz musicians that have been playing with each other for 10 years and instinctively just knew how to like do cool shit. And so I think a big component of them are these kind of live performances that are iconic. And I think Bungle people, and I think Walton kind of indicates this in some of the interviews. I think Bungle people and Bungle fans are almost like
they're like Fish people.
They're like Fish and Grateful Dead. Yeah, I was just gonna say that. They have this like, you know, every Bungle show is gonna be different, and they might bust a cover out or do something different or this or that. And I think there's something kind of to it. So I figured we started with some live songs at the very opening. Here's a couple of kind of random, but two of the more famous live songs that Walton will kind of unpack and then give some kind of credit to. There was another one we were going to play called Existential Blues, which actually was an old, as you mentioned, Dr. Demento tune from a guy named T-Bone Stankus. And you can kind of find that floating around on YouTube and stuff like that. But we just cut it down to two just to keep it kind of more micro-focused. And the first one is a tune from that first record that we just heard that we didn't play called Travolta. And it's quote unquote Travolta. They actually couldn't call it Travolta, I believe, on the original album because they were worried that Scientology and others would come after them, which is kind of funny. But they merged.
It's parody. You can do whatever you want.
Yeah, exactly. I guess you can. So they merged this, song from the record, and they do this sort of genre clash. And the second song is a remake. It's not. And I know this is not a reference you would care about, but most people, when they see Doo-Wop That Thing, think it's a Lauryn Hill song from Miseducation of Lauryn Hill. It's not. It's actually from a Bengali Bollywood song, which is really interesting.
Okay.
So, but they're
Sahu. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. From Ghost World, my favorite.
Ted Lyon and his Cubs. Come on.
Yes,
one of the best bands ever.
Amazing. But yeah, Trey's riff at 305 is pretty amazing, and Patton does some pretty awesome, like blood-curdling screams about halfway through at the 4:15 mark and stuff. But the other song is technically not called Doo-Wop, that thing you do. It's actually called Irat Tomar Amar. Apparently I wrote this down 4 years ago, so we're all lucky for that. But it kind of reminds me of like when Jeff Buckley would do those news rock covers. Do you remember like the Pakistani guy that like Eddie Vedder and Buckley were kind of into? So it's kind of this really interesting merging of that. And again, this is probably not, for everyone's love, but if you were at a live show and like you saw a band, kind of like just cut right into this, it's kind of interesting, like it's interesting they're able to kind of like stick the landing on something like this, I suppose. But anyways, and then I don't know, any thoughts on either of these live songs before we kind of get into them? Just kind of an interesting kind of mashup kind of idea, or not really?
I mean, the mashup thing I get, but it's not my go-to thing.
What about when bands do it live? Like, does that, like when you're seeing, like when we saw Repulsion and they were kind of like mixing like old Scorpion songs and things like that and Judas Priest into their like, is it just sort of like a live novelty that sometimes can be like, in the moment it kind of works, or
it's fine. I mean, because with a band like Repulsion, they've only got the same, 18 songs or whatever, so that they usually play. So it's like,
that's a good point.
They were kind of like, okay, we're fucking bored. It's somebody's birthday or whatever it was, and I think in a live setting, I think especially in pre-phone era. I think that kind of stuff probably hits more than where now people can be like, what? I'm just gonna look up this lyric and figure out what the hell they're like. There's more thought about it.
mystery
like,
to it too. Yeah.
Yeah. Like what the hell oh my God, is that song? Like, I'm not sure. I don't know the lyrics, but
yeah. Yeah. No, it's a good point.
more
Like
of a
I
lie.
remember,
And from what, interviews, you did for the show, that's definitely a live aspect of this band is something that I can't really attest to.
I can't either. Yeah. Unfortunately, I've never seen them, so. And then they go into a cover of Billy Squires, The Stroke. Mi stroke il cigaretto, by throwing some of his Italian, because Mike Patton speaks Italian and sings Italian crooner songs too. But it comes from the Arima bootleg. It was recorded at the Cabaret Metro in Chicago in 1992. And I forgot to mention that the Travolta doo-wop tune was recorded at the Bazaar Festival in 2000. But yeah, it's almost like half speed, doomy death vocals like version of it.
Yeah.
It's really heavy, pure, the synthwave part in the middle is really kind of interesting. It's kind of a fun little take on it. But again, just a sneak preview for the diehards to understand this component of the band that's so huge, which is seeing them live. So let's hear it. We've got Travolta, quote unquote, and doo-wop that thing, and then The Stroke live. One thing that we've kind of touched around, you obviously talked about your first live experience, but Bungle's sort of known for their unique live shows, and especially like their takes on covers and stuff like that. Like, what do you like as a hardcore fan of them? Is that just something they're doing because they feel like it, or is that what are your impressions of all these different covers that they've sort of weave into their shows, and they'll do like half of like one cover song and then build into another. It's kind of cool and unique. And I guess just what are your general impressions on that? Because we are going to play a couple of live cuts that do that throughout the show. But
yeah,
as a fan, I guess, what are your thoughts? I mean, have you seen them live beyond that time where they actually played normal sets, not just Travolta? Or
yeah, my wife and I used to follow them around like fish.
Oh, cool.
So I've seen them a number of times, and seen them play like more traditional sets. But yeah, I've always loved their covers. I mean, Billy Squires, The Stroke, like on the California tour, they would open up with that, and it was just like dead black on the stage, like nothing. And then you could just hear the snare for The Stroke, and then Patton coming in with the distorted vocals, and it's just so heavy and so brilliant. Just love that so much. They did so many great covers. They've done the Fugees. They did I think my favorite Bungle cover is, I've never seen it perform live. I think they only did it on the debut record tour, but it was Pencil Neck Geek. And God, what's that called? Something Blues. It's a Dr. Demento song. It was featured on Dr. Demento.
I remember that CD, but I don't remember the name. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's oh man, but it's this long form. It's like a 5, 6, 7 minute song, and it's start and stop. But it was like growing up, I listened to a lot of Dr. Demento as well, and so to hear them play that song, the song that I knew so well from that show, man, I wish I could remember what that was called. But that was so great. But they never recorded it professionally. It was only on. I used to collect Mr. Bungle bootlegs, so I had videos of it and like CDRs of it and cassettes of it. That was always great. But I always loved it too when they would just intersperse them with their own songs. They'd be like Travolta for a little bit, and then they would go into something else. They did some New Kids on the Block. They also did that with Faith No More. And it was funny because after Patton was in Faith No More for a little bit, you could see him kind of getting some of that Bungle into Faith No More too. But yeah, they always had. It's hard for me to remember all the covers, and they're doing that now too. Like they're doing a lot of covers.
Hell Waits, right? I think they were doing like a little bit of Hell Waits and some other stuff on that live record. Yeah,
doing a Cro-Mag song, a couple other things, but it seems like covers were always important for Bungle, and I can only assume it's because they probably started just playing covers, Slayer covers, like whatever.
And I think it's cool because of they're so left of center that they want to like show you that they can genre blend and take unique interpretations of that. You know, it's kind of like almost like a jazz band taking jazz standards and like mixing them up and melting them down and things like that, you know.
Thank you for coming to the Bazaar Festival. The only place where 9,000 bands can play, and none of them are good. That's right. Especially us. Let me see your dick. Come on, Schwanz. Let me see that greasy burst, you fat fuck.
Oh yeah, one other time I did see him live was at the Entry in Minneapolis, at the 7th Street Entry. It was a smaller show, and the very first thing that Patton did is they all got on stage and it was all quiet and people were cheering, and he just sat on the front of the stage, and the crowd's just right there, right in front of him, and he just says, "Is everybody here having a good time?" And everybody cheers, and then he says, "'Cause I'm not." And he just starts crying and weeping into the microphone. And it was just the most unsettling thing. And I think that's the thing that a lot of people don't have the takeaway from Bungle, is how unsettling it was a lot of the time. I think people see like the clown cover on the debut, or they hear California and they think it's all like lovely and flowers and Hawaiian themed or whatever. But it was disturbing. Like, I knew people at that point in time who would see him on a Disco Volante tour, and they would leave the show and be like, I feel like I was going to get gassed at some point. Like, I was looking for the exits because I was actually like disturbed. And I think that was like one thing that Bungle really tapped into in that Volante era, that just like that, like he literally sat on the front of the stage for like 5 or 6 minutes and just pretended to cry into the microphone, you know? Wow. And yeah, that's why I love Bungle.
Yeah, no, that's really interesting, and it got me thinking about a question we didn't really talk about, which is, who are the precursors to them? You know, like of doing like that kind of avant kind of thing. Like, I mean, I think of like a Velvet Underground, even though they don't sound anything like Bungle, but like, where, as a fan of music, like, are there bands that you think kind of paved a way to provide like to create like a platform for a band like Bungle to emerge the way they did? Like, are there bands you've heard that remind you of like the same idea of Bungle? I was just kind of searching in my brain for that as you were telling that story.
Well, I think in a way, really at their core, I think Bungle were just like art punks, you know? Yeah. So I think that any type of like punk movement, any type of like punk band, I mean, I feel like it's the same philosophy. It's the same type of thing, just wrapped in a different package. You know, yeah. I don't think they're that different from like the Germs in a way, or Ramones.
Yeah. Musically, like Suicide, you know, where you heard about those Suicide shows where he's like throwing the chain at people and you're just like, you know, synthesizer in Vegas, you know, it's like, just kind of like, ooh, intense, you know?
Yeah. You know, and, you know, punk in the mid 70s, it wasn't a sound, it was a style, you know? Mm-hmm. So you had Blondie, Talking Heads, and Ramones in the same venue.
Television doing weird stuff. Yeah.
In LA, you had Germs and, you know, all that. But I think it's kind of the same philosophy, just wrapped in a different package. So I think that those type of bands really set the stage for a Bungle to emerge, or, you know, like the Bay Area thrash scene, or like Slayer. I think, you know, obviously Slayer had a huge influence on Bungle, but I think that scene too was instrumental for a band like Bungle to exist.
That was The Stroke and Travolta and Doo-Wop, That Thing, live from Mr. Bungle from various eras, 2000, 1992.
And we found out Billy Squires from Massachusetts.
Yes, we did. And born in 1950.
Yeah.
Happy almost birthday, Billy Squire, if you're listening out there.
I'm sure he's got nothing better to do.
I'm sure of all the episodes he would check out is probably Mr. Bungle. Who knows? Absolutely. Maybe he's like a weird, weird like proggy avant noodlehead deep down inside.
Maybe he's in the hospital, had a stroke, and he needs to
needs to
listen to something
stroke to bring him back. I remember once Mike from the record store, who we've brought up numerous times, once told me that like Paul Schaefer from David Letterman in early SNL was like a huge like free jazz guy and would be at like Cecil Taylor shows all the time. So you never know. You can play lame music and you know, like do cool tools.
Well, you got to be able to pay your bills.
Yeah, exactly.
Figure out a way to pay your bills, and then you can still like what you like.
So maybe Billy Squire is the biggest Mr. Bungle fan that we don't know, and that's why they did The Stroke in honor of his.
I mean, he might have been supporting them financially this whole time. Who knows?
That's true. Yeah, maybe that's how maybe that's how Warner Brothers really was able to do that.
Maybe.
Speaking of Warner Brothers records that are like I think the thing, when you think about Disco Volante, all right, their second record released 4 years later, 1995. I think the thing to think about is that this was a major studio record.
Mm-hmm.
This was produced in I think 3 different studios. So like they were bringing in musicians, like they spent so much money on this record, probably. Like it's highway robbery. And
I'm really curious I'd like to understand what is going on with this contract, because I'm sure that it was a boilerplate contract with, with the success of Faith No More, Epic and whatever. They're like, oh my God, okay, we got to figure out what the magic juice is here. But why did they not just cancel? I can't imagine the stuff sold that well.
I mean, this is
like when you're talking about they're playing above the Gathering.
Yeah,
that's a 1,500 capacity, venue. That's not shit for if you're on Warner Brothers. Like what? Who's got the feet to the fire here? What's going on? Who's got the blackmail photos?
You got to remember, this is a time where the Melvins are putting out fucking Houdini.
That's true.
And stuff like that.
This is before like the modern. I mean, modern record labels. It's not even close to what it was.
They were just burning
30 years ago.
Yeah, they're burning.
But also, like, there was a point when they would actually like encourage talent and trying to figure out what it like. Rush, for instance, we're going to go see this month.
Yeah.
They let it took a couple records for them to hit.
Yeah,
and
a lot of those bands in the 70s, especially, Kansas, like a lot of those like proggier bands didn't hit for 3-4 records,
Yeah, and they're willing to like, okay, I don't know what the how much money they're throwing at it, but still it was like that was a possibility. And now I'm not really sure who's making money outside of fucking Taylor Swift in a record label, but she's probably licensing to somebody else because she's got lawyers telling her what to do.
Yeah. No, I think it was a time where I think they would give these and again, this is the thing I always tell people about, like, who weren't around in that era of the 90s. Like, the thing that Nirvana did is Nirvana got bands like Mr. Bungle signed. I'm not saying just Nirvana, but like that, like alternative explosion, Faith No More, whatever, like what
the Melvins, didn't they put out Prick on a major label?
Yeah.
Like, if anybody's heard that record.
Yeah, but that's what I mean.
That should have been shelved. That should have been thrown in the fucking trash as far as they was concerned, I
don't think Prick was going to be their third Atlantic record, and then Atlantic told them, fuck no.
Fuck you.
Yeah, and I think Prick came out on, was it Ipecac, Mike Patton's label? Is that where Melvins went to? I think it did. I think it came out.
Seems early for Ipecac, though.
No, it wasn't Ipecac. It was it was like Man's Rune or one of those kind of like label of some sort. I don't have it in front of me, but it just Nine Inch Nails had all the freedom to do Downward Spiral. Like, people just had these.
But that sold fucking incredible too.
It did, but it's a dark, fucked up record. Ministry.
Yeah. Psalm 69 sold real well.
There's like a lot of really fucked up stuff this was Columbia House's like album of the month. And so how many,
they were definitely doing more risks than they do now. Like now there is no risk in Hollywood and, major label, whatever that even means anymore.
Yep. Agreed. Although I will say there's something kind of interesting maybe about to happen with Hollywood. That's like this YouTube phenomenon that just like hit, with the 2 horror movies is
as
really
long as if like you talk about like the back rooms and that shit,
an Obsession,
like I think if they can keep, because this started like a year and a half ago with there was this Chris Stuckman, who is a YouTube reviewer of movies, did a movie that was in like 17 or 20. He ended up doing this kind of Blair Witch-ish thing that made it into quite a few theaters.
Yeah.
And I think that was one of the early kind of impetus of this whole thing. As long as they let people do what they want to do.
Yep.
Because right now everything is studio input, like all this, like every franchise is ruined because people say it needs to do this or that. Like all you had a blank check for Star Wars, for Indiana Jones. You could have made a ass ton of money. Instead, you threw it right in the trash. Like, I don't understand how. I don't know how movie companies or record companies keep going.
Yeah,
in the
I'm not
modern
sure.
climate, because nobody's buying physical shit, and streaming is so not lucrative.
I think there's, some of them are still making money at box office, but I will say,
I mean, very few. I mean, everything is all the stuff that like the benchmarks for when we were younger are almost gone. Like if you get like a top 30 album in metal, what does that even mean you sold? Like 4,000 records?
Something like that. Crazy. Yeah.
Like it's such a different thing compared to like, go back to Queensryche, Operation Mindcrime selling like 3 million copies just in the US.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a pretty, it's not like a super accessible record. It's not a super mainstream thing. Like,
well, that's like, yeah, no, I'm kind of
I've gone forever about crap.
No, I'm hopeful because Obsession was awesome. I loved it.
I haven't seen it, but I know it by reputation.
Super pumped for him getting the Texas Chainsaw franchise, because if he minimalizes it and keeps it very minimal and understand.
Well, I hope that they let him use his talents and his vision to do that instead of just being like, okay, people like this guy, we're going to bring him in, he's going to redo this Toby Hooper masterpiece.
I think they'll give him one movie because he turned $750,000 into $350 million. I think they'll give him like a one movie, almost like Orson.
It's gonna be a John Carpenter thing.
Yeah.
Halloween did great, and now what are you gonna do?
yeah, exactly. So we'll see, but I mean, it could. I'm excited, and I haven't been excited for those kind of remakes in like almost forever. Like all.
No, I'm just hoping it stays. I was scared that the kind of movies that we care about in general were just not going to exist anymore. The whole thing was going to fall apart. And I think there's still definitely a place to go to the theater. That's an experience. Sure. That's something like we don't, it's a rare thing anymore. And people are going to, to see live music for, that you can't just watch it on your phone. It's a different experience.
Mm-hmm.
And I hope that they can get out of their own way and just let some of these young creators just do, like, it's not that much money. You're spending $300 million on a Indiana Jones movie or Star Wars movie that does not make its money back.
It's really weird.
Risk like $30 million on somebody, Well,
I think the only place you really see like risk taking in a mainstream sort of way is like the horror genre. The last 10 years,
it's cheap. Yeah, it's always been the one that makes money.
The wicked, redheaded stepchild that whatever we can, teenagers will just come and see whatever we do. We'll just let them make kind of this crazy shit, and this crazy shit is done pretty well at theaters, so it's kind of interesting. I don't know
if you don't have a youth market for movies, what the fuck are you doing?
But I listen to a film podcast pretty regularly, and they were kind of talking about what Backrooms and Obsession possibly could be a portent into, because people in the industry are talking about it as it could be, and again, fingers crossed, who knows? It could be almost like what Easy Rider was, where all of a sudden maybe these studios who are losing money hand over fist because they can't fucking get out of their own way look at these young people from a world they don't understand and say, just give them money. Let them do the way that that early 70s
Cleopatra
generation.
Yeah. Everything's shit in the bed. These things are so bloated.
Easy Rider, Bonnie and Clyde, these they've tapped into a youth market. We don't understand it. We're old executives. Just give fucking Steven Spielberg money. Give Martin Scorsese money. Give Coppola money. Let them fucking do shit.
Do what Alan Ladd Jr. did. Is this. Yeah. People are into this shit. I'm gonna say, yep, we're gonna do Star Wars. Fuck yes.
It's awesome to have a little mini kind of underground renaissance for, even if it was 4 or 5 years, I'll take it. You know what I mean? And so
we're so due for a 70s renaissance in film.
It'd be great. Yeah, it'd be great. So
it's so on paper, nothing but sense for all the accountants too. We're gonna make all these huge CG heavy movies. who gives a shit? These are not making money. By the time we do like our ad campaign, we're losing our ass. But let's look at this YouTube channel has, 3 million subscribers. Like, we could throw a little bit of money. What's the harm?
Well, it's a built-in market too. That's crazy. You have these droves of dedicated brand. You created a brand and a loyalty. And there's something kind of about that idea, which is fascinating. It's like I don't know. It's like the power of the internet, like in a good way, but it also could be power in a bad way, depending on how you use that loyalty or whatever. But it is fascinating.
Well, the internet has like democratized all this shit. We don't need to have, 20th Century Fox to put out a movie. We don't need Warner Brothers to put out a record anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And now they are coming back at the people who are at the top of this game of this other schema. And they're like, okay, please, like our system is so old and antiquated and it does not work in today's society, but we still have something here. Like, come on over here. We're going to, try to make you mainstream.
The other really interesting kind of, and I promise we'll talk about Disco Volante in a moment, but welcome to Requiem Metal Podcast. This is your first episode, but
this is our film podcast that we've never done, that we've always threatened to do.
There was an interesting, this is more about music, and it was a video I watched the other day. I don't think I shared it with you guys on Instagram or not, but it was talking about how, like Post Malone and Meghan Trainor, who's like a female pop star, how like they had to cancel their tours because like no one was buying tickets to their shows. And they were talking about this idea that...
Is this recent?
Yeah. That Spotify and all of these streaming things have created audiences of no one. Because what's happening is there's this like false sense of inflated streams, like from, and he talked about, he goes like, think of like a Starbucks or think of like a Target or a Costco. They're streaming things for 24 hours a day. And so that algorithm is going through, and that's being streamed at like all of the Costcos across the nation. And they're creating this false sense that artists are more popular than they are, who actually nobody actually gives a shit about. And when they then go out and tour, there's like this, like it's like a vacuum. There's like no one actually cared about this. It's like this overinflated. It was really fascinating. He was kind of talking about, he broke it down in a really cool way. And I was like, this makes a lot of sense, because I often go through like, who gives a shit about this? Who cares about this?
Yeah,
and like it might be that like
my
a record
life every
company
day.
is paying like to get a certain thing streamed. And that doesn't mean anything. It doesn't translate into any actual value. It's just this like empty calorie thing. And anyways, it's a whole entertainment industry thing. But I just thought it was really, really fascinating. So
well, that's also a thing, like why bands like Iron Maiden and Rush, who did not make their career on radio play, by doing what they wanted to do, and they were sincere enough. But my God, that's such anomalies in the scene. But it's definitely like something to hold up to, like that people can still do what they want to do creatively, and people will come if you're genuine.
Well, I think outside of like a certain segment of like kind of decent pop and like hip hop artists, I think the big concert stuff you see is typically like hard rock and heavy metal. That's like the
most loyal people.
Yeah. They're, and like if you look at like actual like physical album sales, like metal like outsells many other genres just because like we're loyal and we collect things. We're not into like as much disposable culture. And so like I don't know, it creates like a loyalty feed that I think supports that art form in a really unique way.
Well, like how many, maybe I'm in a minority here, but how many records do you have by the same artist in different versions, where I've like, there could be 4 different versions of a record and I'll still get it if it's like in my, top echelon of bands. Another like a remaster of something or
like
yeah. There's like, there's a extra, 48-page book that comes with this one that might talk more about it. Like the new Binding Bride box set, it's an 8 LP box set. I pre-ordered it. It has a 48-page booklet by Aaron and Andrew, and perfect, good. Half-speed masters, cool. I'm all about that. But I don't know how many people are doing that with, more mainstream.
Yeah.
Shit. It's like, I don't know how many versions. I have like 4 versions of Angel and Dark River, but I was like, oh, if they do another one, I'll probably grab that. I need to hear how different it sounds or whatever. But
yeah, no, I just think that's something that's pretty specific to like probably like punk and metal and hard
jazz.
Jazz, yeah. There's a lot of like kind of cohesion between like jazz and like metal in terms of like that fan base. Has some of that.
I think just the fringe nature of it too.
Yeah.
How many free jazz fans are there compared to like pop music? I think it's a bunch of devoted people just like metal.
Yep. So, Disco Volante.
I'm avoiding trying to talk about it, I guess.
So one thing that's really interesting is that for those of you who are Faith No More people, there's been like kind of, I want to say in the rumor mill, but in the zeitgeist, that like when Billy Gould heard the first Mr. Bungle, he came back to some of the other band members and was like, we need to up our game a little bit, and kind of like pushed for some of the experimentation of Angel Dust. So that record right away kind of like even changed Patton's other band a little bit. And you listen to Angel Dust, for those of you that have heard it, and you kind of know what we're talking about. It's definitely different than Real Thing, right? And it's like, oh, okay. And so by the time you arrive at Disco Volante, there's this like, okay, what's Mr. Bungle going to do next? I suppose, I wasn't, because Disco Volante was the first thing I was going to hear. And, you got this great James Bond Thunderball reference, by the way. We'll get to the James Bond Thunderball Tom Jones of it all later. But Disco Volante was the name of the ship that the villain in Thunderball was on. He had the eye patch, the sort of Italian dude with the cigar and all that sort of stuff. And translates into flying saucer. That's what Disco Volante means, apparently. But I can't imagine what people who expected Mr. Bungle, the debut, part 1, got when they bought this. Like, again, I had no expectations. So like when we put it on, we're like, what is this? We knew what Faith No More was, but like, again, this was like, it's one of the most dense records I've ever heard. It's just like, I don't know.
Who produced this record?
Billy Anderson.
Okay, he didn't just mix. He produced this record.
Yeah. This is very much it's there's almost a Neurosis aspect to that part of it, even though Neurosis is very airy, but like that sort of like whatever Billy Anderson kind of does, you can kind of feel it in this record. It's not, I mean, there's humor in it for sure.
What did he do before? He was doing Melvin stuff?
I think Melvin
and then Neurosis and then
Neurosis and Bungle.
Was this post Neurosis or pre?
This is pre. Yeah, he did this before Through Silver, because Through Silver's 96. So,
okay. And then he was doing the Cathedral and everything else.
Yeah. So it's just a really interesting, and right from the very get-go with like everyone I went to high school with is dead. You're like, okay, this is like a different kind of vibe. Quietus, which is a really cool journalism thing. They sometimes do some stuff on metal. They did a kind of bunch of articles on Mr. Bungle through the years that I sort of came across, and they said that, in the first article, they said, opening track, Everyone I Went to High School with Dead, is remarkable in its attempt to be deliberately off-putting. It has none of the malevolent buoyancy of the first album, just a crushing, despondently tuneless, repetitive, sludgy dirge with monotone yelling, passages of arrhythmic chaos, and stuttering noise. It's less than 3 minutes, but seems much longer, and not necessarily in a good way. But it's deliberate. It's a test. If you can't cope with this, don't bother continuing. Go back to your shiny Faith No More records, civilian dilettantes. That was really, and to some extent, it is like a test. Like this whole record is like a test of will. It's a test of like endurance. I don't know, and that's again, we haven't done stuff like this too often on Requiem, so this is a new territory for us. But for people that love this record, they love it, right? It's like it's like they figured it out, and I won't purport that I figured it out, but I've listened to it enough that I appreciate parts of it. Do I
figure it out on your own? Yeah, it's not a a philosophical nightmare to try to figure this out. It's just does it connect with you?
Yeah, exactly. So that's kind of like how things kind of kick things off. So any thoughts on that opening tune? Can you kind of hear the Billy Anderson dirge?
I mean, I think I'm more drawn to this record outside of any of the other ones.
Okay, yeah,
I think the
many
production
people it's
comes
considered
through
the masterpiece.
But this is like Melvins and Orange Goblin and there's a million other fucking bands. But I'm just looking at his credits.
Yeah,
right now it's just like it's kind of because he was in a zeitgeist of the 2000s where that sound was what everybody was looking for.
Yeah. Yep. Well, and I think there's like other versions, like bonus tracks that Billy Anderson has released from this record on like YouTube and stuff. He's like, here's some unused things. So there's like there's definitely a lot of legend and lore about the production of this, because this guy had to sit in a studio and like sift through this, right? And like help this band make this cohesive. And for that's like a miracle. It's a miracle that this thing exists and it exists on a major label. I mean, the title track, The Bends, is, or the subtitle track, I'm sorry, The Bends is like a 9-minute exploration of the Bends. Like they're taking you through the whole process of what it is when you like get the Bends.
The depressurize. Yeah.
It's like, and it sounds like a sci-fi song. It's like because it's using all like theremin and all these weird kind of things to get that underwater feel. It's very, I don't know. It's really interesting. The second tune
he was doing I Hate God at the same time.
Okay, yeah, he was doing Dope Sick, right? Yeah. Okay. Again, that guy's schedule.
I'm only to the F's on this right now. It's crazy. He's done so much shit.
Yeah, Billy, interesting.
High and Fire, yeah. I mean, it's Impaled Records.
And I think he might have been a California guy. I'm not 100% sure.
He was. Yeah, he's. Let me get back there.
I think he was San Francisco.
San Francisco. Yeah, so it makes sense why Neurosis shit.
Neurosis. Yep, exactly. And they talk about Chemical Marriage in the Quietus article, the second tune we're going to hear. It says, ostensibly a stark contrast, Chemical Marriage bounds in as soon as its predecessor collapses. It's a seemingly cheery and amiable jazzy bossa nova, yet there's considerable undercurrent of mania to it. Sour harmonies, counterpoint-friendly chords, sounding both warmly accessible and profoundly unsettling. At the halfway point, clashing discordances rocket back and forth furiously, recalling the profane possession of a church organist in the Carnival of Souls, which is kind of a cool reference point for people that don't know. Carnival of Souls was like an early 60s, very lo-fi, kind of like
Roger Corman film.
I don't even know if it was Corman, but has that like production value. But it was like
American International Pictures, I think, picked it up.
Is that what it was? Okay.
Yeah, AIP.
It was made by a guy that did like videos for Driver's Ed, crash videos. He did like a horror movie, and it's got this like really unsettling, simple atmosphere that almost like predicts more like the Night of the Living Dead than it does like the horror movies that had kind of come before it. So, and it has like this really famous like organ scene that's like haunting, kind of played throughout. So it's cool. It's got a vibe to it. So Chemical Marriage, I kind of thought the best way to do Disco Volante is to play the first 4 songs, because it's like they all bleed into each other, and it kind of almost creates like you get it. Like you either get it or don't get it from here, like whether it's your thing, because like these 4 songs are all coming from completely different places, yet like they sort of fit together. I don't know. It's
for me, this is the record where the stuff can actually like mix together.
Yeah.
Anderson found a way to make the dissonantness of everything like kind of like it somehow worked better. Not that it worked 100%, but it worked much more for me than the original record.
Yeah.
Or the first record, yeah.
Well, I called it what I write down. I said you hear these 4 songs as almost a suite of madness, like a SUITE, kind of thing. Then we get to Carry Stress in the Jaw and the secret song, which is kind of hidden inside of it at the end. This is a song that hooked me on Bungle. The second that we in 10th grade, again 10th grade, heard like Grandpa Simpson vocals come on, it became this novelty that I had to show my friends. And every time I did, I kind of fell more in love with it. It kind of reminded me of do you remember People?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I worked on the advertising campaign for People.
Tell people who People were was for those that don't know or understand what the fuck it was.
It was Israeli,
right?
Israeli grindcore.
I think so. Yeah.
It's as far as what I remember from it, but
with a Gloria Stefan break in the middle and
it was completely
vocals.
absurd as shit, just like this. Yeah.
It was when we heard
Miami Sound Machine. Yeah.
Yes, Miami Sound Machine. Yeah, Gloria Stefan. But they would show Chris showed me People right when I first started hanging out with them, and I made a recording of it, and then I would show my other friends, and so
it was something you put on to make people laugh.
Yeah. Yeah.
It wasn't something that I would put on to make people think about the state of humanity or anything.
But I guess
it was a novelty to me. People was especially People.
Yeah, People.
I don't remember if they did anything beyond this. Honestly,
I don't think they did. But what started with hey, you got to hear this. All of a sudden, I would kind of every time I'd play it, I'd figure something out a little bit more, or I'd be like, oh, that was a kind of a cool riff that they were actually doing, or oh, I'd pay attention to what, and it almost had to wear you down. I feel like that's what Disco Volante kind of does. It's the first time you hear those, Melvin's Houdini or something. You're like, what the fuck am I trying to get out of this song or whatever,
Yeah.
And then you hear it, then you see it live, and you're like, oh, okay, I kind of get what they're doing here. And again, I don't purport to understand Disco Volante, but I think you said, it's more cohesive. Even though it's more,
I think the production makes it more it's, even though stuff's arbitrary completely, whatever happens in the production makes it so it's more palatable somehow.
Yeah, no, I think that's
really probably the arrangements and stuff too, but the production especially to me makes it more palatable.
Well, so the article goes on. It says the surreal breakneck jazz of Carry Stress in the Jaw follows, beginning with Dunn and Bar Makinon doubling wild bass. So they brought in all these guest people to do shit. Again, Warner Brothers money just being fucking set on fire, which is awesome.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people got to pay rent,
Yeah, exactly. And sax lines reminiscent of Dave Holland's Conference of the Birds. Eerie organs and spectral quotations of Edgar Allan Poe waft over a studiously constructed clatter, both intense and ambient. Unexpectedly, a passage of free jazz segues into a vicious, razor-precise death metal, as if these two forms are natural bedfellows. More jazzy doubling follows, this time George Benson as serial killer, as Patton's sleazy barroom 4 a.m. crooner matches note for note with Dunn's trills and runs, finally exploding into a grotesque metal with horns riff. It's an astounding genre mash, yet doesn't come off like someone pointlessly ramming together incompatible styles. It makes sense on its own terms. And then hidden from the track list, but lurking between tracks 3 and 4 is the aptly named The Secret Song. On the vinyl version, this was double groove. Precise and fortuitous needle placement was required if you were to ever hear this song at all. A spy theme that never was. This jazzy, mathy take on twangy Peter Gunn Pink Panther template is bass-led, yet recorded without Trevor Dunn's knowledge. The Grandpa Simpson style vocals are Dunn recording himself complaining about his lack of involvement. It makes for one of the album's lightest, silliest, and most instantly appealing tracks. Yeah, Carry Stress in the Jaw was this and Mary Go Bye Bye were the songs we played for people, kind of, I don't know, so it's kind of interesting. And then you get last to Desert Search for Technoala, and we would flip out because we would this is right when I got my brand new Pioneer system, the first like audio system like I ever really had, and we
Your first components.
Yeah. And we had never heard techno bass like that before. Like we were like, what the fuck? So it's like when that would like kick in and fucking boom and shit, like boom, boom, boom. Like it was kind of awesome, again, for our 10th grade brains. So I don't know. And
techno had a big effect on extreme metal too.
Yeah.
I mean, think of like what country was not doing, what like extreme metal guys weren't doing a techno thing.
Sure.
Yeah. Fucking Fenriz and,
well, and like
everybody in
trip-hop
Sweden had something going on.
Yeah. Trip hop and techno kind of together, those two genres really, Ulver and all the stuff that was kind of going on with the Norwegian sort of stuff. But, so they talked about this song, Desert Search for Techno Allah. It says, echoing Trey Spruntz's deepening fascination with Middle Eastern music, which would reach full glorious expression in his Secret Chiefs 3. Desert Search for Techno Allah is similarly direct, a deliriously hard-pounding stomp full of heavy beats, chanting, and Arabian flourishes, slowing to a crawl for some climatic, doomy guitars and portentous wailing. The title, however, is overly self-deprecative and blunt, one at which 21st century Spruance, a keen student of Islamic mysticism and alchemical traditions, might well balk. So, yeah, kind of regrets naming it that, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like a Frank Zappa song to me.
Yeah. It's wild. So Trevor talks about it. He has a quote. He says, for example, in Techno Allah, there's a riff, and riffs get layered on top of riffs. And what usually happens, just by coincidence, is riffs that we made up are stacked up this high in tapes from all the years that we've been playing together. We'll come up with something, and then maybe a week later, it fits perfectly with this other one that you can layer with it. And then you can use one of those riffs on top of another one and another one to give it a sense of continuity. So it's sort of like multiple riff stacking. I think it stops being riff oriented and it becomes more of a superimposition of different elements. So it's kind of a long process. It takes a while to finish a song because then a set of riffs that you all work together that you can stack on top of each other. But you haven't made music yet. You haven't arranged it into a structure that makes any sense. So that's a major time-consuming part. It's probably why it takes them 4 years in between every album to do this kind of shit, I suppose. So,
or along with touring commitments and stuff.
Yeah, and Faith No More is doing their shit, and everybody kind of had a side project and stuff. But anyways, so let's any thoughts? I know this is the record you liked the most, I suppose, but anything about any of these four
bits
songs
were more. It seemed less arbitrary to me. Just there seemed like a more cohesive vibe to the whole thing instead of just being like turning the radio dial. Yeah. On an international channel to find.
I love that.
You're going from like Cairo rap to, whatever random stuff would pop up. This seemed a little bit more dialed in.
Yeah, for sure. Cool. All right, well, let's get into it. We got Everyone I Went to High School With Is Dead, Chemical Marriage, Carry Stress in the Jaw, and Desert Search for Techno Allah. Versus, and we'll talk about Faith No More later, but how would you approach, how would you describe like what he's up to or the kind of choices he's making and how that affected you as like a listener and a fan?
Well, I mean, I think you're right. I think his cast of characters for Bungle is quite a bit wider than Faith No More, although you can hear it in Faith No More at times for sure. But he even did like some weird, almost like Donald Duck type of voices here and there with Bungle,
especially in Disco Volante. I feel like it started to come out.
Yeah, and there's the secret song on Disco Volante. Everybody thinks that's Patton. It's not. It's Trevor Dunn. The Grandpa Simpson voice is Trevor Dunn. But I mean, just listening to a record like Disco Volante, he's got like like the screamy shouts on. I'm drawing a blank. I had on the tip of my tongue. It doesn't matter, but a lot of screaming shouts that he also does in Faith No More, but they're different. They're a little bit more unhinged in Disco Volante.
I think the one he does on Merry Go Bye Bye is pretty like it's like whoa, they always remind me like Brujeria or something like that. Had that.
That's
kind
exactly
of
what I was thinking of. Was Merry Go Bye Bye.
Yeah.
But you have After School Special where he's just kind of crooning. You've got Everyone I Went to High School With Is Dead, where it's a tribute to Melvin's, that track, you know, and he kind of sings like it. And then Desert Search for Techno Allah. It's like almost like this monotone, like Buddhist chant, you know, and that one in particular just kind of bowled me over when I heard it. He paints with a lot of different colors, you know, and I think he still pushes on those in his various projects, but Bungle was, you could tell that all of them, it was just like, they felt like there's no boundaries. You know, they wanted to pull from every influence they possibly could and try anything they possibly could.
And I think, you know, I think we've kind of like opened the gateway to Disco Volante here, because I think that is the record where I feel like he starts to really unveil a lot of those characters and a lot of more. There are some definite genre mashing on the debut, but like Disco Volante is like the floodgates kind of open. And that was a weird one for me. I'll give my origin story, because that was a Columbia House thing. And so that was like a Columbia House, like metal album of the month, recommend it. And I was like, oh, I like Faith No More. Like I had only heard of Mr. Bungle. I didn't hear a song, but I had only heard of Mr. Bungle in the Slayer Live Intrusion VHS that I had. All right. When Kerry King is backstage and he's singing Squeeze Me Macaroni. And I remember like, and somebody mentions like, oh, you like Bungle? And Kerry King said something like, yeah. And so I was like, okay, there's some street cred there. I'm sure I'll like this. And then, you know, I loved it. It took me a while. And it's, you know, in some weird ways, Volante might still be my favorite kind of nostalgic record of theirs because it was my first. But man, it's, you know, like you said, the techno song, you know, the platypus, there's Merry Go Bye Bye, there's, you know, all these different tones and visions that are kind of throughout. So I guess what are I know you mentioned loving this record, but let's unpack like how unique this record is. And you said it's inspired you, or you've been inspired to try to, you know, commit to some of those things like in some of your projects, I suppose. So what is the magic of Disco Volante for people that are hearing it for the first time?
Wow. I hate the term, but it's lightning in a bottle. I mean, it sounds cliched, but it's just, nothing is like that record. You can hear where they've taken some influences here and there. But it is a wholly unique record. I feel like it's one of those records where you will never understand what's happening fully. I think the people involved don't fully understand what was happening. I think it was just one of those moments where, you know, the result is so much greater than what the people were putting into it. You know, and becoming friends with Billy Anderson, the producer and engineer on that, he's told me story after story after story about that record. Because when I first met him, we were on tour and I just grilled him for hours. Like, you have to tell me about this, tell me about this. And he's regaled me with so many just amazing stories about those sessions. But I mean, you're talking about like a group of friends from high school who are all just insanely passionate and gifted musicians and artists, who all just happen to be in the same place, who happen to have the same tastes, who happen to form this band in high school. And then years later, you have a Disco Volante where they're tapping into, like, it's like otherworldly vibrations they're tapping into. It's like the debut where you mentioned genre hopping and stuff, but it's so much better interwoven and crafted compositionally. It's unmatched. Carry Stress in the Jaw, the way that's performed, that bass line, I literally right now have chills thinking about it.
That was the first song that really stood out to me. Like, that was like for me. And then Merry Go Bye. It was like every week it was like discovering something new and understanding it, you know. And there's, like you said, there's still songs I don't think I have a full grasp on. I like them, but I don't quite know where they were coming from. But it doesn't almost matter to me, you know.
And I don't, a record like that, I don't think you want to know 100%. You want to let itself reveal itself to you. And I mean, it's been my favorite record since it came out. I can't tell you how many times I've listened to it. Hundreds of times I've listened to that, possibly over 1,000. Like literally, I've listened to that record, and it's still giving me something that I didn't know or understand. And as the record ages, and as my musical knowledge ages as well, like there are threads that I'm like, oh, like this kind of like makes me think of this, or this kind of makes me think of this, or like, oh my God, like I didn't notice like how this is related to this. And I truly believe it's just, it's one of those records where I don't even want to be like congratulate them on the record. It's so much bigger than anything in this world. It's just one of those magic pieces of art where nobody can claim it. It's just there, and be thankful that it exists. It's just, when I bought that record the day it came out, I was living in Minneapolis, and I went to the record store. I think it was like one of those times when they had like the midnight sale or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
I remember seeing it on the wall, seeing the record cover, and just like, this cover is just so strange, but I had no idea what the album was going to sound like. And I remember getting home and putting it on, and I remember just the way I described it to everybody was, I just felt like I was running the entire time to catch up. I just didn't know what was going to happen. I couldn't anticipate anything. Any assumptions I had were wrong. There was none of the carnival shit from before. There was none of the goofy aspects. There was none of the sexual humor. It was extremely dark, extremely disturbing. And the production has like this pallor over it. It's almost like there's a cloud over the whole production. It's not muddy. It's really well done, but it's just got this like brooding, like venomous, like it's just dripping with like a darkness that's hard to explain, even though parts of it are kind of like upbeat and happy. It's just, there's no good going on that record. And it took me a long time to even get to that opinion. I just didn't know what was happening.
Well, it's fascinating to think that Billy was doing that and like Through Silver, like near each other. And there's such, like you said, there's such like dark cloud records, but yet they're singular, and they've like had these echoes, What do you think? I was trying to think as you were kind of talking about it. Is there another record? I mean, as a fan of music, beyond, it doesn't have to be metal, but is there another record that has that kind of disco volante variety that you've ever heard before? Like I'm trying to think of like a prog record or something like I've heard, where it's like you're like every song is a different genre, and yet it somehow fits, or I don't know. I was trying to think about that, like if there's anything else I've ever experienced in my life that has that sort of feel to it.
I think you're onto something there with prog. There's a lot of like 60s, 70s prog that it feels like they're drawing from. There's even some like ELP in there. I'm not a huge prog fan, so I can't really name the names. I'm a huge fan of progressive music. I'm not a fan of prog music. So
I'm pretty picky myself. I'm a Crimson guy, but like a lot of the other bands I don't put on a lot. So
yeah. So I don't have those like direct correlations necessarily, but like as far as like the album as a whole, it's hard to pinpoint. I mean, I can't think of. Actually, this is kind of a hot take, but I have. In my mind, I've drawn some comparisons between that record and Deeper Kind of Slumber.
Oh, ooh, that's really fascinating. That's a record I've been going back to a lot more lately, the last few years.
So much.
Yeah, I loved it in college when I first got it, and then I kind of put it away because I'll be honest, I didn't really like the follow up, and so
I didn't either.
Yeah, and so I kind of like it kind of like got me off the Tiamat train for a little while. I mean, I didn't sell my stuff, but I just retired it and went on to some other things. But yeah, it's really interesting. I think Jeff just did a episode on Deeper Kind of Slumber for Radical Research, and that got me to pull that back out. And I was like, oh man, I miss this record. It's so weird,
I went to the Oregon coast a couple weeks ago with some friends, and I put it on and we just sat there and listened to it. And I was with a couple of people that had never heard it before and had no idea what Tiamat was. And but to me, it has some Volante vibes. It's got the kind of like, it doesn't have any like merry-go bye-byes or anything like that, but it's got like the weird Middle Eastern percussion. It's got the synth lines. It's got the kind of like lilting lullaby aspects. There's that one song on Deeper Kind of Slumber where he's just singing gibberish, basically. But it's not so different from like Desert Search for Techno Allah lyrically. So that one has some Volante vibes to me. I don't think it's nearly as daring as Volante.
Sure.
But, contextually maybe so. I mean, coming off of Wild Honey and in the extreme metal scene, I mean,
yeah,
Tiamat were revolutionary in many ways. And I think Deeper Kind of Slumber is no pun intended, it's a slept on record. I think it should be hailed as one of the greatest metal records out there. But anyway, point being,
I don't think that's such a hot take. I think that's really, really informative. I guess the other thing I was thinking of that era was like, those first 2 Atlantic records from Melvins, where like, how did this get made? You know what I mean? Like, I remember hearing those and being like, how is, like, this is on MTV, and I loved it, but I was like, what is this? I don't know, Spread Eagle Beagle, and you're just like, you're just like, what? This is an insane record, and I know Kurt Cobain had a lot to do with that, but getting them signed, but yeah.
For sure. And then, Billy Anderson's in the Melvins, and then, Bungle are fans of the Melvins, and, all that too. So yeah, there's definitely, like I said, I think, Volante definitely has some Melvins in it as well.
Don't let him know. There's a secret.
Thing you mentioned talking to Billy a bunch. What was like just like one cool story he told you about the weirdness of making that record? If you're happy to share one, because you got some kind of cool inside baseball on that.
I do. My favorite story is I can't remember what track it was. I want to say it was Carry Stress in the Jaw, but I don't remember for sure. But Billy was telling me about how Trey tracked a song and they didn't realize it at the time, but after they tracked it, Trevor was going in to lay down the bass parts and they realized that Trey was out of tune when he tracked it. So Billy was like, "Oh, Trey, we got to re-record this part. It's all fucked up." And Trevor was like, "No, I got it." And so he listened to it a couple times and then he played along. And I believe he was playing an upright on the part, if I remember right. And instead of them retracking the guitar in tune, Trevor played the part but bent the strings for each note to be in tune with Trey's out of tune guitar.
Wow.
While he was playing.
It seems like those guys have, and maybe this is because I've heard some of Trevor and Trey's like other projects and stuff. It seems like these guys have like incredible musical theory chops. Even like, were they well trained or were they self-taught? Like, do you know much about that as a musician? Like, they seem like they just, like you said, they almost have a prog background, but yet they're also coming from like punk metal, and it's very interesting, you know.
I don't know their training.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're beasts. You know, I mean, Trevor Dunn is a world-class bass player. Yeah, like I said, I don't know their training, but like they know their stuff. They can play just about any genre. You know, Trey is an insanely amazing composer. He's so well versed in like Eastern scales, and he works a lot of like microtonal stuff and things that are not, you know, the norm for our Western ears. But they all are very well studied in music for sure.
Yeah, I feel like jazz people probably get Bungle more than like your normal rock fans do sometimes, because they're doing some of those like subconscious like things that a lot of jazz musicians do.
For sure. And I call them like the Bungle like adjacent projects, but like a Stratosphere or like later on Secret Chiefs 3, these bands that were kind of like in their realm that lean more into those things like klezmer and jazz and blues, and they're all just amazing. I don't know how these people all come from California and they're just all so good at what they do.
And found each other, and have stayed. I mean, they're not like putting out new Bungle records for per se, I guess, but like for at least a chunk of time stayed together as friends and grew together. And that's rare that like everybody is progressing, because sometimes you always feel like you hear those stories where like someone kind of didn't want to go along for the ride that was there at the beginning, or and it's pretty phenomenal.
Yeah. I mean, they've had Bungle had a few changes here and there, but I feel like it's always been somewhat of a core, and it's not really fair to talk about that for modern Bungle. That's just a weird trajectory, a weird anomaly. I'm not going to consider that like actual Bungle. I'm going to consider that kind of just like their weird offshoot. But as far as like actual Bungle, the first 3 records, like pretty solid, mostly a pretty solid lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing that
when you first gave Disco Volante to Warner Brothers, the first, like, this is our first, I don't know how recordings work. You're like, this is the first version of it. What did the executives at Warner Brothers say?
Nah, they didn't care.
They didn't care?
No, they didn't care.
They were mellow.
Yeah, they were totally mellow. What they were trying to do, I think, I'm not sure, but my opinion of it is basically that they were trying to keep me happy, to keep me in Faith No More. You understand? Like I think they were like, whatever he wants to do, let him do it. And
I think that's the longest recorded scream is captured on that album.
Which
I think that's in Carrie Stress in the Jaw. That's the longest scream in history. That's my theory. Somebody said it's Iggy Pop has one, and somebody said James Brown has a long one, and Glassjaw. I don't know if you remember the band Glassjaw. They have a really long one.
I do.
But I do think that you have the record. I think you have the record. It goes. Yeah. Time that scream, and I dare you to find me a longer scream. I challenge thee.
Okay.
Are you like me? As soon as you finish a project, you hate it. You like put all this energy into it, and then as soon as it's out, you have like a day where you're into it, and then you're like, I fucking hate this shit. You're like, on to the next.
It's not that I hate it. It's more like I disown it. It's like I don't know about you. You don't have kids, do you? You have kids?
No.
Okay, so neither do I. But my records are my kids. So, like a scream like that or a record like that, when it's done, it's like, okay, you're out of the house. You're out of the house. Good luck to you.
Yeah.
I'm leaving you, I'm putting you into the world, and you can do whatever you want to do. And it's a weird thing. Like music, man, it's like you gotta let it go. You gotta let it go.
Yeah. It'll drive you mad if you don't.
Absolutely.
Yeah. You'll keep wanting to fester with it. It's like when George Lucas went back to Star Wars, he put that shitty 90s CGI back into Star Wars. You're like, why did you do that, you fucking idiot? Leave it alone. Leave it alone. It's like John Carpenter, once he delivers his movies, he doesn't watch them. He doesn't watch it. He finishes editing it, locks the cut, color correct, whatever, sends it off, and then he's like, I'm not like I'm outside, like have fun at the premiere, like I'm done.
Yeah, you let the kid get out the barn, and then it's over. It's over, and then you're on to the next. So that's totally the way I look at it.
You sir, Desert Search, Techna Allah, carry stress in the jaw, chemical marriage, and open things up with everyone I went to high school with is dead, which is just a great title, by the way. And we heard from Jason Walton at the beginning and the end, and then we heard a conversation at the very end there with Eric Andre and Mike Patton, where they talked about whether or not Disco Volante had the longest scream in metal history, and I thought of like Michael from Opeth. I don't know. I'm trying to think of the longest screams I've ever heard in like a metal record. I think the one on Black Rose Immortal's pretty golden.
Is it Swano though?
On Black Rose, did he do that scream? It might be. I don't know. I know he does the scream on Dissection. You know, the famous one on Where Dead Angels Lie.
Jeff Tate it too much, but there's a handful of things.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Where it's full voice.
Oh sure.
Which is crazy seeing this, guy. I think he's almost 70 probably ish.
He pulled it off when I saw him live doing Minecraft.
The YouTube stuff I've watched is just I'm kind of gobsmacked how good he can still pull it off. So it means he did it right.
Really
from
good
the
care of himself. You know what I mean? I think he kind of So, but Anyways, it was kind of interesting thing. I mean, there's a lot you can play from this album. After School Special is a really interesting song. I already mentioned the bends, like his 10.5-minute underwater, basically Tangerine Dream kind of Odyssey tune. There's some really interesting things. They even talk about the bends in that Quietus article.
Not a Radiohead cover.
No. Same year as the Bends, actually. It was released in 95, so 2 Bends that year. But it says it's a 10-minute multi-part sound collage of jazz, musique, concrete, primitive sci-fi electronica, and looming horror soundtracks. If the album thus far seemed to be mastered a little on the quiet and muted side, the reason for this becomes apparent because there's a part in the Bends. I don't know if you listen to the whole record or just kind of pieces of Disco Volante, but there's this like section that like all of a sudden just like gets really loud, and it's this like infrared like sound, almost like an alien attack, and they put in bold letters, it says scares the living fuck out of you, and it's very like sensory oriented where you would be like you're like lulled into like 6.5 minutes of Tangerine Dream, and then all of a sudden like fucking ring, like this like weird, it's crazy. So it's says the whole album is extremely ambitious and difficult music, further hamstrung simply for the purpose of maximum terror an hour in. Disco Volante does not go out of its way to be liked, which is really interesting. And they say arguably the best is saved for Almost Last with Merry Go Bye Bye, the greatest Elvis song that never was. It's a poignant meditation on mortality, played with surprising deftness and disarming frivolousness. For the most part, it's a light, jaunty, acoustic rock and roll country number, aside from a 3-minute diversion into totally foul and super tight death metal, a seemingly unrelated but thematically appropriate digression. The lyrics, though obtuse, appear to speak to differing visions of the afterlife. Here to paradise they go, brighter made is their woe, as above, so below. So I think there is kind of some interesting kind of like I think they're starting to get a little more serious lyrically on this record. Maybe not every song, but I think there's some like moments of like levity that are kind of built in a bit. But
I'm always curious when they're talking about elements of death metal. What are they talking about?
Merry Go Bye Bye, the part where it turns into a Brujeria song.
Okay, well, Brujeria is one of those bands that I've never.
Sure. But it's sort of like it gets like that's the part that would flip our shit out, because again, I was just starting to dabble in extreme metal, right, in 10th grade. I was there, but I was like not fully there, and like the fact is we knew Angel Dust, we knew Faith No More. I mean, King for a Day I think came out in 95, and like that, so I love that record. It's my favorite Faith No More, I think. And so it was like, oh, Mike Patton's doing this. holy shit, he's also doing this. Like it didn't. We couldn't in 10th grade combine death metal and mainstream music yet. They seem like two different worlds. And so this artist that seemed to be doing both like that didn't that we also knew from Epic. We're like, oh, it's that same guy. It's not like Michael from Opeth doing clean and like who cared? Like it's Michael.
Yeah.
Like he's a nobody, at that point. And so it was just really weird to hear like kind of a mainstream band vocalist do that. Like we were like, whoa.
I get that. Yeah.
Kind of flipped our shit out a little bit.
I think I'm very protective of the term death metal.
Well, I mean, these guys
and it should
started as a
inhabit
death
these certain
band,
aspects, but yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, I guess when you hear the demo and stuff, you go like, yeah, they were like kind of that's where their start was. So I think they were always interested in that stuff, and Zorn was certainly
Extremity,
interested in that,
at least. Yeah.
Yeah, Extremity. So whether I would call it a traditional death metal thing, no. Like it just, like I said, reminded me of like, I don't know, the things you'd hear like on Brujeria or something like that,
Yeah.
But it's super catchy, and then it goes into like this like cosmic thing. And the only thing I can like Merry Go Bye Bye just goes into so many crazy places. And the only like time I've ever heard this sound happen was on the Voyage of the Homeless Sapien. From Cathedral, where it's just this soundscape of like fucking chaotic cacophony that's like also cosmic and like beautiful and heavy all at the same time. It's kind of reminds me of that.
It's like an audio version of Jack Kirby, honestly.
Yeah, something like
it's
that.
what Voyage of the Homo Sapien is to me.
Here's what I wrote. Okay, here's what I wrote 4 years ago. I didn't look at my notes. It says the death metal vocals coming out of nowhere were a huge confirmation to accepting them, as I was still insecure about them and the judgment they brought from my friends and peers. But when Patton did them, he was a known quantity with Faith No More, so it made it okay. Yeah, I guess, that's what I wrote 4 years ago, and that's probably a better way of putting it.
That's an interesting difference, too, because I never cared if death metal ever made it bigger than it was.
Sure.
And it's to come from a different perspective is interesting to hear because, like starting out with, Slayer and stuff, and then hearing like the way to discover this stuff was mostly mainstream methods back in the day. Like, you get, through some type of like CD club, or you hear it on a radio station, or like, it's so different now to discover any of this stuff. But for like, to think of like give it validity by doing, by like having a mainstream hook in is something that I never really thought about that much, but it's how a lot of people discovered a lot of stuff, especially like that entombed Carcass, the whole, Columbia earache thing.
Yeah. That was big
like
for us.
A way for like
for
the people, I mean, kids that weren't, because how the fuck would kids be tape trading? But it was kind of a magical time that could still make it into the mainstream. And it was so powerful that the mainstream had to take notice. This is what's going to happen. This is what's happening right now.
Like Livewire magazine. I'm trying to remember who was on the cover. It was probably like, like Pantera or something.
Whoever had the best advertising budget. Yeah.
Headbangers or something. But like I bought it, I'm flipping through it. And there's just a one pager, and it's just this orange background. It's just a picture of Johann, and it said, "If Pink Floyd made a death metal record, Wild Honey, Tiamat." And like just like that idea of selling that to me.
Well, yeah. Like, what did death metal mean to you when you heard that?
I don't know. I mean, we
just
knew,
like what?
Well, like I'm trying to think. What's the boy?
I would love to see those like. I've got a lot of that.
It wasn't
stuff.
An ad. It was more of like it was an interview with Johann, but like the tagline at the top was like, if Pink Floyd made like a death metal record, and I just read about it, and that's what brought me into New Moon to order it, where I met Chris and all that sort of stuff. But we had obviously in middle school, we were watching Headbangers a lot. So we had seen, I think, Morbid Angel,
Napalm Death
videos. We definitely knew napalm. We were so scared of Fear Emptiness. Like we did not know what was going on, but we were like fascinated by it. Like I think Kuhn bought one of the cassette tapes you guys sold back, like one of their promos.
Oh yeah, because we got the CDs, so we sold the tape back.
Yeah, and that was like 9th grade, and we were like, "What the fuck? You know, what are we doing with this?" So like we knew it, but it seemed like it was still like a novelty in that like we liked it, but we were also like scared of it a little, and we just didn't.
It was so outside of anything that anybody cared about.
Yeah, and we had nobody to like frame it
that,
for us either. You know, we had we had not met you guys to like context it a little bit. We were trying to piecemeal it. I remember like finding Clandestine used on CD, and Kuhn and I brought it home. It was 9th grade. And I just remember like we were trying to like figure out what the riffs were. And I remember being like, I think it kind of reminds me of Slayer. Like that was our vocabulary. We just didn't know what else to.
I mean, there's definitely some of that there for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. We just didn't know. We didn't know what the fuck it was. We just knew the guy was like screaming, but like the vocals obviously on Clandestine weren't like that harsh. They were like kind of like forced, you know, like I don't know.
But the fact that you want to know where's this coming from.
We were just trying to figure it out.
That's the power of the whole thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it was just fascinating. It was like a thing I needed to unlock and kind of figure out and stuff like that, you know. So but to kind of wrap up kind of this sort of weird era and all that, it says this is from a Quietus. It says in 1995 there was nothing else like Disco Volante, and I don't think that situation has changed. Compositionally, sonically, in terms of atmosphere and feel, it stands alone. The closest comparison, at least in terms of genre jumping and sheer musicianship, is perhaps John Zorn's Naked City. But Disco Volante rejects Zorn's clean sonic palette and sense of chaotic joy for repugnant, claustrophobic nightmare. The production job alone is extraordinary, at once grim and lo-fi, and yet capable of being sumptuous and sparkling too. These moments of clarity and beauty reveal the underwater murk as a deliberate choice rather than a shortcoming. It complements the recurring trick of sweetness undercut by threat, of beauty shot through with an indefinable horror, to create something that feels like 1,000 other musics smeared across a greasy window. Yeah, thought that was cool.
Definitely some sounds like black metal.
Yeah. I think, you know, so yeah, and there's this other line that I thought was really interesting, and maybe it sums up the band, and it's like, I don't know, it's like most like essence. It says it's clear that Bungle are exceptional musicians, but the album is deliberately self-defeating.
Yeah.
It's like they kind of like
they're not trying to make
so. Yeah, they didn't care at all, and there's something to be admired in that, I guess. But it's like it's weird, man. Yeah.
I mean, I appreciate their steadfastness to say "fuck you." We're gonna do exactly what we want to do.
I also pointed out too that like Patton's vocals, they said, you know, they had Mike Patton, one of the world's most adept and versatile vocalists, yet he's rarely at the forefront. His vocals are just woven in, almost more texture. And it's a really interesting choice to have this like super power weapon, this great vocalist, and just be like, we're gonna use him for a little thing here and a little thing here and mumble here and scream here, but like not really prune or you know, or do something like a hook. It just wasn't there.
Yeah, he's not showing off.
Yeah,
he's doing. I mean, it's a good thing to get people interested in. Like this guy is not following convention at all.
Yeah.
You know, this is the guy you'd expect to do some type of like, you know, very vocal based side project, and he's basically an instrument. You know, he's not the forefront of the whole thing.
Yep. And they go on, they say, even at its prettiest, lightest, silliest, and most fun, there's an undeniable menace to the record, a bottomless darkness that can be difficult to stomach. And yet, on occasion, Mr. Bungle are able to take something extremely disorienting, nonsensical, and wrong, and coax some real gut-churning emotion from it. The cognitive dissonance of this is hard to overstate. It's like a soulful Pixar moment in a David Lynch film. In fact, the David Lynch comparison is highly apt. Like Lynch, Bungle during the time period had a knack for taking vintage tropes from idealized visions of a more innocent time. For Lynch, mid-American suburbia, lounge singers. For Bungle, jazz, doo-wop, lounge singers, and making nightmares from them. The band's affinity for Lynch was made explicit on the self-titled debut, which featured several samples from Blue Velvet. However, if that album was a delightful Frank Booth party, Disco Volante is the entirety of Inland Empire, the creator's muse at its most unfettered, entirely unconcerned with convention of the audience's expectations, wrapped up completely in its own idiosyncratic, perverse, and terrible dream logic. They'd go on to one more record full of actual, coherent, catchy, and downright wonderful songs, the lush Beach Boys influenced California. But Disco Volante is Mr. Bungle at their most Mr. Bungle. So
I probably agree with that.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. So yeah, so it's like it's one of those things like the more you go into the heart of darkness, you get something kind of more out of it. So we'll hear that in Merry Go Bye Bye, which will open up this next set here in a moment. And let's wait for California. We'll kind of come back and set up California, but we'll hear a couple of tunes from California first. We'll hear None of Them Knew They Were Robots and Pink Cigarette. All right, and then we'll hear from Mike Patton with a pretty great 20-second quote. That's pretty funny. So we'll hear from Jason Walton, Merry Go Bye Bye, None of Them Knew They Were Robots, and Pink Cigarette.
When Volante came out, I went to go see them at First Ave in Minneapolis. First time I'd seen them, and Melt Banana opened up for them, and I was so excited. At this point in time, I was just deeply immersed in Bungle and everything Patton related. And they opened up with Travolta, and then they played Travolta again, and then they played Travolta a third time, and then they just stood there on the front of the stage staring at everybody, like staring them down, and people were getting pissed. People started yelling at them, play a song, I didn't pay money to see this shit, blah blah. And then they played Travolta again. And it was like
performance art shit, yeah.
They were antagonistic with the audience, and it was the first time I experienced something like that. And then after that, Patton pulled out a little boombox, and he put up a microphone to the boombox and turned on the radio. And there's a Whitney Houston song, and so he started singing along with Whitney Houston, and they made this improv, noisy jam thing, and people were so pissed. And then they walked off stage, and that was it.
What were your thoughts? Were you fascinated?
A little bit of both. I mean, I wasn't pissed because I want, but that was the thing about Bungle is they taught me that I can't walk into that space and expect something. I want the artist to give me something. It's like if I sit down for a meal, I want the chef to give me what they think I should have or what they want me to have. I'm the same way with art. I want the artist to give it to me, whether that's playing 3 songs in a row and then the 30-minute ambient set. If that's what you want to give me, I'm here for it. So I was bummed that I didn't get to hear any of the other songs because the only time I had seen Bungle at the time, but it completely cracked open my view of what a performance is, what an audience member is, what a performer is, what a performance can be. It changed me drastically. And I remember being on the bus home and just so confused. But like I said, it changed me in so many ways. I can't express how instrumental that album and that performance specifically was to, everything I do, even Agalock. I approach my bass lines the way I do because of 3 people, Trevor Dunn, Billy Gould, and Didi Ramone.
Wow.
And Skull and Skull. Can't forget Skull. But yeah, that performance was just it. I'm so thankful that I got to see that. I don't think I would be the same person without it.
Yeah, no, it's something I teach film class, and I trying to explain auteur theory to people, and this idea that I think a lot of young people, younger kids getting into film, they have expectations of what they want and things like that. And they sometimes can't deal with the idea of those, like a David Lynch or somebody. And I have to teach them this idea that like sometimes you just need to give in to the artist and just let them take you where you're going to go. And it might not be what you want, but it's what you need. And like, and that's a hard lesson to teach, but like I get kids there sometimes, and that's always like a minor accomplishment because I feel like they'll take that attitude towards a lot of things, like don't I think so much is commodified for them and the streaming culture and all of that they don't make a lot of choices and they kind of just like I don't know. I don't know how to explain it, but I just think that that's a hard lesson for people to get to because you said the majority of the people were booing that. Not everybody was approaching it the way you are. And I think it's really tough, right? It's really tough to like let go of that and to be fully vulnerable with an artist and let them kind of go there,
I think it is tough initially, but I think once you do it, you realize that's the true purpose. It's like, when I'm performing, it's like sometimes the last thing I want to do is play Falling Snow.
Mm-hmm.
But people want it, and I'm happy to give it to them. But also, like, I've definitely been in a position where we haven't played Falling Snow, and people are pissed. And I'm like, okay, I get it. It's your favorite song or whatever. But also, like, there's a power dynamic there, and you can look at it as like we're there to give them what they want, or you can look at it as like you're there to see what we want to do because. I mean, I hate saying it this way, but we're the ones with the control. We're the ones with the power in that situation. If you give yourself up to that and just be like, hey, do what you guys need to do as artists, that can open you up to so many beautiful experiences. But it's hard. But that was the first time I'd been shown that.
And I think there's bands that I want that from them, and then there's bands I don't. It's weird. It just sort of depends on like what my expectation is, like
I can see that.
There's certain bands where I want them to play like unpredictable deeper cuts and that's awesome. And then there's other bands where I'm like, don't go too deep because honestly, I don't know if I like what is below the surface as much. I guess it kind of just depends,
Yeah. I totally get that. Last couple times I saw Catatonia, I was like, you got to play something off of Brave Murder Day.
Dude,
and they never do.
Dude, but yeah, I'm seeing them Tuesday opening for Opeth. I'm going to go in. The last time I saw him was deeply disappointing. I was at Psycho Las Vegas, and it's just, exactly.
No Blackheim. That's hard for me.
I know, and I'm not going for them. I'm going to see Opeth because I haven't seen them in probably 15 years, and just to give them not one last chance, but I've kind of distanced myself from Opeth stuff lately, and I'm gonna just. Take my fiance. She's in for the ride, and see what her thoughts are. But I'm already preparing myself for the disappointment of Catatonia. So
it's too bad.
It is a bummer. I guess. You were kind of mentioning. Yeah, but that's a whole rabbit hole we could go down. But you were mentioning this idea of that kind of magic kind of thing happening on Disco Volante where it's like greater than like the members themselves had imagined. Have you done projects or have you been involved with something where you kind of felt like capturing a little bit of that kind of magic where you're like, oh, we did something here that we didn't really intend to do, and I don't know if we can recreate it, but damn, we did it. I'm just kind of curious as an artist who's been part of a lot of projects.
Yeah. The first one that comes to mind is The Mantle. But that was a little bit different. Well, maybe not different, but it's not like we finished that record and we're like, holy shit, we made a great record. We're like, this is career suicide. No one's going to like this. This is too much. But we felt like the world was our oyster and like we're just going to do something we really want to do. But we didn't think anybody would like it. So, maybe down the road, it was kind of like, wow, like I feel like no matter what any of us do, everybody will be like, oh, The Mantle.
Yeah.
That was your peak, which is fine. I'm comfortable with that. I understand. But I do feel like maybe that record was a little bit more like the product is greater than the sum of its parts. I think Ashes to a certain degree too was kind of like that for me. Personally, like from like my solo work, the debut Moonbladder EP was like that for me. Dark Sky Equilibrium. that just, I was under a deadline for that, and I had to get it done in a week. And I was like, I'm just going to try something really weird here. And honestly, I was thinking about Patton, and I just kind of channeled my inner Phantomos, and I started doing these chants, and it just completely opened up that project in a way that it hadn't been before. And when I finished that record, I was like, I've never heard anything like this. This is completely unique. And I'm so happy I just stumbled onto that. You know, it was almost like this weird, like divine inspiration, you know, that led me to do that. It wasn't something I'd planned. And then I was like, this is exactly what it should be. So that happens, you know, and with performances too, live performances, sometimes you walk off stage and you're like, that was like, so we were better than we had any right to be that night, you know?
Locked on. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's a beautiful, beautiful feeling.
The shining searchlights in the sky. There's a new god in the side. They said the map is not the terrier work. And then I broke my telescope. But that's the nature of a game, and you have to play. Bring back the pain of a god that's never blue. You're in control of the whole damn universe. Bring back the faith of the bright lights on a few. It keeps me coming back to you. The deaths were fake, the lives were crimes, the resurrections are doing fine. Walking into suicide, and I'll be right there by your side. The hit production of your merry-go-round. as I die. Bring back the shame of a man for the few. Get on your knees, 'cause I'll be coming back to you. Oh! Bring back the pain of an endless one for two. It keeps me coming back to you.
Well, Hunter, just briefly, I think most people know you because you've been on the Agalock episode and we talk about radical research and stuff, but give just a very short, bio real quick for people tuning in for the first time on Requiem or just checking us out because it's a Bungle episode, perhaps.
Sure. So, Hunter again, my main band for more than 2 decades has been Canvas Solaris, tech metal band, but kind of psychedelic, whatever else, instrumental. Recorded 4 records for Century Records, home of Spiral Architect and Gordian Knot, which I'm very proud of.
Yeah, great bands.
And 2 for Tribunal and Dive Bomb. I play drums in Agalock. I am, let's see, drummer. So Canvas has sort of splintered off into other things. We did a record as Gorging Shade. We're working on a record so the Gorging Shade record was sort of written and directed by Gail Perlow, our bassist. And Gail and I are in a group called Plague Psalm as well. We just put out a record last year on Crucial Blast. We're working on a record that Nathan Sapp is directing called Festerium, which is a death metal record, and I'm really, really stoked about that. I play in Dolvin with Jason Walton and Nick Woos and Jory Appadell. I'm in too many bands now, and I'm actually starting to kind of forget all the ones I'm in. I publish a music journal called Deserts of Hex with my friend Thomas Knoll, and we're working on a 3rd issue now.
Cool.
It's sort of it's a music magazine, but it's also about literature and about film. And then I co-host Radical Research with my good buddy Jeff.
Friends of the podcast, Jeff Wagner as well. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So,
and you guys just dropped a Cathedral episode, which was fantastic. Yeah.
cool.
It's great.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. We did that one in person. But Jeff and I are both, that was a huge band for, I think, both of us early on. And I know a huge band for you too. So
Yeah, it's funny. Ethereal Mirror is how one of the ways I met Mark and Chris without meeting Mark and Chris, because they would get the Columbia promos and they'd get the CD and the tape and they'd sell the tapes back to the record store that all of us ended up working at.
Right.
And we, who are younger than Mark and Chris, would buy the used earache Columbia tapes from them. So we got their Fear Emptiness, we got their Heartmark,
Wolverine Blues.
Yeah, we got all that stuff. We were like, who's selling this stuff? Like we didn't know who Mark and Chris were yet, and it was really funny before I knew what Requiem was and all that. So, but it's Bungle has been a band I think has been very near and dear to you, in all of the different bands and the unique genres that your bands that you're part of sort of coexist. So talk about real brief, like why Bungle works for you and like what the inspiration musically or whatever, what they've meant to you, I suppose, before we maybe talk a little bit more specifically about the records.
Yeah, I mean, so I guess at the heart of it, they were a band that it was, early on, I was, principally into metal, into underground rock. and they fit into that weird slipstream of early 90s eclecticness. Like the early 90s were just such a nebulous time and there were so many possibilities. But Bungle really opened my eyes to the potential for other like very, very outside influences to be introduced into rock and metal. And I read interviews with them, and they talked about, Yorgi Ligeti, and I remember I saw my first Tarkovsky film because of Trey Spruance, and I mean, it was just really, really exciting to me that this one band, and they're also trained musicians, so they could all. There was a seriousness to what they were doing that I didn't find in a lot of other music. And it just I don't know, it just broadened my horizons in a way and turned me on to other things well outside of metal. And also just the way that they integrated those influences and the democracy of it all. And I guess we can talk a little more about that when it comes to California, which is and I'm the older I get, the less I'm into like these kind of hard rankings. But that's probably one of my top. That's probably it's a top 3 record for me.
Yeah,
for a lot of different reasons.
I heard you talk about it with with Jeff when you guys did the episode on that, back in I think pre-COVID times. But yeah, it seems like an eternity ago. So one of the critiques or one of the conversations Mark and I had, because we're recording this, after we did our recording of the episode before we actually release it, was, Mark's reticence towards bonding with it because it seemed almost like haphazardly chaotic or a series of genre mashes that didn't attach emotionally for him. He said it just seemed like an exercise, perhaps, or I'm probably putting words in his mouth. I'm sure he articulated it better than that. What's your thought on that as as somebody who has kind of unlocked the puzzle of Bungle? How do you access a band like this if you're kind of on the outside looking in, having some trouble trying to figure out how to balance all of this sort of stuff? Was there a moment for you or an approach or something like that, or a thought you have on that?
Yeah, early, like with the first record, it wasn't that difficult to me. In fact, like, even now, I listen to that first record, and I mean, there's a kind of homogeneity to it. I mean, there's a ton of stuff happening, but there's sort of a sustained mood over that record. I had I won't even say difficulty with Disco Volante. I did not have the vocabulary or the capacity to deal with that record when it came out. I mean, I couldn't make heads or tails of it. And really, I mean, it took me listening sort of outside of my comfort zones to understand it. And I would still say that there are parts of that record that are pastiche. I mean, I just don't think there's any way around it. I mean, I don't, and to Mark's point, I mean, it's a weird record to get in touch with emotionally.
Yeah.
It's a super interesting record. And like Jason, and we talked about Gail earlier too, like for Jason and Gail, like that's one of their favorite
record
of all time. Yeah. I mean, and I've never been able to get that close to it. I love it. And I think it's brilliant for what it is, but I think it's a purposefully difficult record. I think it was like an exercise in confrontation, and like we're gonna release the most fucked up shit ever on Warner Brothers.
Yeah.
And they're gonna pay for it.
He thought, this is a conversation Mark and I had because he has an artist background, right? So he went to art school and he remembers, I think, people that he had in art class who were doing confrontational performance art that I think he found fairly annoying. And I don't know if like he just he's seen it maybe through that lens a little bit, because there is something obviously very confrontational, but I do think there's maybe a purpose there. And I think he does too. I don't think he thinks it's divorced of purpose, but yeah, I think that might have been a hurdle for him, is just because he came up through that era of these kind of pretentious people, right? You know, so I don't know.
I think it's a permeable line, man. Like when I see like those early like pre-guitar orchestra performances like by Glenn Branca, like in a loft in New York, and he's just like, come on.
Yeah.
Like, I don't get it. And it is just what it is. And I think there are some gestures toward that on Disco Volante. I think it is meant, but there are other things like Desert Search for Techno Allah, and Carry Stress in the Jaw that are these incredibly sculptured and composed pieces. Or Violenza Domestica. I mean, like, and like my first encounter with Astor Piazzolla and Argentinian shit. Hold a minute. Tango.
Oh yeah.
All right, yeah. I mean, I was introduced to a lot of things through that record, but I don't think that record works as something for me. That's not like if I'm on my deathbed and I want to really feel something. Like Disco Volante is not going to be that record.
That would be the most fucked up funeral, though. Like if that was like your request, if you made people sit through all of Disco Volante at your funeral with you in the casket.
Talk about a confrontation. Yeah. So we are not having a minister today. What we are going to do, however.
Just from the moment everybody I went to high school with is dead, just comes out like the mood is set. Like
exactly.
Like we're off to the races.
Exactly.
Oh God. Yeah. When will what's the breaking point for people? Platypus? What the bends perhaps?
That would have been a breaking point for me before. Or here we go bye-bye. I mean, doo-wop to death metal.
Yeah. Yeah. It is interesting because they do come through that lens of being a band that started off as, death metal, thrash, kind of some of that sound, obviously. And then how quickly they morphed. You mentioned, and this was something I could not recall when we were recording live, and I probably screwed up and said otherwise. What was their musical background? Were they kids that were in band class in high school, or did they take training or?
They did. So they were like, high school kids that did study, but then they went to Humboldt University, and Trey and Trevor in particular. I think Danny Heifetz, if I'm correct, was not from Humboldt, and they met him in San Francisco.
He joined later. He was not part of the demo era.
Right.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. And then Bear McKinnon, but all those guys are formally trained. I've never found out if Patton is. I assume he is. I've since the dawn of the internet tried my best to find out about his background, and it's really kind of elusive. But Trey really concentrated on the theory and the composition side, and Trevor really on the instrument side with the bass. But yeah, I mean, they have a larger vocabulary. They have more arrows in their quill, and they can kind of, and it does lend an air of legitimacy to what they're doing. If it were like untrained people that were just interested in, ADD, like it might be less convincing, but it's like, I really do feel like these guys understand what they're doing. I know they understand what they're doing. I mean, it's obvious.
Machines replicating the night. The black iron prison, St. Augustine's light. Paying the bills and doing proud. They get floated to burn off in the symbol of clouds. With a mega point in sight. Little Franklins fly their kites. His postmodern empire is ended tonight.
slap all at you. Your eyes grow last, told me everything I was afraid to ask. Now I'm dressed in white, and you're burning for the last time. This ain't the last time. I found a big cigarette on the bed that you left. Now can I forget that your lips were there? Your kiss goes everywhere, touches everything but me. You'll find a note and you'll see my silhouette. There's just 5 hours left until you find me dead. There's just 4 hours left until you find me dead. There's just 3 hours left until you find me dead. There's just 2 hours left until you find me dead. There's 1 more hour and then you will find me dead. There's just
I guess we dug ourselves a hole, huh?
It is Mr. Anthony Kiedis in particular who has made it absolutely clear that he will not perform with Mr. Bungle in any way, shape, or form.
Maybe it's that, small penis complex. I don't know what it is. Maybe he thinks that I stole some of his dance moves, or, I don't know, what can I say? I am a really good dancer.
Those Pink Cigarette, none of them knew they were robots, both from 1999's California. And then we opened with the final Disco Volante song, Merry Go Bye Bye, from 1995. And so we are into their final studio record, I suppose, of traditional songs. And that is, of course, California, their kind of final record. And we just heard none of them knew they were robots, and you got some kind of surf and swing and rockabilly. There's definitely, it's named California. It's got on the cover, this idyllic sun and people playing in the sun with a palm tree. But there's also like white emptiness, and that's kind of the theme of the whole record. Isn't the
white emptiness the fuck you to Red Hot Chili Peppers, or?
Part of it is that, right? It's Californication versus California. And they had a feud, right? Like that was
absolutely. That's a very fun aspect of this whole thing.
Really interesting, but
because I fucking hate the Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Yeah.
And
there's one band I know you hate
is such
more.
a blowhard douchebag that for anybody to call him out in his own shit, I absolutely love.
Yeah, so it is pretty cool, but there's the whole theme is. This is a whole conversation about not just California and the idyllic nature of California, but the whole record and a lot of the songs are like a treatise over like the soul of America and the emptiness of capitalism and all of these things that we do to sort of buy our way or distract our way from the reality of like the sort of decaying empire. And it's a really interesting record for 1999 because like you think of like what's come since then, 9/11 and whatever, like it's a lot to unpack as a history person, but it's really, really interesting. And I I want to share just a couple of, I think the lyrics, this is finally like where the lyrics like start to matter. And in none of them, they were robots. You get Mendel's machines replicate in the night. In the black iron prison of St. Augustine's light, he's paying the bills and they're doing him proud. They can float their burnt offerings on assembler clouds. With Omega Point in the sight, the new Franklins fly their kites, and the postmodern empires end it tonight. From history, the flood of counterfeits release, the black cloud, reductionism and the beast, automations gather all the pieces so the world may be increased in simulation jubilation for the deceased. Spray on clothes and diamond jaws, wrinkles smoothed by nano claws. From my machines, I can dispatch you. From this world without a trace, our nostalgia ghosts are ready to take your place. And that's just the beginning. None of them knew. And so it's like this, it's like the dust bowl of a dying empire, and the dying empire is us. And like they're sort of talking about it throughout this whole record. And it's like, it's weird. It's like, okay, this is a band that 2 albums ago was juvenile and making like fart and poop jokes. And like, I don't know. I'm really interested in how their lyricism finally caught up to some of their musical like proclivities a little bit, and that they finally had like a cohesive vision, and it sort of comes together in California. Now, musically, it might not do it for you because, like I said, again, a lot of the metal's gone. There a lot of the heft. There's moments, but it's few and far between, and that might be for a lot of people kind of the cutting of the ripcord. And I think what happened is I kind of just listen to California as it's like its own thing. It's like I didn't pick this record up when it came out because I was kind of like, I'd cycled through my Bungle years in high school and was kind of like, whatever. And then I just kept hearing more about like this doesn't sound like old Bungle. This is like more of like a great record. It's like, it does not necessarily metal or anything else, but it's like a great put together record. And I think it was Trevor Nod actually, who was he's the guy that turned me on to Beach Boys. He's the one that set me down and played me Pet Sounds and stuff. And really kind of got me thinking about that, who he had heard about it from like some other indie rock people who were digging on this record because it has, I don't know, it's almost like more of an indie rock record. You know what I mean? Like it's almost fits more with like some of the stuff like Slint or other things that we were buying.
Well, they're all
in terms of vibes.
Playing with Americana too, and by going into things traditionally that were thought of as positive and euphoric that are now it's like what the fuck's his name? I just talked about him a couple days ago. He has like 150 albums out, guided by voices.
Oh, Robert Pollard, Bob Pollard,
Where it's like this broken Americana thing that they're kind of dealing with.
Trevor Nod also got me into Guided by Voices.
Yeah.
That's really fun. Yeah. So it's definitely there. So like lyrically, it's the lightest record from a metallic standpoint, but it's like the darkest, most dystopian record from a lyrical thing. And I think it's like, if there's one aspect that probably defines the ethos of the band, maybe, and it's hard to find it in that chaos, perhaps, it's this idea that like, let's wrap a rattlesnake in candy corn or something like that. Like there's some mentality that I think they have some delight in that idea. It's like a prank to them to like lure people in with like whatever. And then like either bite you with the music or bite you with the lyrics. Sometimes they do it at the same time, but it's often one or the other. And that's not necessarily a recipe for pleasing people. Like, it's definitely it's a choice. They're making it. I'm not sure it's the right choice. It's certainly they're not.
They're defying expectations.
Yeah, they're doing something, but I think that's very conscious. They really want to do that. They want to make something beautiful and ugly at the same time. Always, like, hey, we might have like a serious song musically on the debut, but you know what? We got to like put like some toilet flushes in. Because like it's almost like that again, that detached irony thing that really became kind of a defining trait of the 90s, right? The Tarantino, that kind of like all of that, that postmodern kind of thing. And maybe they're just postmodern in some weird way, and I don't know. I don't think they think of themselves that way, but maybe they just fit with whatever that aesthetic was kind of going on.
I feel like Tarantino even got out of his own way a little bit with that too, but
yeah, sometimes yep.
In modern things, but.
So Trevor Dunn kind of talked about California a little bit. He says we didn't really hang out anymore. We all ended up writing something somewhat melodic songs. We never really talked about it. It just kind of happened. And by this point, they're all living in different areas. They were kind of recording stuff on DAT and just sending it to each other. So this was not like a band that hung out anymore. Like
Still
this
pretty
is a band,
good sized tapes though. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But like it's like this is like a weird story of like a group of guys that went to high school together who like grew together, but then obviously grew apart. And like because they were so interested in so many other things, it was hard to keep this like beast together, in a weird way.
Yeah.
There's a song, we're not going to play it, Vanity Fair. It's kind of interesting song. It started as a verse I wrote, much slower than it ended up, that was inspired by Marvin Gaye. I didn't know what to do with it, so I slapped a weird bridge on it and gave the tape to Mike. He sped it up and did a Jackson 5 thing with it and then wrote some lyrics about castration. The Holy Filament came from a melody and a chord progression I had abandoned from the DV writing, Disco Volante writing sessions. Retro Vertigo just spilled out in about 20 minutes while hang on, let me switch this. While I was at the Rhodes. The working title for Pink Cigarettes was Neil Diamond. None of them knew contained a riff that Mike wrote back in the Bowl of Chili days. Any riffs that didn't have a home ended up in what's called the graveyard of riffs. Anyone was allowed to corpse snatch from the tombs at any time. Barr's contributions to Air Conditioned Nightmare are some of my favorite parts on the record. I'm not sure what Trey was thinking when he wrote Gollum, and Mike's influences of Romanian gypsy music are pretty obvious. I also wrote a short song called Praise of Folly, which I think we even mixed. That and a very ABBA-esque tune that Trey wrote didn't make the final cut. Also, we never adhered to the rules of one instrument per track. Anywhere there was a few seconds of blank tape, we crammed in some percussion or bass overdub or something. Total nightmare. There are 14 guest musicians. We recorded in 4 different studios and mixed in 3. We spent our entire recording budget for the first time. That happened despite the fact that we did a lot of recording onto DAT and our rehearsal space in the wee hours when no other bands were around. When we were mixing, our A&R guy from Warner Brothers came down the studio to, quote, check out the new stuff. Which is funny. I was upstairs with them playing a mix of Retro Vertigo when he suddenly got bored and walked out of the room right in the middle of the song. I was offended, to say the least. It became clear to me that the only reason we were still on this major label was because they were hoping for a Faith No More hit. They wanted to assign a big-name producer, but we declined due to the fact that they wanted us to pay for it. We certainly had hopes of actually getting some airplay with some of these tunes, but Warner Brothers wouldn't pay for a remix. And of course, did you see any promo for California? You have to understand that there are ways of manufacturing popularity. You can pay radio stations to play your records like Limp Shits Cup did. You can open up for huge bands that will pay you squat. You can play Ozfest and pay to play. Fuck that. We had no interest. We had our core audience who would reliably show up to any shithole we played. Someone at Warner Brothers actually said that they thought we were, quote, close to having a hit record. They seemed to think that if we made a 4th CD, it would be a little more accessible than anything we'd done. Oh, how little they knew us. Chances are the 4th would have been 74 minutes of nonstop, unlistenable noise. So it's, certainly a point of view, and I can kind of at least appreciate that kind of aspect of it. King Cigarette, which we just kind of heard there too, kind of forgot to mention, has that, he mentioned Marvin Gaye, but, kind of almost like a gloomy Motown or Drifters kind of croon sort of thing, with a waltz, it's, those are not things like a metal band. And I don't think they ever would have like tagged themselves as metal. Like, I don't know if they cared about any of this. I just,
I don't think they were concerned with such trivial things as tags at that point.
I mean, I guess my question is this, maybe, and you can weigh in on it. Like, Walton asked us to cover him. Walton's from, some extreme metal bands. Does Mr. Bungle belong in a Requiem Metal podcast episode? Like, are they of that ilk of the type of stuff that I kind of kept thinking
Well,
about.
we've done stuff that's not. I mean, it's all about taste ultimately.
Yeah, sure.
Because we've done stuff that people be like, that band is fucking horse shit, or like Wasp. What the fuck are you doing with this band? But
sure, Dawkins. We've done stuff.
A lot of. I mean, I can't. I'm trying to think of other stuff that's kind of on the verge of.
We've done rock stuff, certainly, whether it be Allman Brothers or Peter Green or early Scorpions or, stuff like that.
But I feel like everything's coming from our perspective. So
yeah,
it doesn't necessarily matter.
Sure.
Ultimately. But they're on some weird borderline of extremity, which is mostly what we, fringe or extremity is what this show ultimately over the past almost 20 years, 19 years or whatever it's been.
Yeah. Yeah.
Even with our breaks, like it just kind of comes down to our own taste and what our entry into what makes extremity, that's kind of what the show's about.
You know what I mean? Like they're extreme, it might not be your flavor, but they're extreme.
Yeah. They've definitely affected some more than a lot of bands, I would say.
Sure.
Not necessarily to my taste, but then there's those things like where, Dillinger comes out and then 2 albums in, was on their third where they kind of started getting these more Faith No More tendencies and Bungle tendencies, and
then they bring in Mike Patton for an EP.
And then,
yeah.
Yeah. So it's like, okay, like a lot of that makes sense, but it's almost like the antithesis of what I said of my thesis of, there's these bands that are right on the cusp of something it's a fine line between shit and brilliance, and they make it okay. And then the followers kind of are turds. They're kind of like almost ahead of that. Like they would broadcast their ideas that are almost beyond like what they've been able to, or their influences beyond what they really laid down, I guess.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they simultaneously inspire, your new metal shit, but then at the same time they're doing Dillinger.
But that's the surface. That's a surface part of it. I think Dillinger's the first band that actually understood them at a philosophical level.
Well, I was kind of looking around to see who like kind of calls them as like influences. Sculptured, which Jason Walton was in along with some of the other Agalot guys. They said their inspirations were Cynic, Atheist, Mr. Bungle, Naked City, Awake Era Dream Theater, Morricone, and Igor Stravinsky. So
Dream Theater is one of those other bands. I understand they're all great musicians.
Yeah.
I don't get the, Pull Me Under doesn't blow me away. I don't know.
Maybe now that you've dabbled in Queensryche.
No.
Images and Words and Awake. No. I think those 2 records are pretty good. But again, I'm not going to die on a sword for Dream Theater because I don't really care that much about them. But the other band
that's where I'm going to put my foot down.
The other, yeah, that's fine. I'm not interested. I would have nothing to say. I'd be like, yeah, I like the song. Like I'm not a musician. So
I saw Barney from Napalm wearing a Dream Theater shirt.
That was cool.
Yeah.
But I actually found this in Mean Deviation, the Jeff Wagner book on progressive music, but it was a quote. I was kind of looking to see if they said anything about Bungle, and I came across this. They were talking about Believer, which is one of Albert's favorite thrash bands, and he still really wants us to cover them. A Pennsylvania Christian thrash, but really good. Kind of death metal too, a little bit, right? Would say like kind of on the fence.
A little bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
Borderline.
But it says, indeed, Believer guitarist vocalist Kurt Bachman confirms the influences and names Swiss Thrasher's Coroner too. We also listen to a lot of jazz, classical music, Rush, Watchtower, and Mr. Bungle. So there you go, Believer.
Not into black music.
Yeah. What's that?
They're not into black music.
No. None of that. But yeah. So speaking of, here's a Trevor story that I think you'll appreciate. Everything you've ever heard about the Red Hot Chili Poppers screwing us is true. I'm not sure why they did it, other than a non-singer's jealousy. They kept us off festivals in Europe, Big Day Out in Australia, and they had the release date of our record postponed while they released Californication. Ultimately, they screwed me out of a lot of money for which I will forever harbor anger. The best part is they had full support from the record label. Yay, go Warner Brothers. Ah, fuck it. It wouldn't be zen of me to harbor anger. They don't deserve the attention of my emotions. I'm over it.
That's the proper response.
Yeah. He says, we also did a short tour in Australia and then our final tour in Europe. Nah, that's unimportant. I couldn't remember if that was more Chili Pepper stuff. But yeah, so that was an interesting sort of factoid. And then the final thing, Trevor talking about the California era. He says, I don't want to end this on a negative note, however. The other guys in Bungle were some of the biggest musical influences in my life, and I experimented and learned a lot in them. I think this is before they re-recorded the demos and stuff, so it's probably like late 2000s or something. The other guys in the Bungle were some of the biggest musical influences in my life, and I experimented and learned a lot in that band. I can't believe we were as successful as we were playing that shit. I mean, it was just weird shit that we came up with. We didn't care. We wrote what we wanted. We never had much label or press support, but they never stopped us. I used to choke on my own tears of laughter with some of the ideas we had, many of which never got out of the rehearsal room. Like an entire record based on the periodic table of elements where each song represented an element, or how we one day wanted to spend our recording budget on a shark cage, a 50-foot crane, and a carbon dater, or the video idea for Techno Allah, in which we rode camels into a spaceship that landed in the desert, sort of a Lawrence of Arabia meets Close Encounters, or writing a record of Muzak, oh, to be young and full of fire. So maybe none of it matters, Mark. That's kind of what.
Okay.
Yeah,
my thesis is correct.
Yeah, maybe you are absolutely correct. I'm reminded of like when the Warner Brothers guys kind of came into the studio and like checked out what they were doing, and then they're like, and they walked out. There's this funny story. I've probably told it on some episodes at a certain point where Lou Reed's talking about recording the debut of Velvet Underground. They said that like Andy Warhol being there was like important because he was like a shield to the record company, because they would come in and basically the studio engineers and producers that were hired by the record company would come in and then like start doing stuff, and Andy would like mess with like the mixing and shit, and the producer, it would be like, I don't have to listen to this shit, and he would just like leave. And then like the record studio would come in, or the record label would come in to be like, well, what do you got? And Andy would just basically kick them out. So like no one actually heard what was happening until they're like, here, this is it. And there's kind of something awesome about that, because it was like preserved, right? Nobody fucking interfered with it, or like,
that I think that's why 70s film and when the people in power are like starting to lose their shit and be like getting really nervous and giving other people power, that's when the most interesting shit happens in entertainment.
You're onto something there. Yeah. No, you're not wrong. So we're going to get into our last set from California here, and we're going to hear a trio of tunes. And sorry, my notes are a little bit crazy. I move some things around. Oh, we're going to hear first Retro Vertigo. And this has some of my favorite patent vocals of all time here. Really emotive for a really beautiful song. Good vibes, kind of hauntingly beautiful. It's got, it's kind of like almost could have been like a sneaky alternative radio hit if it had kind of been promoted the right way, but obviously it didn't get much promotion. And then we're going to hear after that the Air Conditioned Nightmare. And this is the one that has some really interesting sort of lyrics to it. And this is one I didn't really know much about until I heard some people kind of talking about it. And it goes, inside of me today, there is no one, only asteroids and empty space, a waste. They're looking through the windows at me. Get me out of this air-conditioned nightmare. Rots your brain just like a catchy tune. You will hate life more than life hates you. Happiness is your illness in an air-conditioned nightmare. Burn all your mementos of me. Walking on air up from the wheelchair, I'll find the suicide that I deserve. Walking on sand, forgotten where I am, but it's so comfortable here in the sun. I only see rainbows now that the bandages are gone. Through my windows there, from the skyscrapers down to the submarines, birds and fairies, sanctuaries atop the rolling hills of hell. These words are sledgehammers of truth that pound the iron heart of sin. And I guess the reference is from a Henry Miller novel where he toured America in like 1945 or 46. And he wrote this passage called An Air-Conditioned Nightmare, where he kind of talked about how America was stuck in this delusion of like consumerism and like filling our lives with stuff and all these modern amenities to convince ourselves that like we were fine. And we like that's part of like the American culture is this idea of like soothing ourselves with consumption, which is really interesting. And I
But
think
also everybody else in the world is, I think at the same time are resentful of it, but also want it at the same time. We're in this weird spot.
It's a fascinating thing, and it brought me, when I started thinking about it. My fiance is Canadian, and we have really interesting conversations where she will be at a grocery store or she will hear about something happening in America, and she'll get very frustrated with the logic of it, and I have to like break things down for her. And she's like, "Well, I don't understand why you guys don't want these like nice things that we have or that Europe has." And I said, "We do, but we've been convinced like otherwise that we don't because we have." Because she's always fascinated when we go to grocery stores. She's like, "Why do you guys have so many choices?" I said, "It's great, right?
That's America is choice."
I said, it is. It's great. I said, it's this perception of like a certain kind of level of freedom, right? That like we have this freedom of consumption, and we have that maybe the idea that we have like 1,000 different types of cereal compared to like the 40 you guys maybe have, which by the way, 40 is enough. Like you could get by with 40, but
well,
like
I grew up in the 70s and 80s. Yeah. We had, 7.
Yeah, exactly. But like now it's this perceived option of freedom because we have all these consumption choices, but yet like we're kind of incrementally like getting other things like healthcare or whatever, like shitified a little bit, slowly and surely. Like we'll like slowly tick up
we're
this
overtaxed
price
on
that,
every single thing we
this
do.
Or that, It is, but our taxes don't really go to the places that they go, say like Europe or something like that, where like you get universal health care, you get like things like that. So it's like we don't see all the results sometimes, but again, we have this perception that we're more free than other countries are because we tell ourselves that. And yet we're lacking some of these other like kind of advancements and amenities because we have all of this consumption and all of this perceived sort of choice when we go to like grocery stores or Costco or something like that. And it's like this psychological sort of trick, this kind of like double think thing that we kind of do sometimes. And that's a really oversimplification. But again, it's this conversation like we keep having this debate between like the Canadian way or whatever. And like right or wrong, who cares? It's not like one country has it down pat. But some of the things that like frustrate
the U.S. does
us,
in our Magna Carta says has certain things that other countries don't. I'll give us that as far as like, freedom of speech and press and things like that are not written into like the UK or Canada's constitutions, which I think is meaningful, but
we have great
skating
documents
on the edge of, bullshittery. But that's one thing we have that we haven't completely fucked up yet.
Yeah. And I've always said like, America has on paper, like this incredible potential. Like
we're very young still. We're like teenagers in the scheme of the world.
Sure,
we're doing reckless things still. Yeah.
Yes. I hope. I hope.
I mean, if you have no hope for the future, what's the point of living? So I'm not as pessimistic about every single thing in the world as I once was because I have a child.
Yeah.
But I think that you have to kind of believe in a little bit of the lie to, no matter where you are, to get by without being like, oh my God, everything's so corrupt.
Sure.
Like, where are you at if everything sucks all the time? Like, there's no art, there's no philosophy, there's nothing interesting is happening. If you think the world sucks, everything sucks,
Well, I don't know if it's necessarily the world sucks. I just think it's like this idea that there are places that are doing certain things maybe like better that we could learn from, but sometimes the hubris we get in our own way that we're unable to sort of learn lessons from like others. And that's true of like other countries probably too. It's not just
sure. Yeah.
Frustration, and maybe it's because I travel so much, and like this was a conversation I was having with One of the guys on the trip we had, he was a parent. He's older than me, and stuff. He's retired now and stuff. And when we were in Switzerland and like he was just like amazed at like public transportation and some of the efficiency and some of the ways, he's like, why don't like it was his first time ever out of the country and he was just like blown away. I was like, I know, like, there's things that you're going to see here.
But each European country is like a state in the US.
For sure.
Which is, there's a big difference there too in population densities. And
but
there's all kinds of, there's no country that is like, where I look and it's like, oh my God, that's the perfect way to go. But
I
don't wish to live in another country yet.
Oh,
in my life,
that makes one of us. So that's all right. That's a conversation for another.
I'm fine with where I am, but we're
also
we're making our own life.
Stuff. Yeah, you're locked away from stuff. A little bit in a good way. Like it's almost like a protection force field, so you can kind of like keep some purity of the spirit of like what is awesome.
Well, we can make what we want of art. We don't. We're not in an HOA, and we're not. Dealing with people right on like breathing down our necks. So,
yeah.
But there's bureaucracy everywhere that I'd like to annihilate, but.
I do think that like the spirit of the album California is sort of like this, almost like a companion piece to Pet Sounds, which is like this beautiful album about sadness, right? And that's like sort of a sad inner being, right? Like Brian Wilson's like inner sort of emotions, and this is more of like this dystopian picture of like the beach in the California and like what California sort of represents, this sort of
the facade of the whole thing.
Yeah, the facade, the fakeness of it and stuff. And these are guys that grew up there and they're sort of seeing it. So to me it's really interesting because again, there's like a cohesion there and there's some really beautiful songs. I think Holy Filaments is a really beautiful, haunting song. Almost sounds like a cathedral, like that it's kind of recorded in or something, or it's like ethereal. So like they're doing things like, whereas Disco Volante was much more like confrontational and like sludgy and bulldozy in a certain ways, there's something a little bit more esoteric about this record. And it's like, I don't know, like if you listen,
I feel it's like attacking the castle from the inside.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
It's like they're playing the rules of, how do you get attention, but to still get the ideas out there.
Yeah.
I feel like they're playing the game more so than Volante.
Yep. Well, and I think it's cool too that it's like it was recorded analog too in a digital era, and that's you didn't get a lot of that. 99, everybody was like, oh, digital, like everything, so that was kind of cool too. But and then we're gonna end this set with my favorite Mr. Bungle song, and I know it's a favorite of a lot of people, and I think it's the masterpiece of this record, and it's the reason that I got into this record is somebody played me Goodbye Sober Day. And, when I heard, like there's these awesome kind of like Thunderball underwater vibes from the movie, the James Bond movie, and the soundtrack to it, by the way, has these cool like underwater sounds on it and stuff. And it kind of melds this sort of gloomy, mysterious quality that builds to this incredible sequence from about the 2-minute mark. And it's that moment where basically Mike Patton invents Fantomas on this song. And it's when he does the chaka, 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 and then all the music just sort of goes and there's this tea kettle that's like, like raising or whatever. And it's just like this like climatic moment of like crescendo. It's really fucking awesome. And like blast it in your car if you get a chance and just, you almost like feel the like sonic like chaka chaka chaka, like when that whole part happens. It's, I don't know, very, very cool. I dig it a lot.
I think it's I'm more interested in where they become more abstract within like the patent can be an instrument, not doesn't have to go toward like certain calypso vibe or whatever the hell he's going for. It's just complete, it's like noise for noise sake at that point.
Yeah, it becomes like an artistic like instrument, like you said. Yep.
Yeah,
and that's kind of
like the stuff he was doing in Fantomas was like, it was rooted in the fact that we have a basis, and then they're going to be as far as what music comes down, you're going to understand what song this is, but it is not a symphony orchestra.
Sure. Yep. Indeed. So, all right. Well, let's get into it. We may hear from Hunter Ginn, who is from Radical Research Podcast, also drummer for Agalok and Canvas Solaris. He's a huge fan of this record in particular. I'm hoping to get him. So if you are going to hear from him, it will be here. If not, then my apologies.
Then you
Agalok's
can email
busy.
him at radicalresearch@gmail.com
exactly.
and
Tell him,
say,
go fuck yourself,
what the
Hunter.
fuck, dude?
Yeah, god damn it. But we're going to hear Retro Vertigo, Air Conditioned Nightmare, and Goodbye Sober Day. We'll also hear another clip from the Eric Andre Patton interview and from Jason Walton. That's my favorite record as well. And it took me years to get into it, though, because full disclosure, and I don't know if we've talked before about it, but I got Disco Volante through Columbia House. It was the album of the month. And I had never heard the debut.
Okay.
Right. I knew Faith No More, but I don't think I even owned Angel Dust yet. Or maybe I had it on cassette tape. Yeah, I think I had Angel Dust on cassette tape. So I knew about weird Faith No More kind of post real thing kind of stuff. But I just bought Disco Volante blind. And so, I was a sophomore in high school. I'm
I'm 47. How old are you?
Yes, I'll be 48 next week. So yes.
Okay, cool. We're the same age. Okay, I graduated in 97. So
97. Yep, that's when I graduated.
Yeah, exactly. So exactly. Same here. Yeah.
Grade, Columbia House. Here this thing comes, and I mean, Mark and I talked a lot about this in the episode, so I won't go back over it all for people. But yeah, I mean, there were access points. I really like Merry Go Bye Bye because of the death metal part. Carry Stress in the Jaw I got into pretty quickly. There were things that grounded me, but I think because of that, I was in a weird spot because in like 95 is where I met Chris too. And so I started buying Amorphous and Tiamat and Dark Tranquility. And by the time California came out, this was a band that was kind of in my rearview mirror. I hadn't really thought a lot about them since 95. And so I probably saw California when I was working at the record store. I just didn't pick it up until few years later, and then I really started to appreciate how great that record is. So what is the magic of that record for you, and what do you think as a final statement, even though they've done stuff recently that was more old stuff, re-record it, but go ahead, sell us on California.
It's a production masterpiece. I think it is an unashamedly beautiful record. I think that it distills all of those things that they were doing on the first two records in a really, really more digestible way. It feels like a very sincere statement too. Like it's not like, okay, we made this, affront to Columbia, now we're going to make this, Beach Boys record or whatever. It feels like very of the heart to me. The playing is unimpeachable. Just everything about it. Lyrically, it's really deep and really clever and really
very
fun.
dark. Yeah, it's
Very
a really dark.
Yeah, very.
It's almost like I mentioned on the podcast that if Pet Sounds is sort of about the darkness of like the inner, this is like the outer shell of California, and the Idealist is it's got a dystopian angle to it that's really interesting.
It does, but it's really kind of gleeful too. Like it looks at it, with kind of a death's head sense of humor and laughs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and obviously, like the irony of the cover versus the content of the record and the lyrics. It's got there are certain records, and I guess those are the records that kind of make like the top of the list. Those records that just do kind of a lot of different things that I love. I'm thinking about other records like that. Like, Cynic Focus is up there for me. The first Mars Volta record, David Sylvian's Secrets of the Beehive.
Oh yeah.
They're just the last two Talk records. There's those records, Jeff Buckley's Grace, that just do a lot of different things. I guess I could name any number of King Crimson records probably. Miles Davis, Bitches Brew, just wrap in all these things, and California just does that for me. And it's also just a really catchy record too. You know, I remember when I heard, I don't feel like there's a one-to-one relationship to it, but like I remember hearing Oliver's Blood Inside for the first time and thinking like this is the same kind of magic of making really weird music really catchy. And and yeah, I guess that's probably why I love Older so much too.
There is something, it's like layers revealed, and I think like disco is purposely like obtuse, right? Like it's, you know, Billy Anderson's production, all of it is just sort of wrapped, and California has this lightness and airiness to it, yet there's these darker themes and stuff. And I think for me, and I think you and I share it, and maybe Jeff, if my memory serves, the same favorite song, and that's Goodbye Sober Day. That was the song that hooked me on California. When I heard it, it was like the magic was revealed to me. Because so talk about the genius of that song, I suppose, because like let's gush about it together.
Okay, so you know, we talked about that sort of you know, quick cut, non sequitur style on Disco Volante, where things don't necessarily make sense together. Goodbye Sober Day somehow takes all these disparate elements and actually makes it into a coherent piece of music.
Emotional,
I think
beautiful,
that's
right?
yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
there's like these moments. Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, that weird, like, tribal moment at the end, and like, and somehow it gets from point A to point B in a way that makes perfect musical sense. And it shouldn't. I mean, it's like the Rite of Spring or something, like
Yeah.
how it goes from that beautiful opening melody into the, you know, and that's what this does. Um, and I don't know if it's that they grew that much as songwriters and composers, or if they really just wanted to be complete assholes on Disco Volante, and maybe they could have done that. They were like, you know what? Let's
The Warner Brothers money.
yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. Let's just like burn Warner Brothers money. Or if they said, look, we have all these resources at our disposal, and let's deploy them in a way that actually turns it into music. But yeah, I mean, I mean, it's so intense. But it's so beautiful, and God, dude, the textures on that record. I mean, I can't think of a rock album that works more like a hi-fi sort of reference piece than California. It really it's a marvel. And they essentially did it themselves. I mean, they had production help. I mean, Billy, you know, worked on it too, and other people. But I mean, you know, they kind of choreographed the whole thing.
Well, and even like you like in that episode with you and Jeff of Radical Research, like got me to like reappreciate and like things like Holy Filaments, where like that was a song that probably I didn't pay a lot of attention to, but like really the totality of it and the cathedral like vibes of it. Not
That's one of my
Cathedral the
favorite.
band, not Cathedral the band, but like
Yeah.
the
No,
actual,
no,
like,
no, no. Yeah,
cathedral.
exactly.
Yeah.
The architecture. Yeah, no, that's one of my favorite songs on that record. Because it's so singular and so special, and there's very little like it in the, you know, the rock or whatever canon. I mean, it is its own thing. And again, that's Trevor. Like, and I, you know, and um he kind of operated at different poles on that record compositionally. I think that's also what makes that record so special is there was a lot of individual writing. I mean, like Patton wrote Ars Moriendi, and like, but there are all these like, you know, pop elements too. And I mean, yeah, I I almost feel like I'm just like sitting here in quicksand because like I could just go on and on. Like it's a if a perfect record exists, and I'm not sure it does, but it's close to that for me.
Gotcha. Okay. Well
All
put.
all the things that I love in music,
For
sort of
there.
the convergence point. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. And that's, I think, what a favorite record is supposed to do. Like, I'm not so naive to assume that everybody appreciates the things that are on Brave Murder Day, that make that like, but it has the things that work for me, and I realize that, you know, it's not for everyone. It's got some very, you know, and I think California, works for you. I'm sure as well. Wait, it doesn't work for you, or does?
Oh, God,
Okay.
it's one of my favorite records of all time.
Yeah,
My favorite California record.
Yes, love it.
all we were trying to do was basically recreate what we had done, back in the day. And back when we were like fucking teenagers.
Yeah.
And that was kind of tricky. Like it wasn't easy.
Yeah.
But having Scott and Dave, in the band, made it completely legit. Like that's what we wanted it, to sound like back then.
Right.
Like, and they made it happen. They made it happen.
It's your dream come true. It's like you're
pretty much
fulfilling your childhood dreams.
Pretty much.
Inside of me today, there is no one, only asteroids and empty space.
There's a pretty healthy contingent that believe California to be, sort of their, I don't know if to say their masterpiece, but at least they're more listenable, for lack of better. I don't know, not least challenging. How about that?
Yeah.
You know, that seems to be a record that kind of grew in reputation and still holds, you know, pretty big value. What are your thoughts on that record in terms of like where it ranks for you, and some of the reason why that record seems to resonate with a lot of people compared to maybe the first two that people find kind of difficult?
Yeah, I think that record, well, it's funny because that is a perception, but I think that in a lot of ways that is the most difficult record. It's a wolf in sheep's clothing. You know, it's that's the brilliance of that record, is that it is super daunting. It is super dark. It is super intimidating, but it's wrapped in this like nice fuzzy like bunny costume
moments. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. It's, you know, it's obviously influenced by the Beach Boys. It's compositionally, it's probably their most mature and most advanced record. But it's just got this like undercurrent of venom through the whole thing. Even when you hear multi-layers of Patton like doing doo-wop and stuff, it's just got like, it's got this undercurrent to it. It's a really dark record, even though it doesn't seem like it. Goodbye Sober Day is kind of like that album's Merry Go Bye Bye.
Yeah.
It's a precursor to Phantomas. It's when I first heard that track and heard Patton doing those, whatever you want to call it, like the Phantomas style chanting, scatting, whatever it is. I'd never heard anything like that. And I was not expecting that whatsoever. California for me was instantly enjoyable, unlike Disco Volante. But it's another record. Like every time I listen to it, I discover something new. A couple moments I do find a little tiring. Like I'm a little over Holy Filament, a little bit. It's a beautiful track, just a little over it. But like a song like Pink Cigarette, like what a beautiful, beautiful song. Like that's a song you could play for anybody and they'd be like, oh, this is gorgeous, you know? Or Retro Vertigo.
Yeah.
Beautiful song. And Patton just fucking killing it, just crooning his ass off. And the songwriting on that record is just, it's incredible. Again, Billy Anderson production, beautiful production, layers upon layers upon layers. It's a dark record. It's just, it takes a while to reveal its darkness.
You're
finish up here, as we've finally gotten Hunter on the line, is one, what is your, I guess, quick thoughts on like this current thing that Bungle sort of did post-COVID with the re-recording, bringing in Scotty, Dave. It seems like diehard people are kind of like ho-hum about it, but is there any kind of thoughts about it in general? Or
I guess I am a little disappointed. I think they got the right people for the job. I think Scott Ian, I'm not the biggest Anthrax fan in the world, but I think Scott Ian is a world-class rhythm guitarist. Dave Lombardo is one of my favorite drummers of all time and a huge inspiration for me as a player. I feel like there's a missed opportunity there. Like I feel like they've still got gas in the tank and they could have done something more bungly. But I don't hate it. I mean, it's good. And I'm glad that they're having fun making music. And maybe I hope that,
it bonds them back together in
Yeah.
a way where maybe they want to write something new. Who
maybe,
knows?
and if not, like there's nothing wrong with old friends just having fun,
Yeah.
So, and I'm cool with that.
And then I guess final question, sort of is one, where do you see the influence of Bungle? And then what would you say to somebody who has listened to this episode and is still on the struggle bus with Bungle? Any last piece of advice? So I guess where do you see the influence first, and then we can address the other thing.
Well, I mean, I think the influence is, well, let me say this. I think that the influence has largely been misappropriated. I feel like that Bungle has influenced a lot of bands that I really hate. And I would say that the entire late 90s, those bands were into Bungle, and that's a real damn shame. I feel like most bands that do try to do the genre hopping thing don't do it all that well. I think a Stratosphere is an example of a band that did do it really well and had the chops to pull it off and also the compositional sensitivity to do it. But I feel like um, it's it's kind of an Everest challenge. And unless you have the depth of understanding of all these things that Mr. Bungle has, it's probably not going to work out all that well. I think their influence is vast, but I don't think that they've been done a lot of justice.
Sure.
As far as
last advice, for Bungle newcomers.
Yeah. I would say if you do know what I just said, I would say to leave any of those biases and preconceptions behind you. I would start with the first record and try to think of it in the context in which it was made, 1991, and think about what was going on around it and listen to how like beautifully it does what it does. And it does. Um, I would I would say go to California next and then appreciate like what this band can do in terms of beauty and their sort of mature phase, and then strap in and try to understand what you're going to encounter with Disco Volante. It's going to be a difficult ride, and it might not be for you, and that's okay. But like you said, and I love this phrase that you use, sort of I think you said anchor points or entry points. And they are riddled throughout the record. And I think that's a brilliant way to look at it, Jason, because I feel like that record is a puzzle. And so they do put these breadcrumbs throughout the record to be like, oh, hey, we're not just screwing with you. This is serious. But like, stay with us. And it, like, if you give it the time, I feel like it will reveal itself to you. I mean, it's like reading, again, nobody's read Gravity's Rainbow the first time and been like, oh, this makes perfect sense to me. Or like, Finnegan's Wake still doesn't make sense to me. Yeah. I spent, 4 years of my life studying Irish literature. There's certain things that just aren't. But I don't feel like Disco Volante is outside of the grasp of anybody that gives it some serious consideration.
Perfect. Well, thank you, Hunter. Appreciate it. It's been
Yeah.
great having you, and we will talk soon, my friend.
Thank you so much, Jason. A real honor as always. So, all right, be well.
Take care.
Bye.
That was Goodbye Sober Day, The Air Conditioned Nightmare, and Retro Vertigo from 1999's California. And so, yeah, as we kind of wrap things up, that was pretty much it for 20 years until the decision to re-record their debut demo, bringing in Scott and Dave to do that. Mike kind of said, we want it to be the most fucked up reunion thing ever. And I think that's how it panned out, because we're not playing the hits. We're not playing anything that people know. First, it was a joke, and then all of a sudden it was kind of happening. And Trey says there was no talk of getting Bungle back together ever in almost 20 years. What happened was the idea to do the Raging Wrath of the Easter Bunny demo justice with a real recording came to Trevor. And Trevor says, I brought up the cockamamie idea of re-recording a couple of years ago while backstage at a Dead Cross and Secret Chiefs 3 show in Brooklyn. The thought had been stewing around in my head for some years, and since I had Dave, Trey, and Mike all in one place, I figured that was a good time to breach the subject. And Trey says, with Lombardo standing there when this came up, it was one of those lightning flash moments of yes. And that's kind of what you said, right? Like, if you can get two of your idols to be on like this fucking record, why the hell not? You know, and so that's kind of, you know, pretty much what sort of happened from there. I think that's about. Oh, Scott Ian. Initially, I personally wasn't so into the idea of adding another element. This is Trevor Dunn talking about it. But his role as rhythm guitarist turned out to be key. I think Mike had met him over the years, and so he simply sent an email and asked if he'd be interested. Unbeknownst to us, he knew the demo, so that's kind of cool. And Trey goes, he's one of the very rare people that had our demo back as far as 87. He was familiar enough with it that when our debut album came out, his reaction was, wait, this is Mr. Bungle? So like he was one of those, you know, kind of things. So yeah, and so very cool. And I think there's more interview sort of clips from here, but none of it's like super necessary. And so my feelings are like with the demo re-recording. The studio versions, pretty okay, but again, all the songs are pretty samey because once you know it's kind of the same riffs because they're all written by like 15-year-olds, you know, 16-year-olds.
Yeah, pretty simplistic stuff.
But I do like the energy of the live recording the night they came home a little bit better, and so. We'll hear another version of one of those demo songs here, a live version called Spreading the Thighs of Death as we sort of go out. Great title. And then we'll end the only way we can with Tom Jones cover, you know, Thunderball, which kind of ties back into, you know, the Disco Volante reference and all that sort of stuff. But they actually recorded this for their demos that got them signed to Warner Brothers is where Thunderball, I think originally Thunderball was going to be the title maybe of the first album. I think I read that they were going to include this cover on there and stuff. I don't know. So this comes from the Warner Brothers demo rough mixes from 1990 and kind of
Did they dip their balls in Listerine for this one or no?
Is that what Tom Jones used to do?
He used to do, yeah. That was one of his, because he was so prolific with women.
Wow,
actually,
he also was supposed to have been quite endowed, from what I've heard.
He was. I've drawn a caricature of Tom Jones's penis.
Oh, good.
For Jamie Yar formerly from the band Beast in the Field.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I drew a picture of Tom Jones dipping his member in a big bowl of Listerine, salad bowl of Listerine. So forever, that is what I imagine it to look like. Just so the ladies would be comfortable to smell it.
Oh, okay. So they went the opposite of what Tommy Lee and Nikki Sixx did on the Shout at the Devil tour. They saw how long they could go without showering and still get blowjobs.
Yeah. This is more respect, I think, for the.
Yeah. Well, he's a classy guy.
Going to give him the time of day.
Yeah. Oh man, I'm trying to think what my favorite Tom Jones moment is.
I've seen him in concert twice.
Yeah, I knew he played like in Midland. I remember Kate.
He played the Midland Center for the Arts.
Yeah,
and then he played some other similar event. The Midland Center for the Arts show. I was, what was I? Maybe 13 years old. and he was already kind of pudgy. This is probably right around or right before Mars Attacks.
No, Mars Attacks was like 97. That was like my
Okay, so
senior in high
that was
school.
this was way after. Okay, so
Yeah.
he was kind of still in the zeitgeist, I guess, when we were seeing him. But women were going up there that were in their at that time 60 years old, throwing underpants at him.
Amazing.
It was his birthday when at the performance as well, so it was quite. I've got photos if anybody wants to see this stuff.
I mean, after
I can
we
put
play
them on the internet.
Thunderball for Mr. Bungle, I feel like it's only the responsible thing to do. So, well, as we sort of thunder our balls with Listerine, um, you know, please, I'm interested to hear what your thoughts are on Mr. Bungle and us tackling a band like this. It's it's very out of our element. We probably won't do something like this for a while. We'll get back into something a little more predictable, or at least something probably more comfortable that we both appreciate and enjoy. But I do think it's an interesting exploration of a really unique band, and a band that
I'm always down to be,
yeah,
challenged, and I don't. My taste is not the taste of the entire world. It's purely mine. That's why I talk about it. So I'm fine talking about anything, honestly.
Well, I mean, and I'll be honest, like it was challenging for me, and it's a band I kind of am into because I just didn't know how to approach it. Even from like how to put this together in a cohesive way or a way that didn't fucking alienate everyone. And we probably did or didn't. I don't know. Let us know. Like,
we took enough time in between episodes. Everybody's like,
yeah, they're hungry. They'll listen to anything. We could have dog shit this episode. Maybe the next episode will be on dog shit, or we'll do an AC show.
How
about that?
You never know.
Hey,
I've got AC stories. I've been in the same room multiple times with Seth Putnam. Rest in peace.
R.I.P.
Yeah.
But definitely let us know. Send us an email at requiempodcast@gmail.com. Also, support us. We're going to try to drop a Patreon show of my rock history lecture from last summer. I think some of the Patreons have watched some of the video, but we're going to try and do it in a feed so you can listen to it in your car like a podcast. There's actually a third one that's being edited right now that will hopefully drop very soon too. But we this is hard for us. I'm jobless, so Patreon money.
Hey, I'm a fucking artist, man.
That's what I mean. He's a starving artist with a son.
I've got a son to feed. I got mouths to feed.
We
Jason's thrown into the cold. He's
I'm homeless. I'm living in the streets, and I record this. You don't even want to know where I'm recording this.
Well, they brag about him when they want somebody to come and write a story about the school.
Exactly.
And then they're just like, fuck
billboards.
this guy.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just the arts are always thrown in the trash. That's
exactly.
what it is.
Humanities, go fuck yourself. All right.
Yeah.
So, but yes, go to patreon.com/Requiem Podcast, and you can support us there. If you don't want to support us on Patreon, reach out to us. You could do like a one-time PayPal donation. We've had those before.
If you're in the area, we can just we could do a cash transfer.
Yeah, that's it, man.
Give us $20 at the Target parking lot or something.
Yeah.
Like, we're cool.
Yeah, we accept envelopes of cash and all that stuff. But this is honestly, it's fun for us to do this, but obviously it gets tougher sometimes as different life things kind of happen. But we hope that we gave you something to chew on here, whether
some
Bungle
value
is your thing or not your thing. We hope you appreciate it. And again, thank you to Jason Walton for contributing to this and
absolutely.
Maybe Hunter Ginn, you're either on our Christmas list or our shit list.
You're getting some coal in that stocking this year.
Yes. So, cool. Awesome. This has been great. So we got Spreading the Thighs of Death. We'll hear from Walton a couple more times. Last couple little clips here from The Night They Came Home, and then we'll hear from the Thunderball. And at the very end, you get a nice little treat of Mike Patton at a music festival dissing on Wolfmother. That's a pretty iconic moment on the internet. Little audio clip there for you. So enjoy. So for Requiem Metal Podcast and Mr. Bungle, I am Jason.
And I'm Mark.
So I guess kind of as we sort of wrap up Bungle a little bit, we jump forward a bit, 20 years, and then all of a sudden this kind of announcement of, them recruiting Dave Lombardo and Scotty Ian to do this re-recording of the demo, The Raging Wrath of the Easter Bunny. To mixed results, I think, depending on like who you ask, 4 new songs kind of make an appearance, 1 cover, 3 songs. You got the COC cover on there. I guess, objectively, like, what are your thoughts as you kind of process that? Is that more of just kind of a novelty project? Do you see it as its own? Yeah, I mean, you mentioned, I think before, that it's kind of separate to you, but how do you think that's kind of held up, or did it reintroduce people to Bungle? Do you think it like helped get new people near them, or what was the reason that they did it? Just because they wanted to, or do you have any thoughts on the philosophy behind putting that together?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that kind of goes back to what we are talking about earlier. Is when they announced it, I was very excited. Obviously, I wanted them to show me what they wanted to do, and
Yeah.
that's kind of how I viewed that whole situation. Of course, I would prefer they got the OG people together and made a new record. Of course, people would prefer that Agalloch make a new record rather than play in Germany or something.
Yeah.
But sometimes that's just not in the cards. So I am thankful that they're doing anything. That's the way I look at it. I've seen them with the reformed lineup, or whatever you want to call it, a few times, and every time they're fucking amazing. They're world-class musicians. Like, say what you will about Scott Ian, but he's a fucking killer rhythm guitarist. And nobody can speak bad about Dave Lombardo.
Yeah.
So, I mean, what's the problem here? They're not doing what you want necessarily, but when they announced this new lineup, I flew from Portland to LA to see their reunion in LA. And it was glorious. It was great just to see them on stage together, to see Patton and Trey together. I was holding out hope that they would play one of the old songs, and they didn't, and that's fine. But it was really cool just to see them, to see a version of Mr. Bungle back. I think that it's kind of worn out its welcome at this point, in my opinion. I think people are getting kind of tired of it. I think it's been a bit. Like, we get it. Maybe do something new, different. I don't know. But I have a blast every time I see them. I think the record is great. I don't listen to it, but I think it's great. I have the live version. I have the studio version. I
think the live
assume
version I like a little better. I think the live
Yeah.
version is kind of fun,
Yeah.
because it's got the
Yeah.
covers and some other kind of things sprinkled in there to kind of, give
Yeah.
it a fuller version, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I enjoy it. I'm happy they did it. Like I said, I'd like for them to move on, do something different. But yeah, whatever they want to do. I mean, I assume that it was partially inspired by money. Maybe more than partially, but I'm happy. I'll take it. Whatever they can give me, I'm stoked to be able to go to a Mr. Bungle show. So
Absolutely. So I
Yeah.
guess as we wrap up Bungle, in looking at a band like Bungle, like, what is the legacy of them? Do you see influence today? I mean, you mentioned new metal, you mentioned, like, are there other like weird avant projects that you can like trace back to some of the things they did in those three records? Like, I guess as a Bungle enthusiast, like, how do you assess their legacy? I guess I'll get out of the way on that question, unpack
Like
that
their
however you want.
like their influence on other bands.
Yeah, or just the metal scene, or the alt metal scene, or whatever. Do you see that today, or are they just too weird that they're too singular that they haven't really, they don't have that kind of like DNA that you see in a lot of places?
It's really hard to say, but I feel like their influence was much more evident 10 to 15 years ago.
Mhm.
I think, they did that Snowcore tour, I want to say mid 2000s or something. I can't remember the bands exactly, but it was like System of a Down and Incubus or something like that. And I saw them on that tour, and it was obvious that they'd influenced all the bands there. And those are not bands that I enjoy. I think they have a lot to do with a lot of the new metal scene. A lot of those bands have listed them as an influence. I will never say that like new metal is a mistake or whatever. It's definitely not for me. But I think that their influence is mostly seen in those type of genres, maybe some metalcore type stuff.
I'd say like Dillinger and some of those kind of
Yeah,
bands, maybe,
point.
right?
Dillinger,
You know,
yeah, and it's kind of, for me, that's kind of, it's definitely not new metal. It's definitely not metalcore, but it's you know, they're on that line kind of like Meshuggah is for me, where it's like not really my thing. I get it. It's not really my thing. But yeah, for sure, Dillinger. I would think anything. I would think almost anything remotely techie, you know, post 95 has got to, there's got to be like a little hint of it in there somewhere. Maybe. I don't know. It's hard. It's like, are you influenced by Bungle or Cynic or Death or all three or two of them? Like, you know, like it's, yeah.
Yeah. No, I think that's well put, you know. And again, I struggled in my own brain to be like, where do I hear Bungle today? Faith No More is a little easier in my brain to hear, and we'll obviously get to that in another episode. But yeah, so you know, just kind of a lasting legacy sort of question. Like, you know, I kind of just think they're super singular, you know, and like no one's really been able to do a Bungle part 2 or, you know, like yeah, it's very weird.
There's been a couple bands. Yeah, there's been a couple bands that were just trying to like ape that style. Like Dog Fashion Disco was one. Tub Ring did quite a bit of that. A lot of those bands had mixed results for me. I really enjoyed Tub Ring. That was a great, fantastic band. But that was like a time and a place type of thing. And that's mostly based off the first record. You know, I don't see anybody trying to like bite like the Disco Volante style or the California style. I don't think you can. I don't think you can pull it off. Like you need completely unique musicians to do that. I think the debut people can, you know, take those influences and wear them on their sleeves a little bit easier. But yeah, nobody's coming out with like a desert search for techno Allah type of track, you know, in 2020.
like I feel like the Spy and Thunderball kind of have like a cool reputation to them. And obviously the Disco Volante connection for people that don't know, like is the name of the ship in Thunderball. For I'm a hardcore James Bond guy, so yeah, so that was always kind of a cool little thing, like doing Tom Jones and stuff like that. Do you have a particular favorite of some of those unreleased tunes that kind of showed up as bonus tracks and things through the years?
I forgot about some of those. Yeah, actually, after we got home from the Serpent and the Sphere tour in Europe, it was a month-long tour. I went to Billy's house because Billy told me, "Hey, you should come over. I've got something to play for you." And he played me 2 unreleased tracks from the Disco Volante sessions that weren't available anywhere else. At the time, that's how they were, but now they've been leaked and they're available.
Yeah.
But at the time, he was like, "This is kind of like if someone showed Don like an extra chapter of Moby Dick,
Yeah.
And I was like, "Okay." So he sat me down in his studio and he played me 2 unreleased songs from Disco Volante. Blew my mind. They didn't have titles, so I can't tell you what they were, but I think one of them is being distributed through YouTube now. And I think it might be called The Spy, maybe.
That was an unreleased Disco Volante demo, I think, or something. So and that was cool.
Yeah.
I would love that one. Yeah.
Yeah. And then Thunderball was great. I forgot about that one. I can't really think of any others off the top of my head.
Those are the 2 that just kind of came to mind, offhand, that seemed to be floating around the most, so.
Yeah. I used to listen to that type of stuff a lot more, like the B-sides and the demos and stuff.
Yeah.
Now, when I do put on Bungle, it's the 3 records.
He always runs while others walk. He acts while other men just talk. He looks at this world and wants it all. So he strikes like thunderbolt. He knows the meaning of success. His needs are more so he can learn. He thinks of the fight is worth it all. So he strikes like thunderbolt. Any woman he wants, he'll get. Without regrets. His days of asking are all gone. His fight goes on and on and on. They call him the winner who chases on. So he strikes like thunder.
Are you hearing this? year are we in? Forgive me. But Wolf Mother, you suck.